Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Raised After a Nightmare? For the League. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was cold in his cage, darkness surrounding him even with the light of dozens of monitors cutting through the shadows. The beeping of machines and dripping of the pipes overhead were not enough to muffle the sounds coming from the other cages. Wheezing of lungs barely working to take a vital, sometimes final breath. Growls and grunts of creatures in deep, fitful sleep. The grinding of non-human teeth against metal bars. Izuku had learned days ago that crying would work no more. It would not make his mother appear to calm him down as it always did. It would not alert people nearby that he was in danger. It would do nothing for the pain in his tiny body or the hunger gnawing at his empty stomach. At the mere age of 2, the only thing he was capable of doing by himself was walk and talk a mile a minute, holding onto his mother's skirt as she smiled down at him. That was the last thing he remembered before he was brought here, forcefully ripped from his mother's grasp as she screamed and ran after him. A useless effort as a mass of black goo enveloped him and took him away into this unknown place, where he had been shoved into this jail and promptly been forgotten unless they came by to prod at him to make sure he hadn't gone into shock. He had been hopeful at first, having just began to learn about heroes and what great feats they were capable of. He was sure they would come for him to deliver him into his mother's arms once more, bright smiles shining down on him as they ruffled his hair and told him to be careful next time, just like how he always saw on TV. Then the days started passing. Truth is, Izuku couldn't tell very well how much time had passed. For a boy his age, a minute could feel like an hour, hours like days, and days like weeks. There were no clocks or windows anywhere. The passing of time was a myth that only the whisper of a door sliding open was able to provide, and even then it was all subjective. He'd spent the first few hours of his capture crying and screaming for help until he passed out of exhaustion and stress. He'd wake up who knows how long after, forgetting where he was and what had happened to him, thinking he'd fallen asleep on the cold kitchen floor while watching his mother cook like how he'd done multiple times before. But then he'd remember everything and the wailing would begin anew. The other cages, whatever was in them, would react to his cries and answer them, screeching and gurgling noises filling the room until Izuku's throat was raw. Some of them had stopped making noise after some time, now just lying still in a lump in their place, never betraying a sign of life. After some time the doors would open and a couple of people would walk in, opening the cages of the immobile ones and dragging them out, ignoring Izuku's shouts for help. Sometimes they would come for him, pick him up and carry him like luggage to another room with even more machines. He'd be strapped to a chair, prickled with needles too big for his tiny veins as red flowed out of him towards the machines, everyone ignoring his trembling chin and watery eyes. After a few times of this he'd just lay boneless like a doll, letting them do whatever they wanted. Food and water seemed like a faraway dream, his tummy not even growling anymore to complain. Every time his blood was drawn, a different tube would flow something towards him, a pinkish liquid that must have been the only thing keeping him alive, enough to keep his heart beating but not to help him escape. Not that he could even scratch the bars of his cage with his tiny, rounded nails. It was a day-night? Evening? That everything around him was quiet. The beeping of the machines had long since blended into the background of his mind, and not a single one of the creatures in the neighboring cages was moving anymore. He was lying on his back, staring blankly at the steel roof on top of him and trying to remember what color the sky was when the door opened again. His arms throbbed in response, the wounds from countless needles still bleeding under his bandaged skin. The rest of him stood still. Is this all your investigation could achieve? A deep masculine voice said, sking as he walked around the room. White light flooded the place, blinding Izuku as if someone had set fire to his eyes. A different voice spoke. It's all part of the preliminary process. We have to eliminate all possible weaknesses of the transition before trying for bigger ones. It's all about protecting assets, sir. The first man hummed, his heavy steps getting closer as he walked through the cages. Weaknesses, he said, his voice low and grating. A necessary step to reach the most powerful creature alive, I guess. The steps turned around, slowing down as they approached the cage holding the trembling child curled up trying to protect his eyes. They stopped right next to him, the sound of sterile tiles squeaking against shoes as the man crouched down to look inside. "And who is this little guy?" the man asked, only curiosity in his voice. Not a single hint of worry about the emaciated toddler inside. "We wanted to test how the process would work in someone without a developed quirk." A child below the age of presentation seemed appropriate, the second man chuckled. "Ironically enough, one of our tests revealed he's quirkless. 2 joints in his pinky toe. Should I start with him now, then?" "Not yet, no. We're still running preliminary tests on him. We did a lot of blood work before we discovered he's quirkless, so we had to remake those with a different point of view." Izuku's tremors had intensified under their words. Quirkless? Izuku was still young, but he'd developed mentally at a rate most people classified as genius, and his speech was at par with a 5-year-old. He knew well what that word meant, and it scared him and saddened him terribly. Wasn't a quirk what all heroes had? "Oh well," the man with the deep voice said, straightening up. "Just make sure he doesn't die until you have some results. He looks ready to keel over." "We'll reinforce his nutritional supplement," the second man said, following the other out of the room. The lights were turned off once more, and as the door closed behind them, Izuku uncovered his face to be swallowed in darkness once more. One time, a few weeks ago, Izuku had run up to his mother to complain how bored he was and pull her to play with him. Now, laying on the cold metal of his jail, he missed the rainy days where his only entertainment was watching the drops fall from the clouds. How long had he been here? Was his mom? Were the heroes looking for him? Izuku would have laughed had he had the energy for it. Of course they were heroes. It's just that this place was hidden very, very well. Obviously. No other reason they'd take so long. They hadn't given up on him. The 2 men from that time had come again a number of times after a few generic faces had emptied and cleaned the other cages. They'd come back with more of the grotesque creatures to fill them back up. Each time they were larger, making more noise and causing a ruckus as they slammed against the cages until an annoyed worker would come in and poke them with a stick that had them screeching and left a smell of burned flesh clogging the air. Would they have used that stick on him if he hadn't stopped crying so long ago? The times they took him to the chair were farther and farther apart each time, and so the amount of the pinkish liquid they gave him diminished as well, leaving him tired and disoriented. It was kind of a blessing in disguise though. He was so famished and dehydrated he would pass out most of the time, making the imprisonment a bit more bearable. Sometimes he woke up and there were new bandages on his arms, and he'd be in a position he hadn't been in when he fell asleep, as if he'd been carelessly thrown back into the cell and just left there, without care if his leg was twisted wrong or if his arm ended up underneath him and had lost all sensitivity by the time he regained consciousness. He was so weak he could barely lift his head, and the world swung around his vision every time he tried to move a muscle, which is why he didn't question it when the ground shook in a muted movement. He must have been imagining it. But then it happened again. Izuku blinked, his dry eyes nearly sticking shut from the movement. The tremors kept happening, each time closer to each other and feeling nearer and nearer as they passed. An earthquake? The door slammed open and a bunch of people in white coats rushed in, turning on the lights to Izuku's great pain. They ran to the monsters in the other cages and did something that Izuku could not see from his supine position, but it must have been painful as the room was filled with horrible screaming. The sounds that followed were of metal doors being opened and immobile lumps of flesh being carried away by the men through another door Izuku had never noticed before in his terror. He'd been left behind, alone. The ground kept shaking, but this time it wasn't just that. He could hear shouting, yelling, and explosions. The sound of a wall crashing down and then footsteps. Coming. Running. Towards him. Izuku would have whimpered if his throat didn't feel like sandpaper. Those footsteps were ones he could identify easily, heavy and with a purpose, even when their owner was running instead of calmly strolling through. His cage was in the front of the room, in the middle of the first row, directly in front of the main door. Rushing in through the open door, the man panted as he stopped in front of his cage, fumbling to open it. Izuku could see the bloodied hand reaching down towards his face. And then, as soon as it had appeared, it was gone. The man roared in rage as he was pulled back, and the laugh that filled the room had Izuku almost jumping to his feet. The only thing he felt, however, was a jolt of pain at the mere thought of moving his muscles. There were more noises, this time right next to him, and Izuku could identify most of them from all the videos he'd seen of heroes at the job. A body being slammed against a wall and pummeled mercilessly. Concrete cracking from an unimaginable force. Grunts of pain. Grunts of anger. The muted sound of an unconscious body hitting the floor. Panting. More voices were coming closer, but Izuku could barely process what they said as he focused on the new, big, clean hand that had appeared in his field of vision. It touched his face gently, and it was so rough, so calloused, so warm. Izuku would have cried if he still had had enough tears to do so. He was moved, gently, lifted up with a care he hadn't felt in what seemed like a lifetime. A couple of hands big enough to hold his entire tiny body, one cradling his head and supporting his fragile neck muscles, the other holding his back and legs. Cupped like a newborn puppy. The face that came into view was what Izuku had been dreaming about for so long, he almost thought he was having another hallucination. The bright eyes. Strong jaw. Blonde hair pulled up in twin bangs high above his head. The smile that set millions of hearts at peace, toned down to a gentler, softer, sadder curve of the mouth. Willing strength from his very soul and feeling like he swallowed sand with every breath, Izuku opened his mouth to utter his first words in months. Both might. The tiny child passed out in the hero's arms, and the symbol of peace could not stop the rebel tears that rushed down his cheeks. Finding all for one's hidden lab had been a job of weeks. When a frantic woman had come running into the police station, screaming about her baby having been taken from her own arms by a strange black goo, they knew it was something out of their power. The person in the district with the best connections to local heroes was Detective Tsukachi, who had arrived soon after to interrogate the frantic young woman, so young, so much terror in her face, to make sure her panic wasn't clouding her memories. If her son had disappeared right in front of her eyes, then this was a job better suited to heroes than the police force. Her words rang true every single time, and so Tsukachi had thrown himself into the investigation. There had been some previous reports the past years about people disappearing in similar ways, out of nowhere, in front of anyone bearing witness, swallowed up by a black mass. One of the missing people had been large enough that a bystander could take a couple seconds of video before he was taken away, and upon seeing the recording, Midoriya had burst into tears. The disappearances had been going on sporadically for the past months, but it seemed it was this particular case of a kidnapped kid that sent the public into a panic. If they would take a child, then who was safe? Leads were non-existent. No evidence was left behind, no pattern was found, no criminal organization had claimed credit for the panic in the streets. Tsukachi was at a stall for days. The boy's mother would be at his office almost daily, asking for any update or offering to help. There was little she could do, but Tsukachi could not bring himself to ask her to leave. The loss of a son was something he couldn't imagine the pain of, and he would not deny the poor woman the company she so desperately needed. With every passing day she looked thinner, hair messier and eyes duller. It was difficult to function when the light of your life had been ripped from you so suddenly. It wasn't until a day when Tsukachi was taking a break, and by God did it feel awful to spend a second without looking for that child, that he saw a light at the end of the tunnel. His friendship with All Might was not well known to everyone, but they were close enough to warrant occasional calls when the number one hero could answer. He just wanted to get some weight off his shoulders, maybe a bit of advice in how to proceed the investigation when all his resources were dwindling. All Might had sounded sympathetic, having heard the news through the grapevine rather than the media, and wanted to help Tsukachi as much as he could. Until he mentioned the black goo. All Might had gone silent, and then asked him if he was sure. He'd answered yes, he was. The mother had recognized the method on a video. All Might told him he'd talk to him later, abruptly ending the call and leaving Naomasa blinking astounded at his phone. His astonishment grew even more when a mere hour later All Might himself landed in front of his door. He really could clear cities just in a couple of leaps. Naomasa, show me the video, he'd say in lieu of a greeting, his face serious as he'd never seen it before. While watching the recording, his face turned sour, eyebrows furrowing severely and casting his face in angry shadows. His ever-smiling visage twisted into a snarl. All Might had not only given him a lead. He'd given him a name. All for one. Tsukachi whispered in disbelief. His lie detector quirk had rendered it impossible for Toshinori to keep the secret of his quirk when first asked by the detective, and so he knew all the story and truth of his powers, including its origins. The villain Toshinori spoke of was not new to him, but it was a name he'd only heard from his friends' stories, a being of tale that seemed too high above mere mortals to bother people in their small community. What was the biggest criminal of Japan doing kidnapping a 2-year-old boy? All Might had delegated his agency in Roppongi to all his sidekicks except for one. A willowy man with a serious face who seemed just as infuriated at the mention of the villain and his recent deeds, even if his face never betrayed a thought. The first thing they did was meet the unconsolable mother. The woman couldn't believe her eyes at seeing the imposing figure smiling softly down at her, offering his hand in a greeting far too Western for her. She accepted to shake his hand, because the physical reassurance of the greatest hero having come to her aid personally was something she didn't know she needed. Izuku would have lost his mind, his favorite hero right here, for the world to see. The other man settled for a deep bow, his stature making her feel like a building was coming down in front of her. Sir Night-Eye, he'd introduced himself, the main sidekick of All Might who had come to help find her son as much as he could. And the first order of the day was gently asking to touch her arm. Staring into the haunted eyes of the woman, Inko almost fainted when a small smile tugged at the lips of the stoic man in front of her. "Midoriya-san," he said in a calm, soothing voice. "I don't know exactly when, or how long it will take, but I can assure you this, you will have your son, safe and sound, back in your arms." Inko had collapsed to the ground, only avoiding falling completely by the strong arms of All Might catching her on the last second. She'd caught her footing again, and promptly launched herself at Night-Eye, crying in a mix of relief and stress that had her exhausted in a couple of minutes, asleep on the couch in Tsukachi's office with Toshinori's huge jacket enveloping her completely. The search had taken a new turn upon learning of the culprit, with nearly half the hero force participating to not only save the child and all the other people kidnapped, but also to bring down the biggest villain of all. The principal of UA had joined in with tactical support, mapping out the most likely areas where they could be hiding. Rescue heroes by the dozens searched every nook and cranny for suspicious activity while All Might followed any trace of All for One's presence, always ending up in dead ends. Every hour, every day, every week that passed made them grow more frantic. Not even the reassurance of Night-Eye's vision slowed them down. It didn't matter that the kid would eventually be saved, it mattered that any second he was not found was a second he was at the not mercy of that monster. It was nearing the mark of 4 months when they finally found the place. Even with the ongoing search, the heroes still encountered villains on the daily. These fights usually derailed them from the search for hours or even days if the damage was too extensive. One of these villains, with a quirk that allowed him jump up several feet in the air and drop with the weight of a mountain, had left a gigantic crater where he had attacked, and while the wild pussycats evaluated the damage for Pixie Bob to recover the terrain's natural shape, Ragdoll felt it. Multiple presences that she had not felt before during their search, hidden deep below the ground and out of range of her quirk. It was a feeling that sent chills down her spine. Multiple average people, a single one with a weakness so small she couldn't define it, a few beings who seemed to be suffering merely by being alive. And then there was him. Such a faint presence, with so many vulnerabilities, a frail body, a shaken psyche, soft bones still developing, and a heartbreaking lack of the very essence that filled most heroes. So many weak points could only belong to a child. A terrified, hurt child. It had been hard to pinpoint the entrance to the laboratory, and All Might had to convince himself to not resort to punching a hole through the earth lest he wanted to accidentally bury the innocent people inside. It had been nerve-wracking. Night-Eye had to walk past several buildings for days, accidentally bumping into people who came out of them and shaking his head with each one. It was times like these he cursed the inability of his quirk to be used more than once a day. When he finally managed to hit the jackpot and touch someone who worked for the villain, it was time to formulate the plan and storm the place. The cover was, ironically enough, a pharmaceutical lab. The entrance was controlled by a buzzer and was supposed to keep intruders out and secrets in. A well-placed punch sent the door flying off its hinges, setting off an alarm that had the few people inside scrambling down a hallway. As the heroes stormed the place to apprehend everyone on sight, All Might and an entourage of the strongest heroes of the city made their way down towards where they were running off to, guiding them right to their boss in their panic. The elevator that the men in lab coats clambered into was easily ripped out of the tunnel and thrown to the side as All Might jumped down, dropping for what felt like hours as the ground never seemed to get closer. He finally touched down with a mighty impact that shook the ground, and the thick steel doors closing off the main lair were torn apart by his bare hands. Inside, even more people scurried away, screaming and setting fire to every visible file, laptop or machine they left behind to eliminate as much evidence as possible. All Might rushed through the lab, knocking people out easily at speeds the human eye couldn't register. As he went deeper and deeper through the labyrinthine halls, he stopped at a bend at the sight he caught at the very end. His greatest enemy, his master's murderer. All for one running out of a room, making eye contact for a second before bolting down another hall. Dread curled in the pit of Toshinori's stomach, thinking what could be so important the villain didn't charge to attack him. He ran after him, slamming his feet on the walls for greater propulsion as he gave chase. There was a door at the end of the hall, seemingly the last corner in this endless maze, and All for one seemed desperate to reach it before All Might reached him. It didn't happen, and All Might slammed his fists hundreds of times in a second on the villain's back, throwing him against the wall and repeating the process on his face. All for one finally activated one of his many stolen quirks, sending out a repelling wave that threw the hero off of him. He wiped the blood out of his eyes and hurried through the door. The kid was the only one left in his cage, all the other subjects disposed of and taken away by the workers who had managed to get away while All for one took care of all the data in his own office. He'd almost reached the kid when All Might grabbed his leg, pulling him back and smashing him into the ground, finishing the job with enough strength and rage behind each punch to finally put the villain out of commission. The BSRD was just too powerful to drop dead from that, it seemed. Not that it mattered where he was going. Leaving the actual capture of the man to the heroes that came in after him, Toshinori busied himself with the fragile form laying inside the cage. He was so small, all skin and bones, sunken cheeks and dull eyes staring up into nothingness. His hands had never been as gentle, as careful as he was while picking up this child, this baby that had done absolutely nothing to deserve this fate. When the boy set his eyes on All Might's face, his green eyes lit up with a gleam that left the hero weak on the knees, and when little Izuku used the last dregs of his strength to say his name, awe and reverence in each syllable, Toshinori felt his heart tear itself out of his chest and land in the hands of the creature in his hold. Izuku was so small in comparison to the bed he was in. In any other situation it would have been funny. Not this time though. Children's hospitals had much more appropriate beds, smaller and softer to accommodate them better. Colorful and covered in animal-printed sheets to bring some joy to the kid using it. Izuku's condition upon his rescue had been so severe he had to be rushed to a hospital more suited for hero injuries than civilians. No other hospital had the amount of available equipment that he needed to survive the shock he fell in after being rescued. No civilian hospital expected someone so young to be in the state he was in. The sudden rush of adrenaline after realizing he was being saved had almost sent Izuku into cardiac arrest, his little body falling limp in All Might's hands as he passed out. After that it was a rush to get out of the underground lab and to the surface, which Toshinori managed in record time with the only structural damage being the fake lab used as cover that he blasted through to reach the ambulance waiting by the site. Luckily his little heart was still beating when they hooked him up to the monitors, but it was so faint it might as well have not. All Might had to remind himself he would only slow down the ambulance with his weight if he rode with the little child, almost reluctant to let him out of his sight before remembering he could reach the hospital in a couple of minutes with a well-placed leap. Mizudafu was a really small city compared to Tokyo. He made sure the unconscious body of All for one was being taken away for his immediate arrest and imprisonment properly, and then took off. He arrived in time with the ambulance, Making his way in right when they were wheeling little Izuku into the emergency room, an oxygen mask placed firmly on his face as the hospital lights made his pale skin seem even more so. The boy's mother arrived not long after, escorted by Tsukachi himself, who made quick work of getting rid of the media swarming the entrance as if summoned by the sight of All Might jumping through the buildings, completely out of place in their small city. They didn't even know about the child they just rescued, just wanted to get as many camera time of the #1 hero as they could, as they speculated what he was doing so far from the capital. Inko had been frantic, looking around as if her son would just appear from one of the doors and run into her arms. Tashinori had walked up to her, settling a gentle hand on her shoulder. "He'll be fine," he told her softly. Her green eyes a perfect copy of her son's as he had gazed up at the hero minutes ago. "Remember what Sir Night Eye said? He'll be safe and with you sooner than you realize." Inko took a shaky breath, hands clutched over her chest. I just can't believe it that he's right here and I can't, he's not." "You will see him soon," Tashinori reaffirmed, his other hand joining the other so both were a firm anchor on the small woman's shoulders. Was everyone in this family so small? He was not in the best conditions, he admitted. He had to be rushed here due to the gravity of his state. "I've seen similar cases before. Chances are he'll have to stay here for a while, but you might be allowed in before the day ends." Her lower lip trembled, fat tears collecting at the corners of her eyes. All Might have been a bit ashamed to admit later even his superpowered senses didn't allow him to foresee the speed at which she threw herself at him, hugging him with as much force as her soft arms allowed against his muscled form. All Might was the kind of hero that was usually too busy to properly interact with his fans. It was always defeat the villain and jump immediately to the next emergency. He wasn't used to this kind of contact since most people around him were too intimidated or too in awe to consider he might be okay with the occasional handshake or one-armed hug for a camera. If his memory served him correctly, this was the first time he was embraced so wholly since his master's passing. He carefully wrapped his arms around the woman, barely managing to wound around her shoulders with their height difference. This case had dragged him all the way here to finally find and capture his greatest enemy, with the consequence of this poor woman's innocent child suffering for it to be made possible. Tashinori could allow himself a moment to offer her the reassurance she so desperately needed now that it was all over. When Inko was finally allowed to see her son, she fought to keep her breathing even as she followed the nurse down the hospital halls. The kind woman leading her tried to talk to her all the way there, about how brave her son was and how strong he was to have endured all that time on his own. Inko recognized the attempt to make her feel better, but she could only think how she would have preferred her son to not have gone through all this at all, brave or not. The room she was led into was way too large for the little figure of her son. Izuku swam under the sheets of a bed too big even for her, and connected to the back of his hand, administering him the nutritious fluids that would be his main source of food and water for a few days as his body got used to solids again. An oxygen mask was secured over his mouth, likely brought over from some other hospital's pediatric wing, seeing how it was properly child-sized. Izuku's muscles were so weak he had trouble expanding his ribs to breathe on his own. A tiny children's neck pillow prevented his head from lollying around as his neck muscles couldn't handle the strain just yet. His arms were covered in bandages. "Oh, Izuku," Inko whispered, both hands covering her mouth to hold back the sobs racking her frame as she moved to stand by her son's bed. She would be dead if she interrupted her little angel's rest with her crying. It seemed like it was just yesterday when she got the positive PRGN-CY test. Seemed like hours when she carried him within her, excited to finally meet the new life she was creating. Seemed like seconds since Izuku was born, screaming into this world and ready for all the adventures life had waiting for him. He was only 2 years old. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Inko could only pray Izuku would forget about the experience, that her overwhelming love and attention might be able to erase any trace of this moment from his memory. But her baby was also so smart. He was already more vocal than most kids his age, and could hold semi-coherent conversations with her with no problem. They'd even created their own little language, a mix of hand signals and specific noises with a sprinkle of actual words. It was an entire system that Izuku had come up with, and it was such a special thing she shared with her little light. How could I let this happen to you, she cried, dropping her face into her hands and quietly sobbing into them. The soft click of the door handle turning alerted her of someone opening the door, and it startled her into standing up straight, forgetting to wipe the tears drying on her cheeks. The looming figure of All Might dressed in casual clothes stood by the door, awkwardly hovering there without entering the room as his eyes traveled between Inko and her son. A plastic bag hung from his hand. Midoriya, he greeted, finally deciding to step inside, carefully sliding the door shut behind him. Sorry for the disturbance. And not at all, Inko could only say as she dried the tear tracks from her cheeks. He went past the bed and towards the little table near the chairs on the other side of the room, setting the bag down. I brought you some things from the cafeteria, he said, voice small and completely out of place with his image. I imagine you won't want to leave him anytime soon, so. She smiled, huffing a laugh as she covered her mouth. Thank you, All Might. Please, call me Tashinori, he said. It was a risk to let people know his true name, but it was common enough to let it slide this one time. Besides, he felt like he would be seeing the child and his mother very often, and didn't want her calling him by his hero name all the time. Inko smiled, eyes crinkling in that way Toshi couldn't help but compare to Nana's smile. Thank you, Tashinori-san. He stayed for a while, moving over one of the chairs to sit by the bed after making sure with the nurses that Inko could lie down on the bed next to Izuku. She ran her hands through her son's hair, working out tangles and matted strands as best as she could. Izuku would be able to get a sponge bath once he woke, but even with 4 months' worth of dirt Inko could not stop touching him, making sure he was there at her side. She and Tashinori talked and talked, about the differences between Mizudafu and Tokyo, the intricacies of hero work, their favorite time of the year, Izuku's obsession with katsudon since the moment he could chew solid food. They talked about anything and everything under the sun, everything except the secret lab Izuku had been kept in and his kidnapping and subsequent rescue. It was not necessary at the time. Midoriya-san, Tashinori started, fumbling with his pockets. I'd like you to have a way to contact me if you ever need it. Inko shook her head. Oh no, I wouldn't like to impose. I insist, he said, pulling out his phone. I'll be staying in the city for a while, to work out the case with Detective Tsukachi. Even through these terrible circumstances, you and your son have made it possible for us to capture who might be the most dangerous villain in the country. Inko's eyes widened in surprise. Had it really been someone like that who had taken her son? She finally relented and took out her own phone, exchanging numbers while trying not to feel too giddy. Sure, Izuku was more of a hero fan than her even at his age, but this was the #1 hero who had given her his personal number. She might have been a bit of a fan herself, but could control herself well enough. Had this happened when she was just a teenager, she probably would have been jumping and crying in joy. Tashinori stood up, sparing a last worried but relieved glance at Izuku. I have to get going now. Detective Tsukachi should be coming by sometime later today or tomorrow to talk to you. She nodded. I'll be right here. He might want to talk to young Midoriya once he awakens as well. His gaze traveled to the sleeping child. I know he's too young to be able to answer many questions, and also will be very tired, but Tsukachi is really good with children and will make sure to not overstep any boundaries. Inko looked conflicted, hands stilling on her baby's hair. Izuku is smarter than you might think, and he can speak well enough to hold a conversation. Her hand went to hold her son's little one. I'll let him talk to Izuku when he's strong enough to speak, but I will stop him if I see Izuku becomes uncomfortable. She frowned then, hard eyes fixed on his face, determined. Tashinori smiled, glad to see the little boy had such a strong woman protecting him. He wouldn't have put it past her to have jumped all for one herself had she come across the man. I would expect nothing less, Midoriya-san. For the next few hours Izuku slept. He seemed to be having trouble getting used to the soft bed, occasionally wriggling in place or grunting as he tried to turn around, but Inko held him firm against her side so he wouldn't get tangled in the wires and tubes monitoring him. Contrary to what one might think, he didn't react negatively to physical touch, but rather seemed to sink into it, fingers trying but failing to close around hers and nuzzling as much as he could against her chest with the oxygen mask in the way. It was as if he recognized her through his dreams. Inko hoped they were nice dreams. She spent the night awake, looking over him and guarding his sleep. Every once in a while a nurse would pop in quietly, bow quickly to apologize for the interruption and jot down Izuku's vitals before leaving. At some point a doctor walked in to check on him as well, and Inko noticed she wasn't wearing her white coat. If it weren't for her introducing herself as Izuku's doctor on shift, Inko would have thought she was another nurse. "It's a precaution we're taking with him, in case he wakes up," the doctor explained, reading over his chart. "Considering the circumstances of his situation, we wanted to avoid him seeing anyone in a lab coat during his stay." Inko's heart clenched at the thought. She hadn't even considered it. Izuku had been experimented on, held in a lab for months and having who knows what done to him. Those bandages on his arms were just clean replacements for the ones he already had when they rescued him. The puncture wounds littering his skin were scarred over from the 2 big needles they used and how often they would pierce his skin with them before they healed properly. There was the possibility they would be permanent, and they didn't even know if they could get any needle near Izuku once he awoke. It was in the first hours of the morning that Izuku woke up. After Toshinori had left, the nurses suggested Inko turned off the lights and closed the blinds, since they didn't know whether Izuku had been kept completely in the dark during his kidnapping. If he did, the harsh lights of the hospital and the rays of the sun could be too much for his sensitive eyes. So when Izuku woke up to a dark, white room, with machines beeping and tubes and wires around him, he whimpered. Inko had startled at the sound, not having noticed his eyes had fluttered open. She quickly sat to be in his field of vision, but for some reason seeing her made Izuku's face twist more into despair. "Izuku? What's wrong, baby?" "It's me, it's Mama," she talked to him, slow and soft as she gently held his hands in hers. Izuku sniffled, but no tears came from him as he tried to wriggle away from her. The weakness of his body and the pillow holding his head in place prevented him from doing much more than burrow further into the bed. Inko didn't know what to do. She wanted to call a nurse or doctor but was afraid the presence of more people would send Izuku further into his fit, but also didn't want to move from the bed and leave him alone. His eyes were frantic as they darted this way and that, trying not to focus on her, and his monitor kept beeping faster and faster as his heart accelerated. Her son was scared, and she could only sit by his side. His heartbeat increasing must have sent an alert to the nurse's station, and a few seconds later the door opened, a nurse stepping in with worry on his face. Izuku closed his eyes and whined at the sudden light flooding from the hallway, and the nurse quickly shut the door behind him. "Did he wake up?" he asked Inko, carefully getting as close as he could to check Izuku's vitals while the boy's arms trembled in an effort to bring his hands up to scrub his eyes. Inko nodded, eyes unable to leave her son. "I don't know what's wrong, he's shying away from me." The nurse sighed, deciding other than Izuku's increased heart rate and breathing he seemed to be all right. He might be thinking he's still down there. "This room is too sterile, too similar to where they got him from. I'll talk to the doctor about moving him to a pediatrics hospital." He looked at Izuku as he wriggled in place, head turned away from his mother. "We can't confirm it yet, but he might have had hallucinations due to dehydration while captive. He might be thinking you're not real." Inko's eyes watered. Her son couldn't tell she was right there. "What can we do?" she whispered, almost unheard through the machines. "We need to convince him that what he's seeing is real. Something that would make him understand he's no longer trapped." But what could that be? If his own mother was not enough to make him feel like he was safe from harm, what would help? Inko saw her phone lying on the bedside table, and she knew. When Toshinori reached the room, the nurse on shift was waiting for him. The call he'd gotten from Inko had been rushed and he almost couldn't understand what she was saying, but he finally managed to calm her down enough for her to explain Izuku had woken up and she needed his help. The nurse saw him arrive and sighed in relief. "All might, I'm so glad you could make it," he said, not a hint of acknowledgement to being in front of the greatest hero in the world. It always surprised Toshinori how medical staff were always so professional around him. "What happened? Is young Midoriya all right?" he asked, concerned. When he had given Inko his phone number, he didn't expect her to call so soon. If something went wrong with the child, he would tear all for one apart limb by limb. "He seems to think he's still in the lab. Thinks his mother is a hallucination and won't listen to her." We can't take the machines away or remove the 4 while he's in treatment, so that seems to convince him further he's still trapped, the nurse relayed to him. If it was any other person he would have immediately removed all those stressors from the room, but as critical as Izuku was, they couldn't just take away all his support, least they wanted him to stop breathing. Midoriya-san seems to think seeing you there will make Izuku understand he's been rescued. We can't know for sure, but it's worth a try. Toshinori nodded, standing up straight. He had offered the woman her help if she ever needed it, and if this was what she needed, he would deliver. Slowly, the nurse said, knocking on the door 2 times before slowly pushing the door open. The first thing Toshinori heard was the frantic beeping of the machines as the boy's fear was read by them. Then he noticed the darkened room and how young Midoriya had been blocked out of sight with a blanket, which was put back down after the nurse closed the door behind him. Sorry, Inko said. He doesn't like the light. Toshinori nodded, approaching slowly. Izuku was whining with his eyes closed, shaking in place. The hand with the 4 was twitching, as if the mere knowledge of the thing under his skin was setting him off. He stopped by the side of the bed, placing a hand softly on the mattress next to the boy. Izuku! He whispered, eyes fixated on him. Open your eyes. The new voice seemed to make Izuku still. His heartbeat went down a bit, but still faster than it should, as he opened his eyes. When his brain processed who exactly it was he was looking at, they finished opening completely, jaw slackening in a silent gasp. His vitals started going down, so suddenly Inko was scared he'd pass out, but finally he stabilized, heart beating only a little faster than normal while his body stopped shaking as he gazed at the hero in front of him. Toshinori smiled softly, a tuned-down version of his hero smile, and knelt down to be at eye level with the kid. He reached to hold his hand, and almost cried when he saw it was so small he couldn't even wrap it completely around one of his fingers. Izuku's mouth opened and choked up sounds tried to come from his throat, but it wasn't until he turned and finally saw his mother then he could speak. Ma. Inko's eyes flooded with tears as she smiled, nodding at her son as he smiled weakly at her, finally understanding she was real and there with him. Yes, Izuku, hi, she cried. Mama's here. When the tiniest laugh bloomed from the child, it was as if the sun had breached through the darkness in the room. It was a group effort from 6 nurses to properly move Izuku with all his equipment to a room in a proper children's hospital. It was a welcome change. The floors were a navy blue tile with soft contrasting cream-colored walls, forests and animals pictured on them. Fluffy stuffed animals lined the shelves around the room next to picture books and fairy tales. Izuku was much more at place in a room like this, and he looked way more comfortable surrounded by color and warmth than in the sterile white room he'd been in before. They had brought in a low-intensity lamp so Izuku could start getting used to the light again, and if Inko barely moved from his side before, now it was impossible to get her away from her son as he cuddled against her side, her arm thrown around him as she read him a picture book she'd chosen from the shelf. He had finally gotten his bath, but had fussed until Inko had been allowed to be the one doing it, and now he was squeaky clean and tired, but he refused to let his eyes close as he looked at the pictures on the pages as Inko read to him. He had also been brought food a while ago, but he could only swallow a couple spoonfuls of mashed potatoes and bananas before he closed his mouth, refusing any more, and now the tray lay forgotten on the table next to them. It would be a while until his stomach could hold more food. A knock on the door interrupted Inko, and both Midoriyas turned in unison to look at the door as it opened to let a man inside. The man took off his hat and stopped by the door. Midoriya-san? I'm Detective Tsukachi, he introduced himself. So this was the man Toshinori had told her would come talk to her. Inko nodded at him. Please, come in. She looked at Izuku to gauge his reaction, but only saw pure curiosity in his eyes as he followed the man who sat down on the chair next to the bed. He looked like something straight out of those old cop shows they would play on TV late at night, with his long brown coat, hat, and white gloves. He strode purposefully but somehow softly at the same time, as if he was trying to show a gentler side to the kid in the room but couldn't help his years of training as an officer of the law. Izuku's eyes were fixed on him, wide and shiny as he struggled to turn his head towards him. The detective leaned forward casually, smiling at Izuku. Hello Izuku, it's nice to meet you. Izuku blinked at him. Tsuchi, he said, voice tiny and high-pitched. Naomasa laughed at the way the kid said his name. He was too small to pronounce it properly, but it was a cute nickname. That means Earth, did you know? No, Izuku said in lieu of shaking his head. Seemed he had an easier time speaking than moving after he'd gotten the appropriate hydration and with the help of a few healing quirks of the medical staff. Izuku, the detective would like to talk to us, would that be all right? Inko asked him, and Naomasa was surprised at how she spoke to him, softly but to the point, not a single baby word or funny sound. Izuku looked for a moment, considering, and then hummed in assent. Naomasa had worked with kids plenty of times, but Izuku had to be the youngest he'd ever have to deal with, and also the situation was really delicate. Toshinori had told him of the freak-out Izuku had had the night before, and he had to be careful to not say anything that would trigger the kid into another panic attack. Do you like heroes, Izuku? He asked, remembering how Toshinori told him he'd calmed down at the sight of him. Izuku smiled brightly through his oxygen mask. Yes. He was so excited at the mention of heroes, he had to take a second to breathe deeply after the single word. All Might. Is he your favorite? Naomasa asked. He leaned in to whisper to him, playing it up like some big secret just between them. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He helps me a lot catching bad guys. He punches, Izuku said, closing and opening his fists. Smash. He sure likes smashing, Naomasa agreed. Then turned a bit more serious. Tell me, Izuku, you've seen All Might catch bad guys, right? Izuku stilled for a second, eyes glazing over in a faraway look. He hummed. Can you remember how he did it? What moves he used? Like how we watch those hero fights on TV, remember? Inko jumped in, rubbing her thumb over Izuku's hand. He looked up at her, smiling a little. We like to narrate the fights as if we were there, right? Yes, the moves, Izuku giggled, looking happier. All Might jumped, he started, and Naomasa leaned forward even more, listening carefully. Really fast. Then how it shook the ground. Inko beat him to the punch, knowing exactly what Izuku was saying but choosing to help Naomasa understand him better instead of just telling him afterwards. Izuku smiled. The ground, he continued. Then, door was open and he went silent and stood still. They didn't hurry him, waiting for him to find his voice again. It was less than a minute, but it sure felt longer. And he ran. Who is he, Izuku? All Might. Naomasa asked him. If he had taken the time to think it over, then this part was important. Izuku frowned. No. The man? Was he talking about All for One? He'd have to confirm with Toshinori later. Saw his hand. Then gone. Then All Might was there. And I fell asleep. Naomasa met eyes with Inko, then continued. Did you see that man a lot? No, Izuku said. Others. In a chair. Arms hurt, he whimpered, looking down at his bandaged arms. Red, he looked meaningfully at the 4-line administering fluid to him, apprehension on his eyes. He seemed to be fine enough with it as long as he didn't see the needle, but the 4 still made him uneasy. Red? Were they taking blood from him? Naomasa had seen his medical file. Izuku had dozens of puncture wounds on his arms, too big to be from injections. Almost as if they were trying to harvest something from him. But what would they want with his blood? And Izuku started on his own. He choked up, skiing in a shaky breath even though no tears appeared on his eyes. Naomasa stood up, alarmed that he'd triggered a bad memory on the child and ready to call a nurse if needed. Inko hauled Izuku's hand, petting his hair and hugging him as best as she could. He said, his mouth twisted in sorrow, completely out of place in a child so young. Quirk? No quirk. He didn't have a quirk? Naomasa asked, confused. Why would one of the villains talk about not having a quirk? No, Izuku cried out. Me. He was looking directly at his own feet. Inko looked at Naomasa, then at her son. Izuku? What do you mean, no quirk? He said, Izuku swallowed, throat closing. My toes. Naomasa knew now what he meant. You have a double joint. Izuku started sniffing, but no further sound made it out. His eyes watered, but he didn't start crying. That worried Naomasa and even more Inko. A child that age should be crying his little heart out over something so upsetting, and even more when Inko knew Izuku was as prone to crying as she was. Once they'd both started wailing just because a neighbor brought them a cake to thank Inko for helping get her cat down from a tree with her quirk. Why wasn't he crying? I think that's enough for today, Naomasa said, standing up. He looked for something in his pockets. Midoriya-san, here's my card. I'd like to talk to you once Izuku gets discharged. I think it's be better to talk further about this once you're comfortable back home. Inko nodded, grabbing the card with one hand. It was a bit rude, but her other hand was hugging her son and she wasn't going to let go of him anytime soon. Thank you, detective. I'll call you once we're out of here. Izuku was still sniffling, eyes still looking at his feet. Izuku, Naomasa said. Izuku looked up at him, still a bit out of it. It was really nice to meet you. Izuku blinked at him and then smiled a little. Bye-bye, Tsuchi. Naomasa grinned at him, putting on his hat and tipping it at him. Bye-bye, Izuku. When Naomasa left the room, his smile vanished. What had they done to that kid? After the conversation Izuku had with the detective, Inko talked with the doctor about what Izuku had said about being quirkless, and a new doctor with an X-ray scan quirk was brought in so they didn't have to move him around too much. The doctor introduced himself to Izuku and made small talk with him from the foot of the bed, casually getting his job done while distracting the child. He jotted down his findings on Izuku's chart and then subtly handed it over to Inko. Izuku did indeed have a double joint on each pinky toe. Clinically, he was quirkless. Inko held her son close to her chest and hummed a made-up song until he fell asleep. A week later, when Izuku had regained enough strength to sit on his own and no longer needed the oxygen mask, he'd been discharged from the hospital. Inko had been given instructions on the special diet he would need to follow and a series of exercises to recover muscular mass. Izuku would still need intravenous fluids while at home since he couldn't hold both food and water at the same time and could only eat so much each day. He'd gathered enough strength to move his head around, but still used the pillow as it tired him too much to hold it upright all the time, and he could raise his hands up to his face easily enough. He'd also been mostly able to sleep peacefully through the nights, with how tired the recovery made him and how some of his meds had that little side effect. But a couple of times he had woken up screaming, looking around frantically for his mother and holding on to her for dear life as he refused to look around the darkness of the room. He had been such a good patient, all the staff was both sad and glad to see him go, because they'd grown attached to him but also because it meant he was recovering and, frankly, they hoped to never see him again at the hospital if possible. They had gotten Izuku a little surprise before he left, though, a special visit from Recovery Girl herself. The heroine had known of Izuku's case, but had been unable to help him as her quirk drained the patient's energy and Izuku didn't have any to begin with. Even now if she used it would probably send Izuku to square one regarding his physical therapy. Izuku had been ecstatic no less, happy to see another real hero. I've heard a lot about you, Izuku. They tell me you've been a good boy? She asked him, walking beside him as Inko wheeled him down the halls towards the entrance. Her white coat was bundled up and tied around her cane. Izuku nodded, smile blinding as he kicked his feet in excitement. I've been good, ma'am, he said. Are you going to heal me too? I'm afraid not, dearie, she shook her head, patting Izuku's hand. My quirk would not help you right now, but you seem to be doing more than okay on your own. Izuku looked sad for a moment that he wouldn't be able to receive one of her healing kisses, but he brightened up nearly instantly. I can eat now, a whole bowl. She laughed heartily, nodding her head in approval. That's wonderful, Izuku. I know you'll be just fine. They had been assigned an officer named Sansa as escort for their trip back home, a cop with a cat head that Detective Tsukachi himself had recommended. They were picked up by a van specially chosen for it, incorporated lift so Izuku wouldn't have to be picked up from his wheelchair and then put back down over and over. Only when they reached the apartment complex did Inko pick him up to walk upstairs while Officer Sansa carried the wheelchair behind her. Izuku stared at the cat-headed officer over his mother's shoulder, eyes shining in joy as Sansa made funny faces at him. Outside their apartment stood another officer, this one with a dog head, and Inko didn't know if it was just a thing for police officers to have animal characteristics or if they were chosen specifically because their appearances would put Izuku more at ease, who told her he'd personally made sure the place was safe and they could go in without worrying. We've also set patrols around the block, woof, the officer said. Izuku looked at him in wonder and stretched a hand forward. To Inko's surprise, the officer chuckled and leaned down, letting Izuku pat the top of his head a couple of times until the boy was happy with it. Hope you're happy to be home, pup. Doggy, Izuku breathed out, still starstruck. Inko stifled a laugh and turned the handle, opening the door wide and letting Officer Sansa walk in first to set the wheelchair down for her to sit Izuku on it. Izuku looked around, as if in disbelief he was actually back home. His arms were too weak to wheel himself around, even if the chair was appropriate for his size, so he had to wait until Inko thanked the officers and closed the door so she could move him through the apartment. What do you want to do first, baby? She asked him, crouching in front of him so he wouldn't strain his neck looking for her. Izuku looked around the room. Can I go to my room? Of course you can, sweetie, you don't need to ask. She smiled at him, standing up and kissing the top of his head as she took him there. She stopped in the middle of the room to let him decide what to do next. Izuku stared at his room in silence, as if trying to make sure it was how he remembered it. There was his bed with the soft green blanket his grandma had gifted him when he was born, his toys tidily stored away in the see-through box in the corner, right where he'd left them. There were a couple of posters of All Might hanging on the wall next to his crayon drawings. Everything was well kept and clean, spotless despite his absence. Inko stared at him like a hawk, ready to step in the moment he showed the first signs of distress to comfort him and hold him tightly in her arms. She waited and waited, hands twisting the edge of her sweater. Izuku finally looked at her, face not betraying his thoughts at all. It unnerved Inko to see that kind of look on her little son. TV? Please? He said, softly, like trying not to disturb the order in the room. Inko felt her heart clench. He was so calm. Weiss, of course, honey, she stammered, turning him around and leading him to the living room. Do you want to sit on the couch, or would you rather stay in the chair? Izuku hummed. Couch? The softer. He said, voice way tinier than it had been that morning. Inko was getting worried now. Izuku had been scheduled for psychological therapy as well, but they still hadn't had the first appointment. She was worried Izuku was having trouble processing his return home, and most of all it bothered her how subdued he was acting. Any other time Izuku would have cheered and maybe cried in joy at being back home after so long, like that one time they spent 2 weeks in Hokkaido to visit Inko's parents. She carefully lifted him up and set him down in the middle of the couch, setting pillows around him in case he lost balance and fell sideways. Are you cold? I can get you your blanket. He shook his head and said nothing more. Inko stood there a moment, awkwardly looking at him before snapping back to the present and turning on the TV, tuning it to the local hero network that Izuku liked to watch before bed. She sighed relieved when his eyes brightened up at the sight of the heroes on screen, a show listing off new debutantes and their quirks. Izuku, I'll be right here in the kitchen, all right? Call me if you need anything, she said, pointing to the open kitchen right behind the couch. She was a bit nervous at leaving his sight, but she wanted to check the pantry and fridge to see what she was missing for Izuku's diet. Izuku's eyes widened a bit, mouth opening just enough to be noticeable, and he tried to turn around and see the kitchen, but he couldn't move that far, and besides the back of the couch reached way above his head. He looked conflicted and his lower lip started trembling, but he just settled and looked down at his hands. "Kay," he said, voice quivering slightly. Inko's heart broke. "Would you like to sit in your high chair instead? You wouldn't be able to see the TV that well, but you can be with me in the kitchen." Izuku seemed to consider the idea before nodding, raising his arms in the ancient up gesture. Inko smiled relieved and picked him up, carrying him with her and setting him up where they both could see each other all the time. It would be a bit of an extra effort to make sure Izuku was comfortable at home once more, but she would go far and beyond for. Toshinori had been with Nao Mesa in his office when he got the call. "Hello, Chief." He answered. He had gone silent while Tsuragami spoke on the other side of the line, and whatever he'd said had turned Nao Mesa's face from casual and professional to shocked, then angry as Toshinori had never seen him. "I understand, sir. I'll see to it immediately. Yes, I'll bring him with me. He ended the call and looked at Toshinori, the furious gleam still in his eyes. Is something wrong? Toshinori asked. I can leave if you're busy. You're leaving indeed, Naomasa interrupted him, snatching his coat and hat from the hanger and swiftly putting them on. With me, right now. He marched out of the door, Toshinori scrambling to follow after him. He didn't even manage to ask what happened again when Naomasa turned around. The Midoriya residence had a break-in. Toshinori stilled his steps, then redoubled them as he hurried to follow Naomasa out of the station. Are they all right? Did they catch the perp? The hero on patrol managed to catch them soon after they broke the door down, he explained as they got into the car. They tried to attack Midoriya-san, but she managed to keep them away with the use of her quirk, long enough for the hero to jump in and make the arrest. He turned on the siren, driving off as fast as he could. What about young Midoriya, Izuku? Toshinori asked, worried about the boy being under attack so soon after leaving the hospital. He's fine. He was in his room so they couldn't reach him, he said. He got woken up by the noise, so he might be startled still. It's one of the reasons I brought you. He calms down faster around you. Toshinori pursed his lips, looking ahead towards the road. The cars were thankfully enough clearing the way for them to pass. That can't be all. He should be comfortable enough with just his mother already. What other reason is there? A second passed in silence, then Naomasa sighed. Tsurigami has suspicions the break-in might have been work of one of All for One's minions. Toshinori stared at him, wide-eyed and mouth agape, then clenched his teeth in fury. Even from Tartarus? How low do you have to be to want a kid hurt so much? Naomasa pursed his lips, finally seeing the apartment complex around the corner. He turned off the siren and parked by the other police cars. Villains, Toshi. They're heartless. They got out and rushed upstairs as fast as they could, Officer Sansa saluting them as he let them through into the apartment. The place was a mess. Picture frames and potted plants broken to pieces and scattered across the floor, decorative statuettes stuck in the walls and furniture toppled over. It got worse the further they went into the house. Plates and glasses turned to sharp shards in the kitchen, the TV on the floor by the dining table, and some drops of blood staining the carpet leading to a considerable spot that, luckily, didn't manage to be big enough to be a puddle. Tsurigami popped his head from a room at the back, gesturing for them to come over. It was clear on sight that it was Izuku's room. The bright colors and Toshinori stored in the back of his mind All Might posters decorating the room, marking it as a child's territory. Said child was cuddled up in his mother's lap, hidden from view as she wrapped her arms tight around his trembling form on the bed. Inko's eyes screamed bloody murder as she stared at the wall, rocking her son carefully in her arms as she whispered to him, soft words clashing with the thunderous expression on her face. She was spotless, and a shiver ran down Toshinori's back when he realized that blood out there was most likely all the villains. Midoriya-san, Naomasa walked in, Toshinori hot on his heels. Are you all right? We're fine, she answered curtly, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Her face twisted in grief as she held Izuku closer to her. We're fine. She turned to look at them and seemed to just now realize Toshinori was there. She looked down at Izuku and nuzzled against his hair, nodding at the hero to come closer. Izuku, he said, having a flashback to their meeting that night at the hospital. The situation was similar, but also so different. Izuku peeked over his mother's arm, still trembling in fear but maintaining eye contact all the same. Toshinori knelt in front of them, mother and son fixing their green eyes on him so intensely he felt they were looking right through him. This time, Toshinori thought, it wasn't just about reassuring Izuku. He reached for Inko's hand, slowly pulling it away from Izuku but keeping it in his hold. The child's breathing started picking up at part of his shield being taken away, but All Might brought his other hand up to replace it, carefully laying his palm on the boy. His hand was big enough to cover him completely, and its warmth as it rubbed his back helped calm down Izuku enough that he turned around slightly in his mother's hold to look better at the hero. Inko's breathing seemed to be turning deeper as well, her hand clutching Toshinori's as her gaze drifted between him and her son. The adrenaline of fighting off the intruder was wearing off fast, and she was left shaking, a cold sweat covering her from head to toe. She found comfort in the gentle blue eyes staring at her, reassuring her that they were safe. "Everything's all right now," he said, softly and letting a small smile cross his face. "And you know why?" Izuku hugged his mother's arm, lips twitching a bit. "Because you're here." "Because I'm here," Toshinori grinned. "And your mother as well, such a brave woman, isn't she?" Inko flushed as Izuku nodded, his little smile warming her up. Naomasa cleared his throat, stepping closer but keeping his distance. The three of them seemed to have formed a little bubble of comfort that he didn't want to accidentally burst. "Midoriya-san, I think it would be better if you came with us to the station for the night." He glanced down at Izuku. "Both of you?" Inko shivered at the thought of leaving the room. "Is that man. The perpetrator has been detained. He's currently on the way to a local jail to await for trial some ways away from here." Tsuragami spoke from the corner of the room. He'd observed patiently as the hero calmed down the little family. "The hero on patrol who caught him will be waiting for us at the station to get the full story for Detective Tsukachi." Woof. She nodded, taking a deep breath once again to ground herself. She leaned down to talk to her son. "Izuku, do you remember Detective Tsukachi?" "Tsuchi," Izuku whispered, looking at said man. Toshinori covered his laugh with a cough at the nickname. "So cute." "That's right," Inko nodded. "We'll be going with Tsuchi, all right?" Izuku whined, turning around to bury his face on his mother's chest, holding on to her with all the strength he could muster. Inko carefully extracted her hand from Toshinori's hold and ran it through the boy's hair. She stood up slowly, letting the hero keep his hand on Izuku's back as she followed the detective outside, Tsuragami closing ranks behind them. She was so focused on holding Izuku tightly against her, she didn't remember his wheelchair until they were halfway through the station, but Naomasa assured her they had a few spare in the office they could use, so they wouldn't be cumbered with it later on. While all the sudden energy drained from Inko and left her feeling cold and shaky, it had the effect of putting Izuku to sleep, his face hidden in Inko's neck as his breathing evened. When they arrived, both Inko and Toshinori were equally surprised to see the police station crawling with heroes, strategically positioned all over the place to cover any blind spots the building could have, some outside the gate, some in the lobby, others crouched on the roof on the lookout. Splashes of colorful suits and flashy quirks that had Inko on the brink of waking Izuku up so he could see them. She of course decided his sleep was more important, and sat back quietly as Naomasa showed his ID to the officer watching the gates. "Tsukachi, what's this all about?" Toshinori asked him, getting out of the car after the detective and hurrying to open the door for Inko, helping her out and watching close behind her like a protective shadow. "It's a security measure," Naomasa answered. "If Tsuragami is right and that villain was one of All for One's minions, there's no telling how many there are prowling around. We called all the heroes that were off duty for the night to keep the precinct and the Midoriyas safe from any more attacks." He looked around at the dozens of heroes patrolling around the building, some new to the job, some well known to the public. "Somehow I feel like we'd need even more." Once inside the building, Naomasa brought them straight to his office, closing the door and hurrying to the little closet he used to hang his coat and extra changes of clothing in, and pulled down a box from the shelf on top. He started pulling blankets and a couple of pillows from it, quickly setting them down on the couch. "Every once in a while I get so caught up in work I spend the night here, so I tend to keep some stuff to be more comfortable when I do," he explained, making sure it looked comfortable enough. "You can set down Izuku in here, or lie down as well if you wish, Midoriya-san." Inko nodded, a shaky but grateful smile on her face as she sat down and set Izuku down beside her, making sure he was comfortable on the pillows and warm under the covers. She felt another blanket be placed carefully over her lap, and she turned just in time to see Toshinori draping another one over her shoulders, covering her completely in a soft, warm cocoon. "You looked cold," he explained. "Also a bit pale. Would you like something warm? I know Tsukachi keeps hot chocolate hidden in the kitchen." He winked conspirationally at her, and Inko had to cover her mouth to stifle a giggle. She nodded nonetheless, watching him leave the room as Naomasa followed him with his eyes, a deadpan look on his face at the clear theft of his treats. He would have offered them anyway. "I want you to remember that the symbol of peace steals my chocolate," he said, and smiled at the actual laugh it got from her. He sat down on his chair and looked over the report that had been left on his desk. Pressing the intercom on his phone, he called for the hero on patrol to come in. A moment later there was a knock on the door and a new person walked in, wearing a hero suit so scandalous Inko felt the need to cover Izuku's eyes despite him being deep asleep. "Hello." The heroine smiled wide at them. "My name's Midnight, I'm a third-year student at UA. I was assigned to patrol your home tonight." Midnight is a hero in training with a provisional license, Neo Mesa explained, rummaging through his drawers until he pulled something out and threw it at the heroine. She caught it and pouted at him, holding it at arm's length. "There's a child present, Nemuri. Just humor me please." The teenager huffed but complied, tugging on what Inko now recognized as an oversized sweater that reached her mid-thigh. "You're no fun." "Midnight, could you recount the events of tonight? Just to verify everything's all right in the report," Neo Mesa asked, shuffling through the pages. She nodded, sitting down on the chair in front of Neo Mesa's desk, turning it to face both he and Inko. "I was finishing doing a quick check around the block when I heard something being slammed. I ran as fast as I could towards the building and up to the apartment. The door was broken to pieces and there was shouting coming from inside. When I made it in there was a man all dressed up in black with a ski mask on like those cliché thieves from American movies," she huffed, crossing her arms. Midoriya-san was using her quirk to keep him at bay, walking backwards into the kitchen so the villain was in between her and the objects she wanted to pull towards herself. "Very smart move on her part, I must say." Inko flushed, bringing a hand to her face. "It was just motherly instinct, really. Regardless, I know pro heroes that can't think past their muscles." "You have a good head on your shoulders," she nodded emphatically. When the villain tried to lunge at her, she started using the shards of the broken pots and glass around the lobby and the dishes from the kitchen to try to knock him out. All that happened in the couple of seconds it took me to get to them, mind you, he seemed really desperate to reach them. I used my quirk and put him to sleep as soon as I arrived, and then notified Chief Tsuragami of the break-in. Neo Mesa nodded, setting the files aside. "Everything seems to be in order. Did you manage to get some information from the villain before he was taken away?" Midnight frowned. "Once I had him cuffed and he woke up, he seemed to be very scared. He kept saying how he was gonna kill him and how he had to get out of there." Chief Tsuragami thought he might be referring to the villain that kidnapped Izuku, since the attack was so soon after the rescue. Neo Mesa hummed, resting his chin on his hands. "We might need to put extra protection to his cell as well then, if we want more answers." Right then the door opened again, Toshinori walking in carrying a tray with a few steaming cups. "Ah, young Midnight, I was told you would be here," he said, handing her one of the cups. Midnight grinned at him, glee on her face at the presence of the hero. "Thank you, sir, how considerate," she winked at him, and Neo Mesa threw a balled-up paper at the back of her head. "Oh. He's like thrice your age, keep it down." As Nemuri pouted at the man, Toshinori set down a cup on Neo Mesa's desk and then took the rest to the couch, sitting down next to Inko and offering her the biggest one. "Sorry it took so long, I'm a bit useless in the kitchen," he said bashfully, rubbing the back of his head. Inko took it with a grateful smile, and noticed there were 2 left on the tray. "Did you make one for Izuku too?" "Ah yes," he said. "In case he woke up while I was gone. Didn't want the little one to feel left out. I know he can keep down more food now so." "Nah, that's so sweet." Midnight brought a hand to her chest. "You'd be such a good dad, all might." Toshinori blushed, coughing into his fist. Inko smiled, picking up the cup for Izuku. "Thank you, I'm sure he'll appreciate it." She knew the sweet smell of chocolate would eventually rouse Izuku from sleep, and sure enough the boy was shuffling under the blankets, nose twitching like a little bunny's. "Mama?" he said, and Midnight squealed in delight at his tiny voice. Inko leaned down carefully and kissed his forehead, fixing his pillows so he could be sitting up comfortably. "How are you feeling, honey?" "Tired," he mumbled, rubbing his eye with a chubby fist. "Chocolate?" he asked, still sniffing around while his eyes fought to stay open. Midnight was going to die, right there. "Hi, sweetie," she said softly while Inko helped Izuku take a sip of the drink. Izuku looked at her over the rim of the cup, blinking curiously at the new person. "My name's Nemuri, but you can call me Midnight," nice to meet you. Izuku pushed the cup away, a chocolate mustache left on his lip. You're a hero? He asked, momentary joy making him forget all previous events of the night. In training, Midnight nodded, standing up to crouch in front of him. I'll be a hero by the end of the year. I hope you'll be cheering me on, she said, winking at him and sticking her tongue out in a funny face, thumbs up as well. Izuku laughed in response, clapping in excitement at meeting a new hero. It felt like the hearts of everyone in the room melted at the same time. Naomasa looked over the scene with a smile, glad that Izuku had been pulled out of his latest scare at least. His smile dimmed as he remembered he still had some questions to ask Inko that he'd chosen to wait until they were home to discuss. He just didn't expect they'd be attacked the same night Izuku was discharged. Midoriya, he started, getting the attention of the woman as Midnight distracted Izuku with stories from her patrols. If it were possible, I'd like to discuss some more things with you, he glanced meaningfully at Izuku. Important things. Inko's face fell, worry etching her features as she looked at her son, still being entertained by Midnight. She understood Tsukachi wanted to discuss things that could be harmful for Izuku to overhear, but she didn't want her baby away from her after tonight, not out of her sight where she couldn't be there for him if he got scared again. A hand fell on her shoulder, and her eyes found Tashinori's as she turned around. I could take care of him for a few minutes, he offered, smiling reassuringly. I'd be sure to bring him back to you at the minor sign of him being uncomfortable, of course, but he rubbed the back of his neck, looking away bashfully. He seems to be fine around me, so I thought. Inko bit her lip, eyes falling to her lap as she fell deep in thought. I know he is, she let out a little laugh, brushing a strand of hair from her face. You're his favorite hero. She turned towards Izuku, petting his hair softly to get his attention. He looked up at her, eyes bright and chocolate, stache twisting up along his smile. Honey, would you be all right being with All Might for a while? She asked him while cleaning his face with a swipe of her thumb. His eyes widened, shining in awe at the idea. Inko decided to drop the other shoe. You'd be away from Mama for a while though. His face fell, fear slipping in his expression as the idea processed through his sharp mind. He started shaking his head, fists coming up to clench on his mom's skirt. Tashinori stood up, Midnight moving aside to let him take her place in front of Izuku, his face capturing the boy's attention back to him. Izuku, it's all right, he said, voice soft and soothing. Tashinori found he didn't really know where this careful way he had with the child came from. He'd never really interacted with kids before other than kissing babies when he was stopped for interviews or after a fight with a lot of public. It was as if there was something about this kid pulling him in. You haven't seen them yet, but there are a lot of heroes here right now. Don't you want to go out there and meet them? I will be with you the whole time, and I'll make personally sure you are safe and comfortable, okay? Izuku looked conflicted, torn between wanting to stay within the safety and comfort his mother's arms provided, and taking the chance to spend time with his favorite hero, the one who could beat any villain and save everyone with a smile. The one who rescued him. Izuku, face still twisted in uncertainty, raised his arms to be picked up. Tashinori smiled brightly at him, picking him up carefully and rejoicing internally at how much heavier he already felt compared to a week ago. He still was as light as a feather for All Might, but the difference was telling nonetheless. Inko stood up, blankets sliding off of her and the two mugs in her hands left behind on the little side table, and held Izuku's hands in hers, leaning in to kiss his cheeks over and over again. You're so brave, baby, she cooed. I'll be back with you as soon as I can, I promise. She held out her pinky, the most sacred promising tradition to a child like Izuku. He reached out and linked his pinky with hers, and Inko shook it up and down while promising to be as quick as possible, Izuku's frown turning into a little smile while Tashinori chuckled at the duo. Midnight leaned against Naomasa's desk, arms crossed as she watched the scene unfolding before them. Am I the only one thinking they look straight out of a Christmas greetings card? She whispered to the detective, getting a snort and a tap on the arm where he could reach. Stop it, Naomasa said, grinning nonetheless. His eyes traveled to the trio in the middle of the room, and he couldn't help thinking they did look kind of adorable like that, even if Tashinori absolutely dwarfed the other two. It kind of added to the charm, actually. Midnight winked at him, then pushed herself off the desk. Izuku, I'll go with you as well. She called out to the boy, smiling at him as he stared straight at her before nodding silently. Toshinori walked leisurely out of the room, allowing Izuku to keep his mother on sight until the last second over his shoulder, and then the door closed behind them. Inko sighed shakily and sat back down on the couch, grabbing one of the pillows and hugging it to her chest, the warmth and soft scent left behind by Izuku comforting her. Naomasa winced sympathetically. It wasn't as obvious since Inko was an adult and Izuku just a little child, but she was just as affected by being separated from her son as he was. Maybe even more. He couldn't even begin to imagine how it must felt to let him out of her sight for even a few minutes when she just got him back. During those 4 long months, Inko had deteriorated at an incredible speed. She couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't work or do anything without feeling horribly guilty. She couldn't forgive herself for every single second she wasn't trying to find Izuku. The deep bags under her eyes that had been ever present the past weeks had gotten better with what little sleep and relief she'd gotten this past week, but they were still visible and Naomasa had the feeling they might very well be permanent. Now, Midoriya-sen, Naomasa started. I need to get some questions out of the way, if that's all right with you? Inko sighed, nodding and rubbing her eyes with the heel of her hands. Of course. I'd just like to get this done as fast as possible, please. Naomasa nodded, picking up a pen and notebook. First of all, may I inquire about Izuku's father? Out of nowhere, Inko's face turned distant, a mix of harshness and sadness swirling together in her eyes. Ah, Hisashi, she said softly. She picked up her abandoned cup of chocolate and took a long, comforting gulp of it. Naomasa didn't hurry her. It made him glad to see her enjoying a treat for once, even if it was just to steel herself for what seemed like an uncomfortable subject. She set the cup on her lap. We got married too fast, too young. He wanted to make it far in the entertainment industry, and so he jumped at the chance when he got offered a job in a big American network. How long ago was this? Naomasa asked. Inko laughed humorlessly. 2 years ago, more or less. She looked down at her hands, a sour smile on her face. It was really unfitting on her. Naomasa did the math in less than a second. But that's Izuku's age? Yes, she nodded, rubbing her forehead in exhaustion. I got the news I was pregnant a few weeks after Hisashi accepted the job. I was supposed to go with him, but when I told him, she trailed off. We never really talked about it, but Hisashi didn't want to have children. He was too career-oriented and didn't want any distractions. She looked up, hard eyes setting on Naomasa's shocked ones. I told him if that was the case, then he wouldn't need me there distracting him either. Naomasa felt a chill go down his spine. We fought about it for a long time, until the time came that he had to leave. She leaned back against the back of the couch, taking another sip of her drink. I decided to stay and have my baby, and he said he couldn't deal with so much while working on his future. I said that was fair. If he didn't want to be a father, he didn't have to. She shrugged. So we got divorced and he left. I stayed here and had Izuku, raised him myself as best as I could. Hisashi at least acknowledged that he was a responsible part in the process, and sends me a check every month to help take care of Izuku. They have never met and never will, and we're fine like that. Naomasa jotted everything down, making some notes on the side to try and find as much info about this man as he could, try to contact him if possible. Even if he was not related to the case, the kidnapping and rescue had made national news and there was a chance he'd known about it. It was just a routine thing, to discard every possible person related. Every blood relation of Izuku would be investigated as well, but the father was the only one no one had any information about. Do you think he could have been knowledgeable about Izuku's kidnapping? He asked her. I didn't tell him and I haven't heard from him in years, so I don't think so, she said, frowning and staring out the window at the starry sky. I honestly don't think he has anything to do with this. He's very self-centered, but he's no villain. Naomasa nodded, finishing up his notes and jumping to the next question, eager to get Midoriya-san's mind away from these memories. Izuku held on tight to All Might's arms around him, hiding his face in his chest as the hero walked through the building. Midnight walked next to him, chatting his ear off about everything and anything she could think of to fill the silence around Izuku. The boy was nervous about being away from his mother, even while warm and safe in the greatest hero's arms. He couldn't help his body shaking with every step they took, knowing he was farther and farther away from her by the second. "Izuku, it's all right," Toshinori soothed him, rubbing his back softly. "I swear, nothing bad will happen. Me and young Namuri will be here for you every second." He leaned away to look the boy in the eyes. They were wide and scared, looking up at him with the same fear he usually saw on people he rescued from disaster zones. "Look around you, Izuku." Izuku's lips quivered, a whine sprouting from them as he dove in to bury his face back into the hero's front, clutching at his shirt. Toshinori had stopped walking, and Midnight was no longer speaking, so the silence was deafening around them. Truth was, it was all the blood rushing to Izuku's ears and blocking out the outside world. As the seconds passed and his heart evened out, small sounds started making his way to him. The first one was the chirping of crickets. Soft grass rustled by the wind. Careful steps of people around them. The silence of a city deep asleep. Izuku turned around. Slightly, a single green eye visible as he inspected his surroundings. The concrete wall separating the precinct from the outside world was within sight, and on the other side he could see people marching by, looking around in high alert. They wore colorful costumes dimmed by the yellow lights of the streetlights shining down on them. He turned around the other way. The precinct was behind them, the officers inside hard at work writing away and talking on the phone endlessly. He looked down. "A garden. How long has it been since you were outside, Izuku?" Midnight asked softly, leaning against Toshinori to get a closer look at the child's face. Izuku remained silent. Toshinori sat down on the grass, setting Izuku down in the cradle of his legs as he spun the boy to face away from him. Izuku's eyes locked on the grass below, the blades a dark green in the night. Izuku couldn't help thinking they looked like his hair. Like his mom's too. He leaned down a bit, Toshinori's hands holding him to prevent him from just falling on his face. His tiny hand reached out hesitantly, stopping mere millimeters away from the ground. He could hear Midnight slowly kneeling down next to him, and he felt a boost of confidence at knowing he was surrounded by people he just felt he could trust, and finally planted his hand flat against the grass. It was soft and cold, just the slightest bit dewy as it tickled his palm as it moved around in small circles, letting the blades brush between his fingers. Forgetting his own position, he put his other hand down as well, making Toshinori scramble to hold him properly as Izuku was now pretty much hovering just above the ground. He didn't realize he'd nearly forgotten how grass felt like. "Cold," he giggled, mushing his hands against the grass in bigger circles, even tearing out a bunch of it and throwing it up in the air, letting it rain down on him. The sound caught the attention of the heroes patrolling around the area, and a few walked closer to take a look at him as he played in the garden. One in particular with a cowboy hat and what looked like a metal gas mask chuckled at the boy's antics. Izuku stopped and looked up, eyes widening at the sight of the array of heroes waving at him from a safe distance. The clashing colors of their suits and physical manifestation of some quirks had his little head spinning as he looked at one after another, just now realizing how many of them were there. He gasped, clapping his hands together and then bringing them to cover his gaping mouth. "Do you want to say hi?" Midnight asked him, leaning into his field of vision with a wide grin on her face. Izuku nodded immediately and raised his arms, making Namuri squeal in joy at the boy asking her to hold him so readily. She snatched him up from Toshinori's arms faster than the hero could blink, and brought him over to the concrete wall so he could sit there. Izuku spent what felt like forever just asking and asking, from names to quirks to their favorite food and color. There was no end to his thirst for knowledge, and these heroes were more than happy to fill him with it. They would go to him two at a time, the others keeping up watch from their strategic positions while Izuku was out in the open. All of them plus All Might standing right behind him with Midnight, large hand once again covering the kid's back providing warmth and protection, was more than enough to make him feel so safe he completely forgot about his fear of being outside. It wasn't until a blanket was gently wrapped around his shoulders that he startled out of his hero frenzy, turning around to see the smiling face of his mother looking at him. He immediately forgot all about the heroes around him, and shuffled to turn around and meet her halfway as she wrapped her arms around him, shifting the blanket into a tight cocoon guarding him from the night air. He hid his face against her neck and let her familiar scent soothe him. "Did you have fun, baby?" she asked him softly, turning around and walking inside once more, nodding at the heroes as they drifted off back to their work. Izuku hummed, suddenly feeling tired all over again as the safety and warmth of Inko lulled him to sleep. His hands clenched on her sweater as she made a little hood with the blanket to cover his head with, protecting him from the chilly night air. It had been less than an hour that they'd been separated, but it had been more than they'd been since the rescue. Inko knew that they couldn't keep clinging to each other forever, and that Izuku would have to get used once more to not have her on his sights all the time, but he was still young and she could relish on having him securely held against her chest for as long as she wanted. Suddenly worry filled her as she walked through the doors and back into the station. Her talk with Tsukachi had been very normal for police standards, just him asking her about people close to them and different situations she thought could provide danger to Izuku and herself. He just wanted to discard any possible threat now that there was a chance of All for One to be after them even behind bars. When they were done, he'd remained quiet for a minute, reading over his notes as she sipped at her now cold drink. Then he looked up and spoke. "Midoriya-san, what would you say about being part of a witness protection program?" Inko had never thought in her life she'd hear those words directed at her. The detective had given her the rundown of the matter. If this villain had so many lackeys around, then there was a high chance of them not being safe anywhere. Not even changing their names or appearances would fool him, what with the wide array of quirks available to him, and Inko had been shook to her core when he told her exactly who it was they were dealing with, so they wouldn't be doing any of that. Instead, they wanted to offer her and Izuku permanent residence at the only place in Japan, maybe even the world, when no villains had ever managed to infiltrate. UA Hero Academy. The idea was simple. Locating them in an area surrounded by top-of-the-line security measures 24/7, where the most intelligent living being in the planet worked and lived, surrounded by the best heroes the nation had to offer and even more that were on the way to being it. Tsukachi had also mentioned having spoken to All Might and said that since the villain had been discovered in Yuzudafu, it was highly likely this was his center of operations and everything important regarding him and his crimes would be located here as well, so the number one hero would be remaining here for the nearby future, living in UA as well. Inko didn't know what to think. On one hand, she was grateful that they would go so far out of the way just to ensure their safety, but on the other it terrified her to know that despite being part of this program, even when inside the impenetrable walls of the Hero Academy, All for One would still know their names, their faces, their every move and exactly where they would be living, even if there was nothing he could do about it. She wondered what exactly had this man so concerned that he wanted to get to Izuku so much. The child was quirkless, in no way a future threat to anyone, much less a powerful villain as him. As she finally reached Tsukachi's office once more, sitting down on the couch with Toshinori close behind her, she sighed deeply and nodded her assent. "All right," she muttered. "There's no safer option for us at this point, I guess." Tsukachi nodded at her, jotting something down on his notes and standing up to briefly leave the office, more than likely going to retrieve any paperwork necessary for the procedure that followed their incorporation to UA as permanent residents. Inko slumped against back, careful to not jostle the now sleeping Izuku in her arms. She looked up, tired eyes focusing on Toshinori's gentle ones. She smiled slightly, a weak pull on the corner of her lips as she addressed the hero. "Please take care of us, All Might." He huffed a laugh, grinning wide and bright as he nodded at her. "Of course. Leave it all to me." At that same moment, in a dark bedroom on the other side of the city, a young man who should not be awake at these hours of the night felt a shiver run down his spine. "What the hell?" he thought to himself, dropping his phone on the bed as he stood up to turn on the electrical heater in his room. Although he didn't think it would do much good. Whatever that feeling had been, he was sure it had nothing to do with being cold. Because as illogical as it sounded, Aizawa Shoyuda felt that something was about to come crashing into his life out of absolutely nowhere. As Nizu walked into the police station, he only nodded to the patrolling heroes and working officers, not really looking at any of them. As one of the first animals that developed a quirk, the circumstances of his past had turned him bitter against humanity, And even though he appreciated heroes and the work they did to lead society to a better tomorrow, he couldn't stop seeing the faces of the scientists who held him down and did unspeakable things to him in every single one of them. He would be polite and smile neutrally at everyone, never letting any emotion betray his composure. Never letting them know of his any weakness. When the #1 hero and a local detective had contacted him to enlist his help with a case, he accepted as usual. He knew he was far smarter than any person they could come to, and his tactical abilities made him first choice in many plans the police needed help with. He was expecting the typical drag smuggling or illegal underground quirk fighting rings, maybe even a new mafia. When he'd been given the details of the case, he felt curiosity. A kidnapped child? He was not heartless. He would help rescue a child, no doubt. But even knowing this, he didn't feel any different than he did with any other case. He lent his services readily, running mental calculations and planning patrolling routes for the heroes to investigate based on incidents of strange events or sudden rises in crime. When they finally managed to pinpoint the location of the place and performed the rescue without a hitch, Nizu thought his job was done and he could go back to focusing full-time in his school. Until he was given a copy of the report. In the privacy of his office, the talking mammal let his ever-present smile fall. In a move he'd never done before, he picked up his phone and called Tsukachi. It was a simple thing of succession of events. All for one had been caught and arrested because, instead of making his escape, he decided to go after the kid he was holding in a cage. He hadn't given a full fight against All Might because he was too preoccupied with reaching the cage. He had wanted to kill the kid so urgently he put his own integrity on the line. That kid was not safe. He'd offered Tsukachi the possibility to, if ever in need in the near future, house the Midoriyas within the walls of UA. They would enjoy permanent protection and the promise of a relatively normal and peaceful life. He had to admit, as he walked into the detective's office, this had to be the first time in his life he was so angry at being absolutely correct. The young woman on the couch was sound asleep, lying down comfortably on a bunch of pillows and covered in blankets as the rising sun shone through the blinds of the window. Cuddled close to her chest was a tiny lump bundled up tightly, held safely between her arms as the boy inside breathed in and out softly, the blankets rising and falling along. The detective sitting by the desk stood up upon seeing him arrive, looking tired but not caring about having lost his napping spot to the mother-son duo. "Principal Nizu, thank you so much for coming in such short notice," Tsukachi said, bowing in greeting at the newcomer. Nizu liked that about the detective. He treated him with the due respect and not like some sort of weird creature like many others did. "It's no problem at all, Detective," Nizu smiled, walking around to jump on the empty chair by the desk, facing the sleeping family on the couch. "I did offer my help after all, and we're so happy you did. You were right in thinking they would still not be in the clear." Tsukachi sighed softly, looking at the Midoriyas. Inko had fallen asleep shortly after accepting the offer, and Tsukachi had tasked himself with guarding them after All Might had to leave to settle everything down regarding leaving his agency for an indefinite amount of time since he was staying here. As someone who had been in the end of doing Toshinori's paperwork many times before, he did not pity Sir Night Eye at all. Nizu nodded, sharp eyes focusing on the little bundle of blankets in the woman's hold. "I'm glad they're all right. It is awfully early though, Detective. Could I bother you with a pot of tea?" Tsukachi looked surprised for a second but then nodded, remembering how eccentric the hero was. "Of course. I'll be right back." When the man left the room, Nizu stepped down and walked closer to the two people on the couch. Stopped near them and smiled at them, arms resting behind his back. "It's all right, Midoriya-san, I know you're awake." Inko's eyes snapped open, arms tightening around her son as she regarded the hero before her. Nizu knew she'd woken up the moment he stepped into the room, her protective instincts making her react immediately to anything new in her environment. She'd remained with her eyes closed all the time, but Nizu could tell the moment her breathing pattern had turned from being calm and even to forced and synthetic. "You really care about your son, don't you?" Nizu asked, tilting his head at her. She hummed, not moving to sit up lest she woke up her son. "Of course I do. He's my everything," she whispered softly. "You're the one who's taking us to UA, right? Principal Nizu?" He nodded. "That's right. I've offered you the chance of a safe haven for you and your son to be at peace until we know for sure why All for One is going after him. He turned around and sat back in his chair, paws clasped together on his lap. I have a very high interest in the safety of your son. May I ask why? You run a school for heroes, and I'm sure you know this already, but Izuku is quirkless, she asked, looking down at the sleeping face of her baby. What kind of interest could you have in him? I relate to him, he said simply, smile still on his face, but Inko could tell it was a forced one, frozen in place from years of putting up appearances. What little Izuku here just went through that I can relate. Inko didn't need to be a super genius like the hero to understand what he meant. It was clear just from seeing him, he wasn't like Officer Sansa or Chief Tsuragami who were humans with animal characteristics. Nizu was an actual animal who had developed a quirk. His story was widely known by everyone in Japan with access to national news. She didn't have to think too hard to imagine what some messed-up scientists might have done to him. The scar over his eye pulled at his skin as he smiled wider. Tsukachi walked back into the office in that moment, carrying a tray and setting it down on his desk. Ah, Midori, you're awake, the detective noticed, and he debated on who should he give a cup first. Nizu waved him off. Midoriya-san looks like she needs something nice right now, please tend to her first. Tsukachi nodded, fixing up a cup of tea as Inko carefully moved to sit up, Izuku shuffling in his sleep but thankfully not waking up. She received the drink with a grateful smile, holding it with her free hand as the other held her son steadily. Principal Nizu has come to pick you up to personally take you to, Tsukachi said while handing the hero his own cup. You'll leave as soon as we get green light that everything's ready. The car that'll take you there is a very common one and you won't have any visible security measures to not call any unwanted attention, but rest assured there will be multiple heroes following you there the whole time out of sight. Inko nodded, understanding a more flashy convoy would no doubt alert any villains to someone of interest being inside whatever vehicle they would be in. Thank you. I normally would feel bad about all the trouble we're causing you but... Her eyes fell on that sleepy little face once more. I just want him to be all right. Nizu sipped at his tea, nodding. It's no problem at all. We are all awfully concerned about little Izuku here. The phone on the desk started ringing, and Naomasa hurried to pick it up. As he spoke with whoever it was on the other side, Nizu set down his cup and approached the woman again. Needless to say, I intend on making sure Izuku's educational needs are met. Personally, he said. I can set up a curriculum for every year of school he will need starting when he's age appropriate, and he'd be given a spot at UA once he needs to start high school proper. Are you serious? Inko whispered. You'd do that for him? Nizu nodded once more, and Inko could somehow feel his smile, though remaining exactly the same, was now warmer and honest. Not to toot my own horn but I'm an excellent teacher, Midoriya-san, he gestured at the sleeping boy. And also I've been told your son is far more mentally developed than other children his age. It should be no problem for him to keep up with my lessons. Inko was at a loss for words. She hadn't really considered through all of this how being basically secluded from everything would impact Izuku's life outside of keeping him, well, alive. The idea of his formal education had completely slipped her mind when she'd agreed to the protection program, but it lifted a huge weight from her shoulders to know someone had already planned for that. Naomasa came back a second later, throwing on his coat and reaching for his hat. Everything's ready to go, Midoriya-san. They're waiting for you outside. Inko steeled herself, taking a moment to breathe deeply before standing up, jolting Izuku out of his sleep at the sudden move. Mama? He said, hand rubbing his eye as he clung to her. The blanket fell and pooled around his shoulders. It's all right, Izuku. We're just gonna go for a drive for a while, she reassured him. Go back to sleep. Izuku shook his head, looking around as he slowly woke up. His eyes fell on Nizu and froze there. He leaned forward, hand twitching as if wanting to reach forward the same way he did with Chief Tsuragami, but something was stopping him. Good morning, Izuku. Nizu greeted him, waving a paw up at the boy. My name's Nizu, I'm the principal at UA. Hero School? Izuku asked, reverence slipping into his voice as his eyes shone. Tsukachi chuckled, leading them forward out of the office. Nizu kept step with Inko as he continued his conversation with Izuku. That's right. And that's where we're going right now. Are you excited? Izuku gasped, nodding fervently. Inko could hope he would react just as well when he was told once they made it inside campus, they would never be leaving again. The sun shone brightly down on them as they reached the doors, Izuku blinking at the sudden light surrounding him. It was warmer than he liked it and he shook the blanket off of him, letting it dangle from Inko's arm. Nizu eyed the clothes the kid was wearing. Do you like All Might, Izuku? Izuku, clad in his favorite All Might hoodie, smiled widely. Yes. We played. Ah yes, I heard about that. You had some fun last night with the other heroes too, right? Midnight was here looking over you as well. Izuku nodded. She's nice. The car that waited for them was a simple old model, paint chipping off the doors and dirty windows half rolled down. Officer Sansa awaited by the driver's door, quickly saluting them as they approached. When Tsukachi opened the door, however, Inko could see the interior was as pristine as it could possibly be. She climbed in carefully, making sure Izuku wouldn't hit his head as she sat down and scooted to the middle seat as the detective instructed her. Nizu got on next, sitting down next to her by the window as Tsukachi walked around to climb on her other side. Sansa sat behind the wheel and started the car, taking off at a leisurely pace. Inko thought she could see figures moving by the buildings, blurry shapes jumping by the rooftops alongside the car. Tsukachi noticed the concern furrowing her brow. That's the hero escort I told you about, he explained. They're staying out of sight to not attract attention, but they'll be following us the whole way there, making sure nothing goes wrong. I see. Izuku was wriggling in place, trying to catch sight of the heroes the detective was talking about, but they were too fast for his eyes. Midnight? He asked, looking at his mother, eyes brimming with curiosity. Nizu chuckled next to him. Midnight is at home right now, getting ready for school I reckon, he said to the boy. You might be able to meet her again once we arrive at UA. Izuku smiled wide, jumping in place on his mother's lap in excitement at seeing the nice girl again. UA was some ways away from the precinct, certainly a longer trip than between it and the Midoriya household, so the three occupants in the back seat spent a lot of time entertaining an energy-bursting Izuku, telling him tales about various heroes or making him guess some by giving him clues about their quirks. All in all, Izuku spent a good time, forgetting all about the stress of the night before. His eyes drifted outside the window, however, when the looming infrastructure of the Hero Academy made its appearance around the corner. He crawled his way out of Inko's lap and onto Tsukachi's, startling the detective who could only do his best to stay stock-still to not jostle the child as Izuku looked out at the building. Inko laughed at the detective's face. Neo Mesa might have been good with children, but that didn't mean he had any experience handling them. Mama! Izuku shouted, pointing outside. We go here. Inko nodded, smiling at him while trying to keep her worry and sadness out of her eyes. Once the car crossed the gates, there'd be no turning back for them. The car drove around the building, tall concrete walls separating it from the outside world with what Inko could assume were hundreds of other hidden security measures. They stopped in front of an iron gate, the car stopping to let Nizu out to talk to the person guarding the entrance. After a moment he was back, a few of what looked like entry passes in his paws. These are the same passes students and staff must wear to not trigger UA's security system, he explained, handing one over to everyone in the car. You must place some of your DNA in the little slot on top to have yourselves registered before you can cross the gates. A single hair or a bit of saliva will do. The officers nodded, hurrying to pull out one of their hairs to activate the device. Inko, on the other hand, decided to lick the tip of her finger so Izuku could do the same, showing him how to do it himself on his own pass. As soon as it was done, their pictures and information appeared on them, surprising them. We are linked to the government in a way. We have access to a lot of official information so we could get your passes done at the last minute without bothering you too much, Nizu answered the unspoken question. We should be all ready to go then. The hero nodded at the guard, letting them know it was all set so they could open the gate. When the car drove through, their passes lit up with a little green light, letting them know they were accepted into the campus. As Inko saw the gate closing behind them through the rearview mirror, she silently bid goodbye to her old life, and tried to embrace the beginning of this new one. I'm telling you, it was the weirdest thing, Shoyuta grumbled as he walked to class, Hisashi humming along as he walked next to him. It was just this random chill at F o'clock in the morning. Why were you even up so late? It's the middle of the week, Hisashi asked him, stepping ahead to open the door for his grumpy boyfriend to walk through. Shoyuta mumbled a thank you before making his way to his desk. I drank my mom's coffee by mistake instead of mine. I fell asleep like 3 hours ago. Babe, I don't want to hear it. Shuda's mom had the weirdest quirk, one that allowed her to sleep better the strongest the coffee she drank. It was clearly labeled, and yet Shoyuta had a bad habit of not being conscious enough when he fixed his usual cups, so this wasn't a rare occurrence. Shoyuta sat down on his desk and immediately face-planted on the surface, eager to let his eyes remain closed a few more minutes. Hisashi sat down in the place next to him, playing an imaginary drum with his fingers as he hummed along to some song permanently stuck to his head. Hey, so what was it about that weird feeling you were telling me about? Shoyuta groaned, accepting his early death and kissing his last-minute nap goodbye as he sat up straight. I don't know, just this strange foreboding feeling running up and down my spine. Like a warning or something. Maybe it was the coffee? Maybe. The door slid open with a slam, a smiling Nemuri skipping her way inside, followed closely by Tensei as he made sure her move hadn't dented the door again. She slid gracefully into her seat, swiveling around to face the zombie sitting behind her. Morning, she greeted, way too cheerful for someone who had a night shift just a few hours ago. Isn't it a lovely day? Whatever you're sniffing, I want it, Shoyuta said, resting his head in his hand. With Nemuri here, there was now absolutely no way he'd be at peace until the teacher arrived. I'm not high, she huffed, then smiled brightly again. Well, I am high on something, the cutest guy I've ever met. Hisashi leaned her way, wanting to hear more of that. What, you met someone during patrol? She nodded, bringing a finger to her lips. It's a secret though, but you'll meet him later on, I'm sure. Tensei finally joined them after making sure the room was structurally intact, taking the last place available around Shoyuta. Is that why you're so happy? Must be a really special guy. Oh, he's the most adorable, cutest, sweetest little honey bun I've ever. The teacher making her way into the room cut her short in her sugary description, slamming her metal gauntlet on the desk to gather everyone's attention. All right, kiddos, there's been a rescheduling for today, she announced, a slip of paper held in her other hand. Principal Nizu has called for a last-minute meeting for all the school, right now. Apparently there's some information concerning everyone that shall be addressed there, and then we can go back to normal class. She looked at them, her students blinking in stupefaction. Well, am I speaking Greek here? Move. Everyone scrambled to their feet, forming a line and leaving the room in as much order as you could ask of a bunch of 17-year-olds. Midnight resumed her skipping from before, jumping down the hall like a little girl going for ice cream instead of the oldest student in class that she was. Not that anyone would dare mention that out loud, of course. Soon enough the entire school was gathered in the courtyard, every class standing up in line, Shoyuta subtly trying to stand on his tiptoes to make up for the 2 centimeters difference that had him standing in front of Hisashi and failing miserably and waiting for the principal to make his appearance. The teachers without a homeroom class were standing on the stage, chatting hurriedly among themselves. There were 3 empty chairs right behind the podium. What do you think this is about? Tensei whispered, leaning forward to reach both Hisashi and Shoyuta. He looked worried, but not for the reason one might think. You don't think it's about last week's food fight, right? I swear I didn't mean to start it. I just got a piece of chicken stuck in one of my pipes, and when I blew it out it hit Kinemoto in the face. I swear I helped lunch rush clean afterwards. Calm down, Shoyuta said, sighing as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. God, he was too tired for this. No one in this school would believe you started a food fight on purpose even if you did. Must be something else. Hisashi nodded, resting his head on Shuda's shoulder. And what's with those extra seats? All the teachers are where they should be already. The general noise of the students talking simmered to silence as the principal hopped his way up the stage, a group of people no one had seen before following behind him. Shoyuta could hear Nemuri's squealing all the way from her place on the other line where the girls stood. Two of the people who took the empty chairs looked official, wearing professional clothes and keeping a rigid posture all the while. The other person was a young woman who looked like she could use a nap, her clothes a bit rumpled but overall looking pretty average. In her arms was the most surprising thing though. A little kid who was her spitting image but with a poof of hair turning his head this way and that with shiny eyes, wriggling in place on her lap. Nizu hopped on the podium, fixing the microphone to fit his height and clearing his throat. "Good morning, my dear students," he greeted them. "I apologize for taking you from your usual schedules with this sudden meeting, but there has been a new development everyone on campus should be made aware of." The students started chattering among themselves, whispering concerns and possible reasons for the announcement. Some were just commenting on the cute kid and waving at him as he looked their direction and waved back. "Now, I'm sure as future heroes you have been keeping up with the news, am right?" Nizu let his silence go long enough for the students to nod their agreement. "So most of you already know of All Might's presence in Out Little City, and the reason he is here at all." "The kidnapped kid?" Hisashi said, louder than he intended. He blushed when he realized he didn't moderate his volume, and grinned sheepishly at the giggles it got him from everyone around him. Nizu nodded, unbothered by the interruption. "Indeed. All Might helped rescue a missing child and, in the same vein, managed to bring down an exceedingly powerful villain. That child," he turned around halfway, extending a paw towards the woman and the child sitting behind him, "is right here." Voices erupted from the crowd, surprise and disbelief as shouts crossed the courtyard. The same students who had been waving at the kid were now gaping at him. The younger first years were talking their heads off to each other while the older ones were mostly quiet, some of them having gotten first-hand information from their tutoring heroes the past week. The sudden rush of voices all over the place had the kid cowering against his mother's figure. "Hey!" Nemuri yelled over the crowd. "You're scaring him, idiots!" Immediately everyone fell silent. The boy peeked back around now that the noise was gone, and his eyes met Nemuri's. "Midnight," he called, waving at her with both hands and smiling. "Izuku." She greeted back, jumping in place to make it easier for him to see her. Nizu cleared his throat. "Yes, thank you, Kiyama-san." Now, he continued. "The purpose of this meeting. This child, Midoriya Izuku, and his mother Midoriya Inko, will be joining us here at UA permanently as the first additions to a new witness protection program I have offered to initiate." Talk started anew, more subdued this time. A hand shot up through the crowd. "Yes, Ida-san?" Nizu gave him the go-ahead. Tensei lowered his hand. "Sir, what's the purpose of implanting a witness protection program if you're announcing it to us so freely? Are we to assume those are their real names as well? Surely there must be some danger to this." People around him nodded, agreeing with his concerns. But you see," Nizu started again, smile firmly in place. "The villain responsible for this is incredibly powerful and resourceful. We are absolutely sure he already knows where the Midoriyas are, even jailed as he is," he said. "It's unnecessary to change names or keep information from you since, realistically speaking, it's nothing we can keep hidden from him. Or do you think All Might's involvement was because he just so happened to be strolling by?" This time, everyone remained silent. Someone bad enough that All Might had to be brought in had taken this kid? And he'd survived? "The reason we want all this to be known to you is because Midoriya-san and her son will be living here permanently, and as such you will be seeing them around campus. The villain in question undoubtedly has lackeys all over the city, all over the country." "Safe," Nizu emphasized, leaning forward in the podium to put weight behind his words. "There is no place in this world better for them than here at UA, and as pro-heroes and future heroes, we are sworn to protect those in need. I am confident that all of you will do everything in your power to make their stay a comfortable and uneventful one, considering everything they've already been through." The surprised and concerned faces of the students had slowly morphed through his speech, turning determined and serious. Some were nodding along to his words, remembering all the information they'd heard about the case, about how long the kid had been lost and how ridiculously hidden the place they kept him in was. This was no laughing matter. The man sitting next to Inko stood up, walking to the principal and tapping his shoulder to get his attention before whispering something in his ear. Nizu nodded at whatever he'd been told and turned back to the students. Midoriya-san would like to address some words to you all, so I'll be giving her the podium, and I expect all of you to be quiet and respectful, he said, waiting for the woman to stand up and walk towards him. She kept her son in her arms, and Nizu adjusted the microphone for her before jumping off the podium. The first thing everyone noticed was how the young woman was so short she could barely reach the mic, having to stand up in one of the steps the principal used to be seen properly. The second were the bags under her eyes and the way she clung to her son. She cleared her throat, looking nervous at being the center of attention of so many people, never mind most of them were just children. Hello, she started, voice soft and careful. I'm Midoriya Izuku. This is my son, Izuku. She hoisted the boy higher on her hip, his thumbs stuck in his mouth as he looked around at them. We'll be in your care from now on. She stopped for a moment to clear her throat once more, her obvious unease breaking some hearts in the crowd. Hizashi brought a hand to his chest. What we've been through, it's indescribable. Izuku is only 2 years old, the younger students gasped, not having known that tidbit from the news. He only knew about the protection program this morning, after we'd already made it here. He took it surprisingly well. She huffed a laugh, the sound making Izuku turn towards her with a smile around his thumb, his other hand coming to touch her cheek. The girls in the crowd sighed at the sweet gesture. I know all this is worrying and maybe even scary for some of you, having someone like us among you who is likely to attract trouble in the future. That's not true. Don't worry about us. Please let us know if you need anything. The onslaught of encouraging words from the students almost made her take a step back in surprise, the risk of falling off the podium the main thing keeping her still. A wobbly smile split her face, tears gathering at the corner of her eyes. Thank you, she sniffled, wiping at her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater. I only want to give my son the best life he can get. So thank you for being so understanding. I'll make sure to not be a bother to you. Izuku stared at his mother, the hand still on her cheek brushing tears away. His thumb left his mouth and he wrapped his arms around her neck, hugging her and smushing their cheeks together as consolation the same way she would do for him when he was sad. Inko laughed and pet her son's hair, bowing quickly at the students before turning around to step down and go back to her seat. Before she could do so, however, Izuku leaned towards the mic. Thank you, he said, his sweet little voice reverberating through the courtyard. And just like that, as the woman and her son went back to her seat, an entire campus worth of people fell in love. That was who you were talking about? Hizashi pulled on Nomuri's jacket insistently as they made their way back to the classroom. Shoyuta was tucked under his other arm, glaring thoughtfully at the floor. Isn't he just the cutest little marshmallow? I was on duty guarding their apartment last night, she grinned. I had all the information from Detective Tsukachi since I got involved in the case, so I knew they would be arriving today. Sure looked pretty happy for a kid held in a lab for 4 months, Hizashi wondered, letting go of her jacket to bring his hand up to his chin in thought. Kids deal with trauma differently, Shoyuta said, wrapping his arm around Hizashi's waist. He might look normal to us because we don't know him, but to his mother he might have been completely different after the rescue. Maybe he's just dealing with it in a way he's not broadcasting. Oh, absolutely, Nomuri agreed, smile dimming on her face. Last night when I met him, he looked so excited to meet me when he realized I was a hero, she sighed. Then we had to distract him so the detective could ask Midoriya-san some delicate questions, and his whole face fell so fast he was terrified to be apart from her. I'm still worried though. I trust UA's defenses to hold up against mostly anything, but if the villains already know about them there's not much that can be done, Tensei sighed, running a hand through his hair. His concerns regarding the safety of the little family remained even through Nizu's reassurances they'd taken all the security measures possible. Hizashi hummed. Izuku is the same age as Tenya, isn't he? Tensei sighed, nodding. I guess that's what got me so jumpy about this. I guess I can somehow put myself in Midoriya-san's shoes. That'd be a tight fit, Shoyuta said. She's tiny. That managed to get a surprised snort out of Tensei, and Hizashi kissed Shuta's cheek noisily as reward for taking his mind out of it. Izuku will be attending UA once he's of age, Namuri added as they entered the classroom. Who knows? Maybe they'll meet and be besties. Tensei smiled, sitting down as the teacher started writing on the board. That'd be nice. This is where you'll be staying. Nizu gestured widely at a nice little home unit off to the side in an area of campus near the teacher's building. It looked new, one floor and simple but big enough for the two of them, with a little garden surrounding it and a cute white picket fence around to give it that cozy feeling. We asked one of our teachers to build it for you. Cementos almost insisted on taking care of it once he got the news, Nizu explained. Once we have it confirmed that All Might will indeed be staying here, his own apartment will be built right next to yours. Inko stared at the house in wonder. I don't know what to say. She slowly walked towards the fence, her hand brushing against the top carefully, as if afraid it would crumble to dust at her touch. She pushed the door open, walking through the garden towards the door. That is so thoughtful of you. Nizu waved her off. It's the minimum we can offer. But please, make your way inside. The door's open. Indeed it was, as she made her way in. She absently took her and Izuku's shoes off at the gen-can, fitting the little soft slippers on her son's feet even if he still couldn't walk, and some of her own. The entry hallway was short, leading almost immediately into a normal living room leading into the kitchen to the side, similar to her own apartment. There was a fireplace against the far wall, new furniture surrounding it in a comfortable semicircle of couches and side tables. On the other side of the room opened another hallway leading to 5 doors, which upon closer inspection led to 2 fully furnished bedrooms and 2 empty ones, most likely for her to decide what to turn into. Izuku's room, she noticed, was exactly like his old one. Even his furniture, toys and decorations were all placed exactly in the same place. We thought it would be better for Izuku to retain his old space exactly as it was, to not make him add adapting to a new environment to his worries. We brought all his stuff from your apartment. Your room as well. We replaced everything from the living room and kitchen, seeing how most of it got destroyed during the break-in. Inko kept looking around in awe, slowly moving to sit down in one of the couches. Izuku leaned against her stomach, staring at the slippers in his feet as he kicked his legs up and down. Baby? Do you like it here? She asked him softly, running her hand through his hair. Izuku hummed. Is nice. Nizu smiled at the boy, walking around to stand in front of him. I'm glad you like it, Izuku. He offered his hand for the boy to hold, letting him entertain himself with the soft fur and squishy beans of his paw. There's someone else I'd like you to meet if that's all right. Inko tilted her head. Someone else? Wasn't everyone at the meeting just now? He shook his head. Someone was missing. She just arrived a few minutes ago and went straight to her office. She'd be vital for Izuku's physical therapy while he's living here, so I thought it'd be best for you to go see her as soon as possible. He tightened his fingers around Izuku's, holding his hand in his. You've actually already met, as I was told. You remember Recovery Girl, don't you, Izuku? He startled up to attention at the name, smiling. Yes. The hospital. Would you like to see her again? Izuku nodded enthusiastically, and it was enough for them to take off. As the principal guided them through the halls of UA, some teachers walking by stopped to greet them and introduce themselves properly. Students were already in class, so it was empty aside from them, and Inko thought it would be beneficial for Izuku to meet as many heroes as his little heart desired. These halls seem endless, Inko wondered as they kept walking. It caught her attention how they seemed to be painted as a highway, with a segmented line in the middle, most likely to keep order as the students walked. I hope we don't get lost when going around here on our own. There's nothing to worry about, everything is properly signalized. Also, you'll be given a new phone, courtesy of our support department, with a map to show you where you need to go, Nizu explained. Besides, the students are more than willing to lend you a hand would you ever get lost. She nodded, still looking around the halls and out the windows in search for any landmark she could use to locate herself in the future. When they reached the end of a hallway on the 3rd floor, they encountered the familiar figure of Recovery Girl waiting for them outside her office. Just like last time, her white doctor's coat was off and tied around her cane. Izuku perked up immediately at seeing her. Covery! He managed to get out, her hero name too long even for him to pronounce fully. The heroine chuckled, cane tapping against the floor as she closed the distance between them. You can call me Chio, Izuku. Kihin, Izuku sounded out, content with the new name he could call her by now. That's right, she approved. She then looked up at Inko. I'm sorry I couldn't be there when you were introduced to the school. I had some last-minute business to take care of. Inko shook her head. Oh please, don't apologize. It's not my intention to keep you from your work. She smiled at the woman, crouching down slowly so she and Izuku could be at the same height. Besides, Izuku wanted to see you again. It's better here where it's not so full of people. Izuku smiled at the older woman, offering her a hand. She took it and held it carefully, smiling at the boy. Inko couldn't help but notice how Izuku seemed really eager to hold people's hands. Maybe part of his need for affection now that he had it readily available once more? She'd have to ask his therapist about it later. I would invite you into my office for some tea, but I'm afraid the infirmary is undergoing some last-minute renovations, Recovery Girl apologized. Inko waved her hand. Don't worry about it, we understand. But please feel free to come visit us anytime. I'd love to try out our new living room to host some guests. Izuku loves tea parties, don't you, baby? Lots of sugar. Izuku laughed, even more when his mother showered his face with kisses. She seemed to be doing that more and more every time he laughed. Nizu nodded approvingly. A soul after my own. The sudden chiming of the bell alerted them of lunchtime having started, and soon enough the sound of hundreds of feet making their way to the cafeteria echoed through the halls. I didn't realize we'd spent so long in the house and then coming here, Inko muttered. Izuku has to eat about now. Then allow me to show you to the cafeteria. Lunch Rush has already been informed of Izuku's special diet, Nizu offered, leading the way away from the nurse's office. I'm sure the students will be glad to see you as well. Inko and Izuku bid their farewells to Recovery Girl before following the hero down the hall and into the main building. The multiple greeting of the kids for the Midoriyas once they were on site made Chio chuckle. They would be just fine living here. As she unwrapped her white coat from around her syringe-shaped cane and put it back on. She slipped into the infirmary and looked at the almost finished job of replacing the white tiles of the floor for dark blue ones, and the halfway done nature paintings on the walls. Soon enough the infirmary would be colorful and warm, no sight of the old white room that could make Izuku uncomfortable should he ever need to use it. And she would also be looking into replacing her cane for a more common-looking one. She reached her desk and sat down, sighing as she closed the report on Izuku's physical and mental health status post-rescue. They would be just fine. I still don't understand how Sir let me go so easily, Toshinori told Naomasa as they drove through the city. Usually he's so stiff about my schedule, but now he practically threw me out the door when I told him. Maybe he realized you need a vacation? Naomasa wondered, eyes ahead as he drove. I mean, not that this is a vacation, you still have to work. Maybe he wanted you to change sceneries for a while. Toshinori hummed, looking out the window at the passing buildings. Mizudafu is a nice little city, I must say. Much quieter than Tokyo. Despite having lived in Mizudafu himself as a teenager when attending UA, Toshinori had spent most of his life in big cities where crime skyrocketed due to the denser population attracting the worst villains. He'd been stationed in Tokyo for years, and had almost forgotten the quaint little place that saw his beginnings in the world of heroics. The trees lining the streets and well-loved little houses gave the place almost a fairy tale look compared to the biggest cities with their lights and noise. The couple of days he'd spent putting his business in order back at his agency had him a bit jittery. He'd received constant updates from Naomasa, and knew that the Midoriyas had made it safely to UA and had been extremely well accepted by both staff and students alike. He had no worries regarding their stay, but he was here to investigate the ties all for one had in the city. And Midoriya Izuku seemed to be in the eye of that particular storm. Has Nizu commented where I'll be staying? He asked, suddenly remembering the offer the principal had made him. Naomasa nodded. He wants you to stay next to the Midoriyas, he said. The H-shaped building of UA became visible once they turned the corner. Cementos should have built the place already, all you have to do is move in. I see. Once they were properly identified and made their way through the gates, Naomasa parked and they left the car. It was apparently the middle of lunchtime and a lot of students were milling around campus, sitting on the grass and just enjoying being outside the stuffy classrooms. Most of them immediately noticed All Might's imposing figure and exclaimed in surprise and excitement, scrambling to stand up and crowd around him. Toshinori, used to this kind of reaction from people, laughed and turned this way and that, trying to greet everyone talking to him. But he realized the students were accumulating in excess, and soon enough any escape route he might have had was vanishing before his very eyes. He turned around to ask Naomasa for help only to see the detective walking away and into the building, abandoning him to the mercy of his fans. Toshinori tried calling out to him, but the detective feigned not hearing him. In the last second before the door closed behind the detective, he turned around enough to flash a smug smile at the hero. That's what he got for stealing his chocolate, Toshinori thought as he surrendered to his fate. Naomasa meanwhile was swiftly making his way through the students rushing down the halls as they heard the news of All Might's presence in the school gardens. Some teachers were around making sure nothing happened with so many kids running up and down the halls, and they nodded at Naomasa as he made his way to Nizu's office. With the amazing memory the principal had, there was no need for a secretary to remind him of his appointment, so Naomasa knew the hero was at the ready and waiting for him once he reached his door. He knocked on it as a courtesy, waiting for the go-ahead from the hero to let himself in. "Detective." "Good morning," Nizu greeted him, cup of tea ever present in his hand and a full thermos of it in front of him on the coffee table, waiting to pass its judgment on Naomasa's bladder. "Please take a seat. I see All Might couldn't make it past the garden?" "You could say that," Naomasa laughed, taking off his hat and coat and letting himself fall on the couch opposite the principal. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think you called us here at this hour just to trap him like that." Nizu laughed himself, smile hidden behind his cup. "I thought it would be a good idea to let the students get used to him being here, since from now on he will be a semi-permanent presence." He sipped at his drink, letting the silence hang for a moment. "I just wish it was under better circumstances." Naomasa understood what he meant. They were both fully aware of the secret behind Toshinori's quirk, and knew the man was on the constant look for a possible successor. He was still in peak condition, but he wouldn't be young forever, and he needed to find the perfect candidate for the responsibility one for all required in a wielder. Had this chain of events been any different, or just plainly never happened, Toshinori might have eventually ended up at UA anyway to scout for possible candidates. Right now, however, he was here to completely dismantle everything regarding the bane of his existence, and to protect the ones responsible of him finally apprehending him. There was a small tremor suddenly, and a loud choir of exclamations followed it. Naomasa calmly accepted the cup of tea Nizu was handing him, both ignoring the hero now landing to stand on the windowsill outside the office. Toshinori softly knocked on the window, trying to get their attention so they could let him in after he could only think of literally leaping up and away to escape the students clamoring around him. He could have just as easily broken the window or ripped the frame of its hinges, but he was kind of scared of what Nizu would do to him as payback, especially now that they'd be on constant contact from now on. He kept tapping the glass insistently until Naomasa got fed up and stood up, sighing in annoyance at the drama his best friend would retort to for such mundane tasks. "Couldn't you just have jumped to the other side of the building and got in through the door like any normal person?" He berated him, slapping his arm as Toshinori walked in. "But I was already there." Toshinori pouted, and Naomasa could not believe this oversized child was the strongest man in the world. "Sit down already, we have to go over your living arrangements so I can go back to work," Naomasa said, pushing the hero towards the couch. Once Toshinori had sat down, Nizu slid a cup for him across the table. His hands were too large for the tiny porcelain and he had trouble picking it up. Naomasa felt Nizu was making fun of him on purpose. "So, as I'm sure you already were informed, you will be staying in your own place next to Midoriya-san and Izuku," Nizu started saying. "The building is ready, but we left it empty in case you wanted to choose your own furnishing." "You got money?" Nizu was truly trying to say. "Don't make me waste my school's budget on your sheet." "I've also talked this in depth with Midoriya-san and we both agreed it would be best if you had a copy of the key to her house," he continued. "Why a copy? Why?" Toshinori asked, looking around at Naomasa and Nizu. Nizu took a little keychain with UA's logo and threw it at Toshinori, who had to scramble to both catch it and not drop the cup in his hand. God knew if a single drop of tea fell, the next spill in the room would be his blood by Nizu's squishy little paws. He managed to not drop any. Seeing how part of your stay is about making sure they're safe, it's only logical you could have access to them 24/7, Nizu answered. Just in case. Also, if you just want to stop by and play with Zuku, Naomasa added. Toshinori snapped his head to look at him, ears reddening. What's that supposed to mean? Oh please, like you didn't take a shining to him back at the station, he said, pulling out his phone and thumbing through the apps to look for something. I know you can't see your own face, but Midnight and her camera sure can. He turned the screen towards Toshinori, letting him see whatever he'd been looking for. The picture, taken exactly from the angle Midnight had been standing next to them that night they took Izuku out to the garden, showed Toshinori sitting on the ground, holding Izuku so he could lean forward and play with the grass. His grip on the child was delicate but firm, sure to not let him fall but also avoiding any spot that might make the boy uncomfortable. His face, as Naomasa had said, was absolutely smitten with the wonder on the little kid's face. He was smiling, brows relaxed from their usual firm and proud position. Blue eyes alert to their surrounding but softening at the corners as he saw Izuku leave his own fear behind. Naomasa swiped to the next pic, this one of Izuku sitting on the wall and surrounded by other heroes talking to him. This time Toshinori was standing behind him, his broad figure managing to surround the kid by all sides except the front while at the same time giving him enough space to not feel overwhelmed. This picture was extremely funny for Naomasa and extremely embarrassing for Toshinori because, in contrast to the soft expression he had in the previous one, here he was pursing his lips and narrowing his eyes at the heroes taking Izuku's attention from him. Toshinori turned around, crossing his arms and pouting as he refused to look at either of them. He didn't need to know both the detective and the principal were just as taken with the boy as he was. They liked having their fun at his expense anyway. Naomasa chuckled as he stood up, sliding his phone back into his pocket and picking up his hat and coat. I'll send you the photos, you big baby. Toshinori kept pouting, but the corners of his mouth raised a bit. Principal Nizu, Naomasa tipped his hat at the hero. A pleasure to see you again. Feel free to call me if you need help wrangling this guy. Oh, I'll have it in mind, the principal smiled at him, standing up to accompany to the door. And you as well, feel free to come visit anytime. Naomasa smiled. With this guy here now? You might as well build me my own house. Izuku looked around in wonder, his feet taking careful steps forward while his mother held his hands. She was walking behind him, his arms up in the air so she could reach them while helping him take his first slow, wobbly steps in months. They stepped through the walkway across the campus gardens, the firm concrete helping Izuku keep his balance as he decided how and where to take the next step. It was calm around them, most students busy in class in the surrounding buildings, but Inko could see and hear some of them plus their teachers watching them through the windows, some recording or taking pictures of Izuku's progress. That's great, baby, you're doing so well, Inko cooed down at him, keeping track of how many steps he took before he got tired. She couldn't help think how sad it was he had to learn to walk again, when he had just learned to do so for the first time a little over a year ago. Izuku, at least, didn't seem to think this was weird. He was fascinated by the trees and birds surrounding him, looking up to see the clouds float by. He was walking mostly by instinct, trusting his mother to make sure he didn't fall. They'd been living as permanent resident at the academy for a couple of days, and most of the time they spent going around the fields, learning the way around to not get lost in the future. The students and teachers would always stop by to chat with them, ask how their day was going and if they could do something for them, maybe bother lunch rush with a snack for Izuku. Inko couldn't express in words how grateful she was they treated her and her son how they would treat any other person, and not the targets of an evil maniac. The time they spend indoors they would work on Izuku's physical therapy, training moving his arms and legs. He was mostly in good condition now, only having to make sure Izuku didn't fall asleep while sitting so he wouldn't get a crick in the neck. One of his favorite exercises was to lie down on his back on the couch and raise both legs in the air, kicking them back and forth as if swimming while he watched the hero news on TV. Mama, look! he suddenly exclaimed, snapping Inko back to the present. His hand was trying to break free from her grasp to point at a nearby butterfly fluttering over a flowery bush. Careful, love, don't let go of me, Inko warned him, smiling once he stopped. Do you know what that is? Butterfly, he said, tilting his head back to grin at her. Eats flowers. They eat nectar, she corrected him. It's inside the flowers. Izuku nodded, looking very serious at the new information. And he sounded out. Not flowers. Got it? He nodded at the butterfly as well, as if saluting it before looking forward and starting to walk again. Inko gradually lightened her hold on his hands, never letting go but letting Izuku carry most of his weight on his own. He stumbled a bit, stopping to ground himself and remember how to properly lift his legs without his mother holding him up completely. Then he kept going. It seemed he'd gotten into a good rhythm after a while, almost not needing to stop at all unless he needed to catch his breath. He understood that these walks would be necessary to help him get by on his own again, the same way he understood he should stop eating when he felt full even if he still wanted more so he wouldn't upset his tummy. The next time he stopped, looking curiously at a snail dragging itself in front of him, Inko leaned down lower to be in his field of vision. Izuku, she said. Would you like to try it on your own? The reaction was instantaneous. Izuku's head snapped back, looking up at her with such a scared expression Inko almost fell to her knees to hug him, but doing so would cause Izuku to fall. His knees buckled anyway, and Inko used her quirk to pull him up into her arms. He buried his face into her neck, arms locking tightly around her as he shivered. As she had realized was now his custom, he did not cry. I did bad, Izuku whispered, voice wavy with fear and laced with the tears he apparently could no longer shed. No, baby, Inko shushed him, running her hand down his back comfortingly. You did great, I'm not leaving you alone. Won't leave? He asked her, leaning back a bit to lock eyes with her. I will never leave, she reassured him, kissing his forehead and cheeks in turn. Mama will never leave. Inko was scared. It wasn't just that Izuku seemed unable to have her out of his sight. It was her as well who couldn't stand the idea of leaving him alone. Even if she was the one who suggested him to try walking on his own, she didn't even hesitate to hold him when he showed the minimal sign of distress. She knew Izuku was just a baby and needed to be around her all the time anyway, but before the kidnapping he would run around the house and stay in his room or the living room on his own while she was busy with work or house chores. He had been as independent as a 2-year-old could be. Had Izuku not been taken, he would have been allowed to hang around the local park on his own with other children his age in merely a year more. At this rate, though, it would be years before he would be able to willingly let go of Inko's hand. She needed help. Shoyuta choked when the collar of his shirt dug into his windpipe. He whirled around, coughing as he rubbed his sore throat and glared at Hizashi as his boyfriend let go of his jacket from where he'd pulled him back. Hizashi had stopped walking in front of the announcements board, eyes skimming over the flyers tacked to it. What the hell, Zashi? Shoyuta said, punching his arm. I almost died. Babe, shut up a second please, Hizashi said back, holding up a finger right in Shuta's face, making him go cross-eyed from how close it was. I'm reading. Shoyuta huffed, walking behind him and standing on his toes to see over his shoulder at whatever had caught his attention. Tap dance lessons? No, Hizashi shouted. Then he considered and ripped the flyer out. Well maybe, but no, this one. He pointed at one lower down, and Shoyuta had to actually push Hizashi out of the way to be able to read it. Babysitting? Are you for real? Shoyuta grinned, half expecting Hizashi to tell him he was joking and he was actually looking at the one next to it about braiding for dogs. Hizashi didn't look like was joking. Shuta's face fell. Before he even realized it, his hand had been grabbed and he had been dragged to the principal's office as fast as if Tensei himself had given him a piggyback ride. Hizashi didn't even bother knocking before he just kicked open the door, launching himself in and pulling Shoyuta along behind him. Where's the babies? Hizashi yelled as he marched in, thankfully using his normal voice, to the tranquility of the school's budgeting team. Those windows were expensive. Good evening, Yamada. Nizu greeted him, unfazed as always by anything that happened in the world. Aizawa-san. Hi. Babies. Shoyuta walked up to stand next to him, letting their hands remain locked. I didn't have time to stop him. I don't believe you would have been able to, anyway, Nizu laughed, standing up to walk up to them. So I gather you saw the flyer? You mean this one? Hizashi showed the slip of paper, hastily ripped off the board to make sure no one else saw it. Nizu nodded. You like kids, don't you, Yamada-san? I saw in your file you have a lot of siblings. Oldest of 5, he answered, puffing his chest proudly. I've helped my parents take care of them all their lives, since I kinda left them deaf when I was born and they can't hear them calling. He muttered the last part, scratching his cheek self-consciously. He perked up soon enough. But enough of that. Baby. Is it Midoriya? Shoyuta asked blankly, getting a bewildered look from Hizashi. What? He's literally the only baby here. It's the only logical conclusion. Indeed. Midoriya-san asked me for help regarding Izuku's socialization issues, Nizu said, gesturing for them to follow him. He pulled a drawer of his desk open and pulled out a little notepad. Would you like some tea in the meantime? If I drink a single more drop of caffeine my heart will stop, Shoyuta said. No thank you. Hizashi grinned. They both sat down when the principal took his own seat opposite them. He hummed, going through the notebook slowly. Here it is, he cleared his throat. Midoriya-san is concerned she and Izuku might grow too dependent on each other's presence in the future. While she doesn't want to leave him alone just now, she considers it would be a good idea to have someone else around Izuku to help getting both of them used to being around other people. Wait, both of them? Shoyuta tilted his head. I thought it was just about the kid. In part, yes, Nizu continued. The idea is that whoever volunteers will spend study hall hours at the Midoriya residence, playing and interacting with Izuku while Midoriya-san is around doing her own thing. Oh, like a supervised playdate? Hizashi clapped his hands. I've done a lot of those. The supervising, I mean. Nizu hummed, writing something down. If you are interested in taking part on this, you will be given the credits due to study hall automatically. Think of it as some sort of voluntary hero work. He then looked at Shoyuta. When he's at home, Izuku has meal times, play times, nap time. I'll do it, Shoyuta said at the mention of nap time. A kid can't be that different from a cat, right? There was a peculiar glint to Nizu's smile at that. I wouldn't be able to tell. I try not to spend too much time around cats, you see, he set his notebook down. In the vein of me being a mouse and all that. Hizashi leaned in to whisper to Shoyuta. So that's what he is after all? Shoyuta shrugged. Well, then, if you're interested, I'm sure Midoriya-san wouldn't mind giving you two a test try for a couple of days. You could start tomorrow. We only have study hall 3 days a week though, Shoyuta pointed out. Would that be enough? Nizu nodded. It's a start. Izuku will also be interacting with students and teachers while living here. This is mostly about him being used to being alone with people other than his mother. Shoyuta and Hizashi looked at each other, then back to Nizu, and nodded in unison. The following few minutes were spent with Nizu confirming their contact information from their files, what experience they might have that could help with kids, while Hizashi had experience with actual children and Shoyuta had only taken care of cats. Shoyuta also was certified in first aid and CPR, which Nizu thought was a huge bonus. They also were encouraged to take mental notes of whatever Izuku did or say that could be important for his therapy that Inko or Recovery Girl would need to know as well. By the time everything was settled, they had missed half their current PRD and Shoyuta was ready to murder Hizashi for making him miss class instead of waiting to the end of the day like a normal person. Luckily, Hizashi knew exactly what spot behind his ear he should kiss to get instant forgiveness. Inko had just finished placing Izuku in his high chair for lunch when there was a knock on the door. Izuku, I'm going to the door just here, okay? She told him slowly, pointing in the direction she would go. Izuku looked at the door, nodding after deciding it was within his sight. She nodded back, kissing his cheek before going to open it. She'd gotten a visit from Nizu the day before, telling her there had been a couple volunteers for their little idea. He told her everything she needed to know about them good students. One of them had a useful quirk in case they needed protection, the other had experience with kids and, most important of all, trustful. She came face to face with a tired-looking boy and an extremely sunny one. and the contrast was enough to make her stop for a second before she smiled widely at them. "Hello. You must be Yamada-kun and Aizawa-kun? Nizu told me you'd be coming." Hizashi nodded. "Please ma'am, call me Hizashi," he said, stepping inside after she moved aside to let them through. As he was taking off his shoes, Shoyuta looked down, thinking for a moment before nodding the tiniest bit to himself. "I'm Shoyuta," he copied Hizashi, moving to swap his own shoes for slippers after Hizashi was done and had made his way into the living room. Inko closed the door, walking back into the kitchen. Izuku was trying to see who had come in, hands on the little table hauling him up. Inko rushed to make him sit back down. "No, sweetie, you might fall." "Who's that?" Izuku asked, feeling bolder and leaning even more forward with his mother holding the chair still. "Visit." Hizashi was making a face that told Shoyuta he must have been making some sort of high-pitched noise that must have slipped into ultrasondy. "Their students Izuku," Inko explained to him, making sure he was safely sitting down before going to the fridge to pull out his food. "They're in the hero course." Izuku gasped, eyes shining in awe as he looked at the teens who walked closer to avoid Izuku trying to lift himself out of the chair again. "Heroes? Like Midnight?" Hizashi leaned down. "That's right. You know Midnight, Izuku?" he asked, smiling at the boy. Izuku nodded, tapping around his own face before doing the same to Hizashi's, touching his specs. "Glasses, like her." Hizashi took off his frames, the orange-tinted glass casting shadows on his face. Izuku was entranced by the spiral shape of his irises. "You want to try them on?" The boy nodded frantically, making grabby hands at him. Hizashi chuckled and set them carefully on Izuku's face. The legs didn't quite hold on his ears and the bridge slipped down his tiny nose, but Hizashi kept them in place with a finger. Izuku laughed as Hizashi snapped a pic of him with his phone, showing the child how he looked with them on. Inko had moved to stand by Shoyuta as Izuku's lunch warmed up. Both were watching them interact with twin fond smiles on their faces. "He seems to have it under control," she commented, bringing a hand to her cheek. Shoyuta hummed in agreement. "He's used to it. When he saw the flyer, he literally dragged me to the principal's office." "Oh," Inko said. "Are you okay being here after all, Shura-kun?" She looked worried. "I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to do something you don't want to." He stared at Hizashi's grin as he let Izuku ruffle his hair, fascinated by the style. "Nah, I'm good." The microwave beeped then, pulling Inko from their conversation as she took out the bowl and made sure it was not too hot so Izuku wouldn't burn his mouth. He was quite the ravenous eater now that he could stomach a bit more. When the smell of food reached him, Izuku turned away from Hizashi, looking at his mother with surprised eyes. The newcomers were so interesting he had forgotten what time it was. Then he started making impatient little noses, hitting his palms quickly on the table as she approached with his lunch. Hizashi moved to the side, letting her set the bowl down. It looked like pureed carrots with shredded bits of chicken in between, and it was a really small portion for a kid his size. Izuku knows when he's eaten enough. Inko answered the unspoken question, scooping a bit of it and blowing on it for good measure before bringing it to Izuku's waiting mouth. She did little noises as she fed him, imitating the opening and closing of his mouth. If he's still hungry, he can always ask for more. Hizashi nodded, taking mental notes of the amount and way she fed him for future reference. He felt Shura's chin hook over his shoulder to watch as well, despite it being much easier to just stand by his side. "Is that his meal plan?" Shoyuta pointed out a slip of paper stuck to the fridge. It was held in place by a cute parrot-shaped magnet. Inko nodded, waiting for Izuku to finish his most recent spoonful. "It changes by the week as we work our way to real solids." She gave him the next scoop. "Izuku is very strict with following it, so he can finally be well enough to eat his favorite, right honey?" She cooed at him. Izuku swallowed exaggeratedly, the way kids like to do. "Katsudan." He raised his arms as he shouted, opening his mouth like a baby bird for the next spoonful. They remained quiet after that, Hizashi looking around the room while Inko was busy with Izuku, taking note of all the places he could suggest baby-proofing later on. Shoyuta had stayed, wanting to further analyze the way Inko fed her son, noting the amount of food she scooped each time, the speed at which she brought it to him, the angle. Would you like to try Rescheduling? Her voice directed at him made him jump, bringing him out of his thoughts. He blinked at her, looking between her and the child who was also looking at him, expectant of his answer so he could go back to his food. Inko thrust the spoon in his direction, waiting for him to hesitantly take it before turning to stand next to Izuku, leaving the front of the chair open for him. Shoyuta got closer, setting a hand on the bowl so it wouldn't topple over as he picked up some of the mash. He carefully blew on it like he'd seen her do and offered the spoon to Izuku. The baby opened wide and snapped his head forward like a hungry hippo, mouth closing and dragging the food into his mouth so suddenly that it almost took the spoon with him out of Shuta's hand. Inko chuckled at the expression on Shuta's face, his eyes wide and mouth slightly open in surprise. Stronger than he looks, isn't he? While Shoyuta did indeed agree with that statement, what truly had gone through his mind at that moment couldn't be more different. Because as he saw Izuku's eyes bright with joy and staring hopefully at him, a bit of carrot on his chin and a smile full of trust directed at him on his chubby freckled cheeks, Shoyuta felt a repeat of the chill he'd felt so late that one night. An unknown warmth and a need to protect this kid from whatever would hurt him out in this world. And as he went to give the kid the next bit, he told himself to later take Hizashi to his favorite cafe, as thanks for dragging him all the way here. Come here, Zuzu, you can do it, Hizashi cheered him on, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the flat. Izuku looked at him from the other side of the room, sitting on his own in front of Shoyuta who was also sitting as Hizashi was. Izuku looked at them both, turning this way and that so many times one couldn't believe not so long ago he couldn't even lift his head. The soft sound of Inko's humming floated through the room from the kitchen. Izuku fumbled in place, holding himself straight with the grip he had on Shuta's knees. He managed to twist his legs under his body and fell into all fours. His all-might onesie protected his knees and feet from rubbing on the carpet as he crawled his way through the floor, the hood covering his head giving Inko two bright yellow plush bangs to signal his position. Izuku was well on his way to giving his first steps on his own, but Hizashi had suggested he first try crawling to work his muscles before he tried it, and Recovery Girl had agreed. Look at you go, Hizashi said, phone out and recording as he made his way towards him. The camera was at the perfect angle to also catch a nice view of Shuta's fond smile as he followed Izuku's progress. Izuku smiled at the praise, giggling as he sped up. His tiny hands slammed down as he pushed forward, letting a final, triumphant laugh as he practically jumped into Hizashi's arms. Hizashi hooped and fell back, picking him up and keeping him up in the air above him. Shoyuta followed Izuku's example and crawled his way over in a couple of leaps, flopping down next to Hizashi to smile up at the child. That's how they were when there were knocks at the door. I'll get that, Inko announced, dropping the knife she was using in the sink and wiping her hands on her apron as she bounded for the door. Hizashi and Shoyuta, feeling at home on the floor after their first couple of visits, remained where they were. Inko opened the door a crack, blinking in surprise and letting it open fully at the sight of Toshinori on the other side. Ah, good morning, he greeted, doing a little awkward wave as he noticed the 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. Izuku immediately started wriggling, almost making Hizashi drop him if not for his well-trained reflexes on holding overexcited babies. He was set down gently, and as if fueled by will alone, Izuku shot through the room, crawling at the speed of sound towards the door. Inko managed to catch him with her quirk before he fell down the step of the Genkan on his way to All Might, and held him up carefully. Hi! Izuku waved, looking up at the looming figure of the hero in front of him. He let his hands stay up after he was done waving, looking at Toshinori expectantly. Toshinori stared at the kid, looking confused and, to the 2 teenagers slowly approaching the reunion, infuriatingly taken by the sight of the kid's smile directed at him. Inko just smiled, glancing meaningfully between Izuku's hand, Toshinori, and Toshinori's hand. It finally dropped on him. Oh! He grabbed Izuku's hand carefully between his thumb and index, slowly shaking the little hand in greeting. Hello to you as well, young Midoriya. Izuku shrieked with laughter, jumping on the seat of his mother's arm in excitement, making the hood of his onesie fall back from his head. The movement caught Toshinori's attention and made him realize what exactly the boy was wearing. Hisashi and Shoyuta would still have heated arguments the following years about whether Inko or Toshinori blushed the hardest in that moment. He's a big fan. Inko answered the unspoken question, half hiding her face on Izuku's poof of hair. I see. There was a moment where they just stood there, trying way harder than necessary to not look at each other, with Izuku blissfully unaware of everything and still jumping up and down in place. Shoyuta soon had enough. Well, are you going to just stand there or ask to come in? He addressed the hero, smiling smugly when he startled at his words. Of course. Toshinori cleared his throat, then bowed at the woman in front of him. Midoriya, I actually came here to see you were settling in well? Yes. Please come in, Inko said, stepping back to allow him to sit down and take off his shoes, and it was truly a sight how his broad shoulders almost didn't fit in the frame of the hall. Inko cleared her throat and looked away, hoping the heat on her cheeks could pass off as leftover from the little moment a second ago. Once he was done and they were standing on the same floor level, the height difference that was already huge with All Might standing on the door became utterly ridiculous. He was strolling into the house at a leisurely pace, looking around the room and hunching over himself a bit, as if feeling if he stood up he'd crack a hole into the ceiling, or if he moved too fast he'd crash into a wall. Inko sat down on the armchair, settling Izuku on her lap as Toshinori sat down on the couch on the spot closest to her. Hisashi and Shoyuta fell down on the free spots next to the hero, glaring at him like overtrained guard dogs. Toshinori would not admit he felt a little scared. He cleared his throat, sitting straight up but leaning slightly towards the woman. So, how have you been since moving in? Is everything to your liking here? Inko nodded, bouncing her leg to entertain Izuku. Oh yes, it's all really nice. She pushed Izuku's hair back from his face and held it there, leaving his forehead exposed and making his eyes seem even larger. We take walks around campus as often as we can. It's a truly beautiful place for a school. Students with plant-based quirks are allowed to go wild on school grounds, Shoyuta added from the side. Lots of bees though. Hisashi shivered. Bees? Izuku grunted, shaking his mother's hands from his hair and pushing on her arms around him. Inko was surprised that he was so keen on her letting go of him, but considering what they had been working towards for the last few days to make him less dependent on her, it seemed better to just comply. She carefully opened her arms and Izuku struggled to turn around, letting his legs dangle from her lap as he held onto her knees for support. He let himself drop, to the surprise and concern of his caretakers, but he didn't utter more sound than a little grunt as his legs didn't hold and he ended up sitting on the floor. He shook the shock off and turned to look at Toshinori. The hero was wide-eyed, arms raised as if ready to jump into action the second the boy started crying, but it never came. Instead, Izuku went back to all fours and crawled over to him, holding on tight to his pant leg and slowly hoisting himself up. As slowly as Hisashi brought his phone up to record everything. It took him a while, ignoring the silence around him as his legs trembled, but Izuku finally managed to stand up on his own, still holding on to Toshinori's jeans as he stared up at the hero, huffing and puffing from the effort. He yanked on the fabric twice. Toshinori didn't have to be told twice. Oh God, Hisashi whispered, silently swapping from recorder to camera and snapping as many pictures per second as he could. The bell chose to ring at that time, signaling the change of PRDS and the inevitable time for Hisashi and Shoyuta to leave for their next class. They took turns to shake Izuku's hand and say goodbye to Inko before leaving. Hisashi did say goodbye to All Might, though Shoyuta merely nodded at him before leaving. Izuku followed them with his eyes until they walked out of the door, waving by all the while. When the door finally closed, he fixed his big green eyes on Toshinori and smiled wide. Toshinori chuckled, being careful as he ruffled the boy's hair, pushing it back like his mother had done to better see that round little face, and wasn't he just extremely happy to see those cheeks chubby and plump unlike the first time he met him. When the silence stretched on, he looked at Inko, surprised to see her staring at Izuku, smiling with a mix of joy and surprise on her face. Her eyes traveled up to meet Toshinori's, and he was taken back at seeing some tears run down her face. That's the first time he stood up on his own, she murmured, drying her cheeks with her sleeve, laughing. Last time I tried he almost broke down. It was a luck he was sitting down, or Tashinori would have dropped the baby from how much that simple statement weighted on him. Izuku seemed content just sitting there on the hero's lap, pulling up his hood and touching the yellow plush bangs that imitated All Might's as he stared up at the real things. He rubbed the kid's back softly, the same way he'd done when taking him out that night at the police station. He checked him quickly to make sure what he was wearing was warm enough and then addressed Inko. "Would you like to go on a walk?" All the way through campus, Izuku refused to let go of Tashinori's shirt, and so the hero opted to simply carry him in his arms. They traversed the green plains of campus at a leisurely pace, Inko walking beside Tashinori, a bag slung over her shoulder with everything Izuku could need on the way. Izuku was clutching All Might's shirt with one hand, the thumb of the other stuck in his mouth as he let his odd gaze wander around everything. "So, Nizu tells me he's already planning Izuku's first grade's curriculum," Tashinori said, smiling at the boy laying against him. Izuku was looking up at him, having turned at the mention of his name, and was smushing his cheek against the hero's chest. "Seems he's excited to start teaching him. He didn't even wait until Izuku is of proper school age." Yes, he took into account the time Izuku might need off for therapy in the future if he needs it, and also thought he could be ready to start early, maybe when he turns 5 or so. Inko nodded, smiling at her son as he followed a flock of birds flying in formation on the sky. Izuku has always been very curious, wants to know everything about anything all the time. That's a great trait to have. He pushed the boy's hood back to run his hand through his hair. He seemed almost clinically concerned with Izuku's general well-being, making sure he was gaining weight, that his hair was no longer the dirty and matted mess it was after the rescue, that he could hold himself up with no problem, and most importantly, how he seemed to have no problem being around people. He must have been so lonely down there. "Wanna write?" Izuku said out of nowhere, taking his thumb out of his mouth to make a hand gesture similar to writing, twisting his wrist back and forth. "You want to write? What about?" Tashinori asked, genuinely interested in whatever he had to say. He'd never known of a kid so young who wanted to learn so early. "Heroes." Izuku raised his arms, making Tashinori scramble to fix his hold on him. Inko laughed, laying her hand on Tashinori's arm before she realized what she was doing. She subtly retrieved it before the hero realized she'd done it. Izuku was starting to get interested in heroes before the incident, and after he was saved by all of you I imagine it must have left an even bigger impression, she sighed, smiling at her son as he imitated the hero fights he'd seen on TV and punched and kicked the air in front of him. "I'm sure he'll have a lot of fun with so many heroes in training here. There are a lot of practical classes from the hero course you can join if you want to watch." "We can!" Izuku shouted, his voice carrying up and reaching the classrooms nearby. Some students peeped through the windows, snickering. "Mama, can we?" Inko hummed, bringing a hand to her cheek. "Well, we could always ask." Izuku cheered at her answer, even if it was just a possibility and not a certainty. He was just so excited about any kind of hero. The air was starting to heat up from the merciless way the sun beat down on them, and Inko pulled out a juice pouch from her bag, stabbing the straw through before handing to Izuku, who took it carefully to not drop anything on him or All Might. "So how long will you be staying here?" "A hero of your caliber, I'm sure you're much more needed in bigger cities," Inko asked him, pulling out a little green cap to place on Izuku's head to protect his face from the sun. It popped up a bit from how thick his hair was. Tashinori scratched his cheek, his one hand more than enough to hold Izuku on its own. "I don't really now. I'm still involved in the investigation and we don't know how much there is yet to find. Might be a while." He stopped at a cross between walkways, choosing to turn right towards a patch of garden that had a peculiar bunch of bushes in bloom. Inko followed him wordlessly. "And even if I left soon, I'd still be back at some point or another, most likely." "Oh, how come?" "Well, I can't really go into detail," he said. "But for, personal reasons I might take a more personal involvement with UA in the future." He stopped in front of the bushes, checking to make sure there were no wild animals or sharp thorns before kneeling on the grass and setting Izuku down as well, the boy looking in wonder at the colorful flowers around him as he sipped at his juice. "Who knows? I might even become a teacher." He laughed at his own words, shaking his head as if it was a funny joke. Inko tilted her head. "Really? You'd teach here?" She'd sitten down on a boulder covered in vines, keeping an eye on Izuku as well as Toshinori. He suddenly felt at a loss for words. Well, I'm not sure I could really do it. My experience is mostly practical, I wouldn't know how to put it in words. He smiled as Izuku set down his now empty juice pouch, crawling to one of the bushes and picking a red flower with curly petals to bring back to his mother. But the way I see it, everyone has something to teach. Inko thanked Izuku for the flower, placing it in her half bun to make sure it would be visible to him she was wearing it and where it wouldn't fall off easily. She followed him with her eyes as he started fiddling with the vines on the boulder, tangling and untangling them over and over again. Everyone, you say? Toshinori hummed. We all have different knowledge we can pass on. It's just a matter of finding the right time and place. Inko remained quiet, and both adults spent the rest of the evening watching Izuku play around the garden. A home economics class? Nizu asked, regarding the woman in front of him curiously. Inko nodded, Izuku fast asleep on her lap. I keep thinking about how much you're doing for us, and I can't help feeling like I should be thanking you somehow. Nonsense. It's my pleasure to have you safe. He waved her off, taking her empty cup to refill it with more tea from his ever-present, seemingly unending thermos. You can just focus on doing what you want to make your life here as comfortable as possible. She shook her head. But that's exactly it. I would feel much more comfortable if I knew I was giving something back to the school. Everyone here has been so wonderful to us. Nizu hummed. This idea Inko was bringing him, that of her trying out teaching a home econ class since she had the knowledge as a mother and previous housewife, he couldn't help rationalize the pros and cons of it. Cons. The only available hours currently were study halls. Most students actually used that time to catch up on homework or study for tests and, in some cases, sleep. They might not be happy to have that time cut off and replaced with even more class. And if they were to implant this class to hero course, the only way to fit everyone would be to have classes 1A and 1B share a PRD, which was complicated with the eternal rivalries those two classes seemed to have generation after generation. Luckily, the management course students were perfectionists enough they most definitely already knew everything this kind of class could offer, so that was one class less to worry about. Pros. Nizu has seen personally how pro heroes lived. If the public knew he'd seen up and close how the number one hero used a dirty shirt as a napkin, there would be riots on the streets. And heavens knew when was the last time any of the support students ate and actual fruit. It was a wonder none of them had died of scurvy yet. Tell you what, Midoriya, he set the cup down on the table. Let's give it a try. Winter vacations are coming soon and the students will come back a bit more relaxed. We could do a test run of home econ with the time they have left before the school year ends in March. Inko's face split with a hopeful smile. Really? That sounds perfect. Nizu smiled at her enthusiasm. He might have a personal reason for his soft spot for Izuku, but this woman had easily made her way into his heart as well. It's worth a shot. His smile dimmed a bit. However, you might have to figure out what to do with Izuku in the meantime. Her smile fell. She hadn't thought of that. Ah, well, Shida-kun and Hisashi-kun that I guess they would be taking the class as well, so they wouldn't be able to look after him. She brought her thumb to her mouth, biting her nail. And a kitchen with so many burners and knives is a danger to a child his age. Well, there's still a couple of weeks until classes are over for Christmas. We can figure it out, I'm sure. He reassured her, flashing her one of his rare genuinely warm smiles. Every problem has a solution, or else it wouldn't be a problem. Inko smiled at his words, nodding in agreement. We'll work it out. Nizu didn't expect the problem would work itself out just a couple of hours later. Yamada-san, I'll have to ask you to stop kicking my door open, he said calmly as the loud teenager barged into his office, Aizawa marching in behind him. Both looked equally determined, to his surprise. We're not gonna stop babysitting Izuku. New class or not, Hisashi said, a no-nonsense tone to his words. Shoyuda nodded along. You said babysitting would give us our credits for the hours we missed. Why not keep that up for home econ? Shoyuda added, Hisashi nodding his agreement this time. Nizu tapped his fingers on his desk. You seriously are not interested in partaking in this class? I have been helping my parents with everything in the house since my first sister was born. There's little more I could learn, Hisashi answered. You could teach me to prepare a wedding banquet and I'd still live off of coffee and instant noodles. It's a futile effort, Shoyuta added. Babe. Futile, Zashi. Nizu hummed, paws clasped in front of his mouth. He considered the two students in front of him. They'd come of their own volition to talk to him, most likely immediately after getting the news from Inko. Shoyuta was even risking being late to class again for this. They were the real deal. Alright, he said. I'll allow it. You can't force us to. Wait, what? Hisashi stopped himself from his rant, blinking in surprise at the principal. Nizu smiled at them. You two might very well be the most hard-headed students currently in this school. And I know adding Izuku into the mix will just make it harder to convince you otherwise, so I'll just cut the chase short and let you have this. Shoyuta sighed relieved, grasping Hisashi's hand to calm himself. He was way more nervous than he'd like to showcase. He'd gotten way too attached to Izuku in the few days they'd spent with him for it to just be over so soon. However, Nizu continued. Know that this means you have until class starts again after winter break to convince Izuku to be alone with you too, without his mother. Well, the couple thought that was another hurdle to jump. We can work it out, Hisashi assured him. I've been talking to Recovery Girl about Izuku's rehab when waiting for Shoyuta to wake up when he gets knocked out in heroics. Shoyuta grumbled, pulling at his hand but not letting go. Hisashi continued. Plus we can come in during break, no biggie. Nizu looked at Shoyuta, who nodded to confirm his words. My parents have no problem with me being wherever for Christmas and New Year's. I've spent it with Hisashi the last couple of years anyway. And my family can survive without me for a few days. The house won't crumble if I'm not there, Hisashi grinned, then gave it a second thought. I think. Alright, I guess that's settled then, Nizu said, clapping his hands. I'll leave it to you. I'm sure you can make Izuku happy with what limited time you have. There was something threatening hiding in that sentence, but none of them could identify it. It only made it more terrifying. For the next 3 weeks they not only spent their usual allotted time with Izuku, but also an hour or so after class every day as well. It came to the point where Inko would just make them lunch so they could also spend that hour with her son, seeing how they tried to stretch the time they had as much as possible. It was good to see Izuku so distracted, eagerly awaiting for them to arrive day after day. He'd somehow learned to tell what time it was and would go sit by the door on his own a few minutes before they actually knocked, and would jump on his seat as he waited for his mother to open the door. Sometimes All Might would be there as well, joining the students in their visits so he wouldn't feel so imposing on his own. During those times he had to withstand the glares of the teenagers, since Izuku's attention was solely focused on him and Inko. Don't get it wrong, they were forever thankful to him for having rescued the boy, but God. They had started working on Izuku's walking, having found nothing else to work on regarding crawling that would advance his therapy. They would take turns, kneeling in front of him and holding his hands, moving back with every step Izuku took forward. They found out Izuku would always walk faster and easier if they positioned themselves in such a way it made him walk towards Inko. He could follow an easy rhythm of a couple of steps before he had to stop and regain his footing, sometimes overdoing it and falling to his knees. He didn't cry, just huffed and waited until his legs could respond again to stand up with his babysitter's help. And sometimes some more people helped too. It had been just the beginning of the second week when a quick and persistent knocking on the door made everyone in the house jump. School had let out merely 20 minutes ago and Hisashi was in the middle of a serious doodling competition with Izuku. Shoyuta was the impartial judge, which meant he automatically decided Izuku won every single time when the noise startled them. Who could that be? Nizu and Toshinori never come at this hour, Inko mumbled to herself, cup of coffee left on the table as she went to the door. Shoyuta and Hisashi couldn't see who it was from their angle, but the shrill laugh that left Inko had them on their feet as fast as if it had been a screaming civilian during a villain attack. The intruder, they found out, was none other than their own classmate. Namuri was hugging the woman like someone would a friend they haven't seen in forever, Inko hugging her back and laughing at her enthusiasm. Namuri, can you find a hobby other than scaring me to death? Hisashi shouted at her, pointing at her with a red crayon. You don't get to talk to me, she yelled right back. Didn't even let me know about spending time with Izuku like the hoarder you are. Please let's not make a scene. A placating voice came from behind her, and just now did Shoyuta and Hizashi realize Tensei had come as well. Namuri pouted, but then grinned and pulled him further in. Midoriya-san, this is Ida Tensei. He might be around as much as me, so I brought him to meet you. She planted him firmly in front of the woman to let him introduce himself, and then let herself into the house. She made a beeline for Izuku, pushing Shoyuta out of the way and into the couch. Izuku noticed her before she reached him. He gasped, kneeling and raising his arms to be picked up. Midnight. Izuku-in. She swooped him in her arms, twirling around as he giggled hysterically. I missed you so much. Be careful, he just ate, Shoyuta warned her, hands raised as if wanting to snatch him out of her arms. She stuck her tongue out at him, Izuku imitating her and managing to make it look downright illegally cute. You too, traitor. I was wondering why you two had been disappearing during lunch hour, she said. I thought it was something more spicy, but I guess you two are too vanilla for that. Namuri! All three of her classmates called out, Hizashi moving to cover Izuku's ears as his own turned a deep red. Shoyuta don't like spicy food, Izuku said casually, not bothered by Hizashi's hands around his head. Because he's an old man, Namuri nodded, eyes closed as if preaching some hard truths. You're older than us, woman. Inko walked back to her seat, chuckling at the antics of the kids in her living room. She loved the noise they were making, the way Izuku's eyes drifted from one to another, how lively they made the room seem. They all ended up sitting in a circle on the floor, Namuri joining the doodle battle against Hizashi while Izuku made his way onto the cradle of Tensei's legs, ready to make a new friend. Tensei had been understandably nervous about interacting with the child after knowing all his story, but was delighted to find Izuku reached for him first. He was really curious about his eyebrows and his quirk, looking at the pipes in awe as Tensei brought them closer for him to explore at his own pace. Can you fly? Izuku asked, moving his arms up and down in a cartoonish flying motion. Tensei laughed. I mean, I can propel myself up in one spot, or spin around. He did a twirling motion with his finger. Mostly I use them to run faster. My little brother has the same engines in his legs. You have a brother, Ida-kun? Inko asked, listening to get to know the teen better as well. Tensei nodded. His name's Tenya. He's Izuku's age. Inko hummed, taking a sip of her coffee. I see, she said, guessing he felt he could get along with her son from his own experience with his brother. The same way Hizashi did, and he and Izuku were thick as thieves in such a short time. Shoyuta had been more of a case of affection at first sight, but he was doing a great job nonetheless. Inko got up, walking to the kitchen. I'll bring you some snacks. Izuku, what would you like? Jelly. She nodded, moving around the kitchen as she heard them interact with her son. Namuri was loudly announcing her victory over Hizashi in the drawing competition, claiming the only one with the skills to beat her was Izuku. The kid giggled, followed by the sound of rustling paper as he joined the battle, loudly describing what every line and color was supposed to be. To no one's surprise, he was drawing All Might. Naomasa let the folder drop back down on his desk, sighing in frustration. This had to be the first time in his admittedly short career that a case had so much information, yet so little at the same time. The amount of people that had been arrested during the raid in All for One's lab was staggering, including the main man himself. Yet, the information they'd been able to recover was minimal, and there was no way of recovering it since most hard drives had been melted to the ground by the time they'd gotten to them. It was a curious thing, how despite having interrogated every person who'd been working at the lab, none of them said anything, not out of loyalty to the villain or stubbornness, but because they genuinely seemed to have no idea what they'd been doing there, nor how they'd gotten there. Almost as if they'd had their memories wiped the moment they'd been taken into the precinct. One of the man's many quirks, no doubt. The only people who could tell proper information about what had been going on in there were the villain himself and, to Naomasa's increasing headache, Izuku. The kid had been in a cage, locked away from the world for months, not knowing what was going on, yet he still had witnessed more than any of the officers could extract from the scientists' minds with whatever interrogation technique or memory recovering quirk they had at hand. Like for example, what had been in those empty cages surrounding Izuku's? What experiments were they conducting? What did they need from Izuku that they'd taken so much blood from him to the point he'd been bordering on fatal anemia by the time they'd rescued him, the puncture wounds on his arms forever scarred on his skin? Asking him, however, was another thing altogether. Izuku had panic attacks triggered by certain environments or sounds that reminded him of his captivity, still had nightmares and needed a bright night light to sleep according to Inko, and there was the chance his mind had blocked most of the traumatic events to protect itself. He was seeing a therapist once a week to try and pry as much as they could from him, but the therapist preferred to go slow and let Izuku talk and play during these sessions, trying to sneak key words in their conversations to try and force some useful information out of what Izuku would answer subconsciously. They wouldn't try to force any memories out of him until he was old enough to deal with them properly, even with the therapist's mind-mapping quirk. The only thing they could somewhat use out of that lab had been a mechanical chair designed to strap whoever was sitting down on it tight enough to prevent all movement, with attachments of glass bulbs made to hook up to whoever was in the chair, most definitely to administer and collect fluids to and from the subjects. Izuku's DNA had been found everywhere in that chair, among what had to be hundreds of other sets of people who were now confirmed to be the other people kidnapped by the same black goo. All of them missing. A knock on his door brought him back to reality, giving them the go-ahead to come in. Toshinori's face appeared through the door, followed by the rest of him along with the most beautiful sight Naomasa had seen all day. 2 humongous, steaming cups of coffee. "Where do you want our wedding to be?" he said in lieu of a greeting, practically inhaling the coffee as soon as he was handed it. Toshinori laughed. "If you keep proposing to me each time I bring you caffeine, I might just take you up on that, you know." Naomasa hummed from behind his cup, sighing contently when it burned his tongue. "I'm not dyeing my hair green though," he muttered. "What?" "Nothing." The detective wheeled his chair around, getting up to put back the file on the shelf behind him. "Any new leads on the case?" Toshinori frowned. "We've caught a couple of lesser villains who seem to have heard of the lab, but nothing more about it." He shook his head. "Seems everyone involved has already been caught, but we can't be too sure. All for One didn't keep records of who he brainwashed to work for him, so we can't be sure if there's anyone else out there." Naomasa walked around to the front of his desk, leaning against it. "And there's still the matter of the fate of the other kidnappees." Considering what they'd easily done to a 2-year-old child, Naomasa almost felt guilty hoping they were gone for good and not somewhere else, having even more gruesome experiments done on them. "How long have you been working now? Did you get any sleep at all last night?" Toshinori asked him, eyeing the amount of used coffee filters and chocolate envelopes in the trash can. "I think I passed out for a couple of seconds when I sneezed," Naomasa grinned, the smile not quite reaching the bags under his eyes. He sighed at the look Toshinori sent him. "All right, I guess I can take a break. Distract me or something." "You're too young to be working so much," Toshinori mumbled, thinking how fast Naomasa had rose through the police ranks at the mere age of 23. He was gonna look older than Toshinori himself if he kept it up. "Well, I went to visit the Midoriyas the other day." "Oh, yeah." Izuku managed to stand up on his own, he said, a smile on his face as he remembered the moment, and how much joy had flooded his chest at the words of Inko about it being the first time he did it. He looks so much better every passing day. His mother, too, seems to have found a bit of peace in you. Naomasa remembered the warm welcome they'd gotten from the students when they'd been introduced, and Nizu's frequent updates on their situation, including a specific group of third years who had taken a personal interest in the family. Midnight would even pop into his office to say hi during her patrols and gush about Izuku like she got paid for it. It helped him feel better to know at least this one person rescued had been living his best life after going through so much. Well, Toshinori stood up, downing the last of his own cup in one go and tossing it into the trash bin. "I better go. I promised Izuku I would accompany them to see some practical classes up close." "Midoriya-san is going too?" Naomasa asked, raising an eyebrow. Toshinori nodded, his trademark grin splitting his face. "They both love heroes. It will be a good distraction for them to see some in action." Naomasa hummed, nodding at the hero as he left the office with a skip on his step. He shook his head, sitting back down to keep working. Absolutely clueless, I swear. Izuku didn't know where to look at. Everywhere he turned there were amazing battle moves and quirks being thrown around with a grace he didn't know was possible. He was particularly interested in the battles where his friends were involved, laughing when Nemuri's quirk sent down not only her opponent but everyone else around her. Gasping when Shoyuta accidentally got tangled in his own capture weapon while erasing the other's quirk. Yelling in amazement at the speed Tensei reached and how he practically flew through the field. Giggling when the aftershock of Hisashi's scream made the stands tremble. He was, once again, sitting on All Might's lap. His mother sat next to the hero, just as immersed in the training exercise as her son. Toshinori found it adorable how their expressions mirrored each other as they odd and ood. Inko was as much of a fan as Izuku, it seemed. Go Shoyuta! Izuku yelled, raising his arms when Shoyuta finally managed to send his scarf to wrap around his opponent to immobilize him. Win! They sure are good at this, Inko commented, eyes scanning over the gym. I can already see them out in the streets for the real thing. All of them already have their provisional licenses, so they've had quite the amount of real-life experience, Toshinori agreed, his hold on Izuku careful as he leaned forward. They'll be great heroes, I know. There was a moment of quiet during a partner swap, Hisashi going against Nemuri while Shoyuta stood in front of another girl, this one with massive horns protruding through her hair, her body perfectly trained so her neck muscles could hold the extra weight. When the exercise started anew, Shoyuta started dodging left and right and only using his capture weapon, never once activating his quirk as she charged against him. She's really fast, Inko wondered, trying to guess how much those horns must weigh and the strain they must put on her. Toshinori nodded. One wouldn't think that just looking at her quirk at first glance, right? All quirks have limitations and negative secondary effects. The best heroes are those that learn to work with them despite it. You as well? Inko asked teasingly, nudging him slightly. He laughed, scratching his cheek. Well, I wouldn't be the number one hero if I revealed any weakness I might or might not have, would I? Inko hummed, not really expecting an answer. To her and to everyone else looking at All Might his quirk was perfect. Never a lost battle, never a serious wound, always jumping from one villain to the next without a second thought. It was hard to imagine the man to have any weaknesses. The battles kept going for a while, with Izuku much quieter than at the beginning. He'd only gasp or clap when something really interesting happened, but didn't really speak much. Inko assumed it was because he was tired, but Izuku had fallen asleep in Toshinori's arms a couple of times already with no problem, so she didn't want to bother him with taking him away from the action and back home. If he wanted to sleep, he would just lay back and close his eyes. The class was wrapping up now, Cementos checking the damage in the training grounds while the homeroom teacher decided which students could just go change and who needed a visit to Recovery Girl. Luckily, all 4 of Izuku's friends were in good condition and could just go back for lunch. Inko called them over to the stands, telling them all to come to her place to eat after they were done changing. Nemuri immediately accepted in name of all of them and dragged them off with her. Izuku hadn't fallen asleep like Inko had thought. He had remained in Toshinori's arms all the way back home, but he still was really quiet. Was picking at his clothes, pulling at his sleeves and overall just looking completely lost in his own thoughts. He didn't even realize he was being put down until he sunk in the soft cushions of the couch, snapping his head up in surprise as he noticed where they were. He didn't hear what his mother had said to him, but as she turned the TV on to some colorful cartoon, he assumed she must have asked him to sit there for a bit, since she then kissed his forehead and made her way to the kitchen to presumably make lunch. All Might ruffled his hair and followed Inko, insisting on helping her. Izuku still wasn't all that there, but he giggled when his mother looked at the hero sharply, asking him if he was sure he wanted to help. Yes. Later, and he was decked in Inko's most fabulous yellow apron, too small for him and completely missing any coverage that would make wearing an apron practical. She also had him put on a bandana to keep his bangs out of the way, and it was like that how the 4 teenagers found him peeling potatoes once they arrived. Oh my god, Tensei muttered, drowned by the hysterical laugh of Nemuri, Shoyuta blatantly pulling out his phone to record the incriminating evidence against the hero. Welcome back. Inko greeted them, showing her matching green apron bandana combo as she leaned into view of the teens. We'll be done in a few minutes. Please sit down wherever you want. Namiri went to plop down next to Izuku, letting Hisashi and Shoyuta wrestle each other on who got to sit on the boy's other side, while Tensei went the peaceful route and chose the armchair. Shoyuta finally won with a well-placed lock on Hisashi's arm, leaving him no other option than the floor as he pouted and crossed his arms after his defeat. "Izuku-an, did you see me fight today?" Namiri asked, leaning forward to rest her arms on her knees and be at level with Izuku. "I was better than these dummies, wasn't I? Can you call it a fight if you put everyone to sleep without lifting a finger?" Hisashi scoffed, scooting forward to drop his chin on the couch, smiling when Izuku started playing with his hair now that he was closer. "You're just mad you were no match for me." "Well, she's right," Tensei interfered. "Regardless of the method, if your quirk can help bring villains down and save people, it counts as a victory." Shoyuta raised a hand towards them, eyes focused on Izuku. "Guys, can you keep quiet for a moment?" The other three looked at him in surprise. Usually Shoyuta just left them talk a mile a minute while he hummed or nodded or just straight up fell asleep, but this was the first time he actively told them to shut up. They followed his gaze and landed on Izuku. The kid looked constipated, hands clutching his pants and mouth twisted into a painful frown. He was shaking. "Izuku-an?" Namiri asked softly, running a thumb over his cheek but finding no tears to wipe. "Are you feeling all right, honey?" Tensei had gone to fetch Inko and Tashinori, both worriedly hurrying to stand in front of the boy. Inko knelt in front of Izuku, pulling his hands away from the death grip they had on his clothes to squeeze them in her own. "Baby, what's wrong?" she asked, touching his forehead to check if he was feverish. "Does your tummy hurt?" Izuku opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He closed it and opened it over and over again, little half-choked noises filling the silence of the room as he tried to speak through the lump in his throat. He finally got out. Can you what, Izuku?" Tashinori asked him softly, placing a hand on Inko's shoulder as he leaned down as well to better hear the thread of a voice the kid could manage to let out. Izuku looked at him, and it seemed it somehow made it worse. Something in his eyes looked on the brink of shattering. "Can I be a hero too?" Inko almost reared back as if slapped, but held herself firm. It would do Izuku no good to see her react like that. "Baby. What do you mean, Zuzu?" "Of course you can," Hisashi said, brows furrowed in confusion. "But I don't," Izuku said, stopping halfway to swallow. "Don't have one." Inko let out a shaky breath, her hands trembling, but she refused to let go of her son. Shoyuta looked at her and then at Izuku, easily putting two and two together just from context and their reactions. "You don't have a quirk?" he asked softly. Izuku turned to look at him, lip trembling as he shook his head. Tensei frowned. "But you're still too young, you couldn't possibly know." "The doctors confirmed it," Inko interrupted him. They figured it out while he was gone." She clenched her teeth, trying to keep her anger in check at remembering how sad her baby had been when he first told them. "He's quirkless," Izuku whimpered, trying to shrink in on himself to hide from everyone. He'd been so tired still from the hospital that, after the clinical confirmation, it just never occurred to him to bring it up again. Not until he saw the practical classes today and All Might and his mother had started talking about how great heroes they would be with their quirks. It was every child's dream to become a hero, but without a quirk. That's dumb. Everyone turned to look at Shoyuta, the tired teen frowning as he stared back only at Izuku, the boy blinking at him with surprise in his green eyes. "I didn't think you could be a dummy, Shoyuta continued, ignoring Hisashi hissing his name in warning. Izuku stayed still for a second, then shook his head. "Not a dummy." Shoyuta shook his head as well. "No, you're not. That's why I can't understand why you'd even ask something like that," he said. "Of course you can be a hero without a quirk." Inko, who had been ready to stop him right there, was left speechless with her mouth open, words ready to make it out but never doing so. "Did you see me fight today?" Shoyuta asked Izuku, waiting for the boy to nod. "Do you know what my quirk is?" "What it does?" Takes quirks away," Izuku mumbled. "It erases them," Shoyuta nodded. "I can erase quirks I come across as long as I'm looking at the person who owns it. Now, did you see when I fought a girl with big horns?" Yes. Did I use my quirk on her? Izuku thought for a moment, then shook his head. He'd noticed Shura's quirk turned his eyes red and made his hair float. He didn't do that at all during that match. I knew you were smart, Shoyuta grinned, ruffling the boy's head and making him giggle, making everyone around let out a sigh of relief at hearing that twinkling laugh again. I didn't use my quirk on her because she has a mutant type. Quirk. She can't activate or deactivate it, it's just how she is all the time, he continued. My quirk doesn't let me erase mutant quirks, so when I fight someone like that, I'm as good as quirkless. Izuku's head snapped up, looking at him with newfound awe. He carefully slipped his hands away from his mother's and turned around to crawl over to Shoyuta, sitting on his lap and clutching his uniform's jacket tightly as he stared up at the teen. Shoyuta waited until he was settled down to keep going. Having a quirk is a huge advantage, yes, and it's true there has never been a quirkless hero, but having a quirk doesn't automatically make you a great fighter or give you a proper sense of justice. A true hero works from the heart, not their quirks. His voice had turned unbearably soft towards the end, his words directed solely to Izuku as the boy looked at him like he'd hung the moon. Shoyuta smiled at him, a tender look on his face as he ran his fingers through Izuku's hair. I think you'd make a great hero. He looked up then, glancing meaningfully at Inko and making Izuku look at her as well, his shining eyes paralyzing her to her spot. She smiled too, wiping a single stray tear from her cheek. Of course, she agreed. Of course you can be a hero, Izuku. This time it was Izuku's turn to smile, and it was as blinding as ever. Hisashi offered to finish whatever Inko and Toshinori had been cooking before they got distracted, knowing after the emotional meltdown they just had Izuku would want his mother with him and he didn't particularly feel like sharing a tiny kitchen with the Hulk of All Might. Izuku started interrogating Shoyuta as soon as he'd calmed back down, asking him absolutely everything regarding his quirk and how it worked, and most importantly how he did it to fight around that flaw with mutant-type quirks. He was also interested in the scarf he wore in battle, and how he controlled it. That one not even Shoyuta could explain. It's a support item that helps me capture villains, he explained. I'm still learning how to use it, since it's an experimental item and didn't came with instructions. I also have to do a lot of physical training to keep up with stronger enemies. So fast, Izuku breathed out, remembering how Shoyuta could jump around the place like nobody's business. Like a ninja. Shoyuta blushed at the comparison, lamenting not being allowed to wear his scarf with his uniform to have somewhere to hide. He'd have to invest in something that could allow him an easy escape in the future, like a sleeping bag or something. I could teach you when you're older, you know. Izuku jumped, standing on Shura's knees. Really? To be fast? Fast and strong, Shoyuta said, after looking at Inko for confirmation and waiting for her approving nod. But not now, maybe after you start school. It's when most kids start training anyway. And heroes need to eat well to be big and strong, Hisashi sing-songed as he popped back in, a tray in his hands holding a little bowl and 2 plates. He'd already set the table and moved Izuku's high chair to the head of it, and waited for Shoyuta to pick up the child and set him on his chair before setting down the bowl in front of him. Looked like mashed potatoes and scrambled egg for him today. He gestured for Inko and Shoyuta to sit down as well, and set down the other 2 plates in front of them, pecking Shura's cheek before skipping away to pick his own food. Shoyuta grumbled and flushed, but Hisashi couldn't help himself after seeing that little sweet moment he'd had with Izuku just a while ago. Nemuri, Tensei and Toshinori looked at Hisashi expectantly, standing around like waiting baby birds. Hisashi raised an eyebrow at them, walking past to sit next to Shoyuta. Y'all broke your hands or something? Rude. Nemuri huffed, stomping to the kitchen with the other 2 defeated men in tow. And when Izuku kept glancing at him with those wide eyes of his between the bites his mother fed him, Shoyuta felt like getting Izuku used to being alone with them would be easier than they thought. That's it, sweetie, just put it right at the top. Izuku's tongue poked out of his mouth as he tried to drop the star on top of the tree while his mother held him up. Inko's family has never been one to celebrate Christmas with much fanfare, and Hisashi had always been working during the holidays, so it wasn't like she had to worry about putting up decorations or such. Last year Izuku had been too young to really understand what was happening during that date, only caring about the shining lights decorating the trees around town and the chiming of bells being carried by the wind. This year, however, would be a Christmas Izuku would remember, his first one, and while it wasn't a required holiday for them to celebrate, she'd been asked by all of Izuku's friends if they could pop by on Christmas Eve to spend the day with them and bring Izuku some presents. Inko couldn't tell them no. The decorations were sparse and generic, provided last minute by Nizu once Inko casually mentioned it in passing conversation that same day, and he even apologized at how simple they were, despite having managed to somehow get them in a day where no store should have any in stock, but they were enough to bring color and light to the house. Her favorite part had been cooking, however. She really enjoyed the mechanic movements and focus the process required of her, and how it made time fly while Izuku sat on his chair on the other side of the kitchen counter, drawing on his notebook with the warmth of the lit fireplace keeping them cozy. Izuku finally dropped the star and it fell on the tree, missing the tip and stumbling down to catch on a branch a couple of levels below. "Oi!" Inko huffed a laugh, bringing Izuku down on a tight hug. "That looks perfect, baby. It's a special and unique star, just like you," she said, bopping his nose and making him giggle. There was a knock on the door and she hurried to open it, Izuku making little hup-hup noises with every step she took. Toshinori stood outside, decked in a light sweater since he quite literally lived just next door. He was carrying a huge store-bought cake in his hands and an equally large plastic bag hung from his elbow. "All might!" Izuku shouted, as if seeing the hero for the first time instead of their almost everyday encounters. "Hello, Izuku," he grinned at the boy in lieu of his usual hair-ruffling greeting since his hands were busy. He turned a gentler smile at Inko. "Good evening, Midoriya-san." Come in," she hurried. Him, laughing when he almost stumbled on his way in. "And I told you already to call me just Inko, Toshinori." "Ah, yes," he conceded, setting the cake down on the kitchen and fishing something out of the plastic bag. "It just feels so personal. I've been calling you by your name for a while now." She waved him off, sitting Izuku down by the Christmas tree where he'd busied himself trying to detangle some extra lights they didn't hang. "I think it's time for you to do so as well, neighbor." Toshinori could never get over how this small, young woman whom he'd met crying her heart out looking for her missing son had somehow been hiding this playful side of her that she liked to use to tease him during nearly all his visits. It was refreshing to be treated like just another acquaintance, another friend by someone. "I'll do my best then, Inko." She grinned at him, nodding as she snatched the cake and put it in the fridge for later. Toshinori had grabbed a hold of what he'd been looking for and took it out of the bag, walking towards the tree Izuku was sitting by. "Izuku," he called the boy, kneeling down next to him once he had his attention. He showed him the wrapped gift box he'd taken out. "I brought you this for Christmas, but you have to wait until midnight to open it, all right?" Izuku looked at the present in awe, the bright red and white wrapping paper illuminated by the flickering lights. He nodded frantically while Toshinori set it down under the tree, and then giggled when the hero took out a second, slightly smaller but equally beautiful gift and set it next to the other. "And this is for your mother, but don't tell her yet." He brought a finger to his lips, winking at the boy. Izuku covered his smile with both hands, nodding at the request. "Toshinori, could you help me set the table? The kids will be here soon," Inko called from the kitchen. He pinched Izuku's cheek gently before standing back up to do what Inko had asked him. "Let's see, it should be 6 places plus Izuku's chair, right?" He wondered as he went where Inko pointed him to fetch plates and cutlery. She shook her head. 8 places, actually. Tensei said he'd bring his little brother, so he and Izuku will seat together. "Niza got me a couple of seat boosters for them," she said, pointing at the table. There were indeed 2 chairs with booster seats strapped in, one blue and one green, that Toshinori hadn't noticed. "I see. Is he around Izuku's age then?" "Just a month younger, apparently," Inko said, following after him with a tray of glasses. Since they're a family of heroes, they need to be extra careful with their children in case any villains want to get at them, so he's been a bit sheltered, and Tensei thought Izuku could do with a friend his age as well. He hummed, letting her set the tray down on the table to help her place them properly. Izuku gave a shout of victory from behind them as he detangled his first knot from the lights. If he's anything like young Ida, then Izuku could be looking forward to a very good friend. That's what I thought too. A new knocking at the door interrupted their conversation, and Toshinori offered to go this time. This way he witnessed firsthand how Hisashi's smile fell and Shuta's neutral expression turned to a frown when they saw it was him and not Inko welcoming them. Nemuri pushed them aside and walked in first, patting All Might's arm as she went past him. "Merry Christmas!" she greeted loudly, sweeping Izuku up in her arms. "And here I have the best present under the tree all for myself." Izuku let the lights fall from his hands, hugging Nemuri tight in return. "Midnight. Open present now," he said, looking over Nemuri's shoulder at Toshinori. The hero couldn't believe Izuku was trying to play him like that. "Not that kind of midnight, Izuku." "Oh." A new tiny voice made itself known from behind Shoyuta and Hisashi as they walked in as well, right by Tensei's side. "It's not Christmas yet, you have to wait to open the presents." Izuku turned to look for the new person speaking to him, but he couldn't see them. Tensei laughed and stepped forward so his little brother could be within sight of him. "Izuku, this is my brother Tenya," he introduced him, holding the boy's hand. The boy was a carbon copy of Tensei, just with more average-looking eyebrows and wearing extremely baggy pants. He looked up curiously at Izuku in Nemuri's arms. "I'll set you down by the couch. Can you stand if you hold yourself up on it?" Nemuri asked Izuku, getting a nod from the boy. "All right." She let him down on his feet, giving him time to grasp the arm of the couch firmly with one hand before letting go of him. Izuku swayed a bit in place, but held himself up easily enough. "Go on, say hi," Tensei told his brother, letting go of his hand. Tenya walked, or more like marched, towards Izuku in movements too precise for a 2-year-old, and offered a hand to Izuku in a motion that reminded him of his toy robot. Tenya was a bit taller than him too, despite being younger, but Izuku didn't need to know that yet. "Hello, I'm Ida Tenya," he said once Izuku had grabbed his hand, shaking it in such a grown-up way it made Hisashi choke on the juice Inko had offered him. Tensei sighed, wondering if his friends would try to blame him for his brother being so obsessed with acting like a pre-programmed robot for some unknown reason. "Hi, I'm Izuku." He introduced himself as well, grinning wide at the newcomer and shaking his hand faster, like how most kids would actually do. "Want to play?" Tenya found out Izuku's smile was contagious, and his entire posture seemed to relax as he nodded. Izuku walked around the couch, using his grip on it as a guide to his steps until he reached the space between it and the TV where he'd left some of his toys that evening before he and his mom started decorating. He carefully let himself down to sit on the floor, followed by Tenya sitting in front of him. Tensei had told Tenya of Izuku's situation, leaving out the more, unsavory parts and keeping it PG for his brother. The gist of it was that Tenya knew Izuku had trouble moving on his own other than crawling around, and he didn't comment on it. Izuku let Tenya pick an action figure first, and then picked one himself to launch into a made-up hero story with a sock puppet as the villain. "My hero's name is All Might Jr. What's yours?" he said, not noticing Toshinori hiding his face in his hands as his ears turned red. Tenya glanced at his brother. "He's Ingenium." Izuku seemed to love the name. "Okay." The sounds of their play fights and the high-pitched voices of their pretend heroes let everyone in the room know they were doing all right. Tensei smiled as he looked at them, glad to see Tenya lose the typical stiffness he carried himself with and just be a normal kid with Izuku. At home he tried his best to spend time with his brother to let him experience the childhood he deserved, since Tensei had gone through the same during his own younger years but without the advantage of a sibling to play with him. But still Tenya had it very ingrained the importance of the Ida name and was set on being a proper hero in the future, so he tended to act more adult than he should. "I bet you were as cute as him at his age," Inko commented casually, walking up to Tensei. He laughed, scratching the back of his neck. "Mom would agree with you." While the kids entertained each other, the newcomers produced their own presents to put under the tree, Tensei being the only one to place an extra one for Tenya, even if his brother knew his own presents would be back home waiting for him. Inko had wanted to get something for everyone as well, but they insisted having them over was more than enough and threatened with burying the house in gifts after winter break if she even thought about it. They crowded around the kitchen counter since the living room was currently a battlefield between Izuku and Tenya's heroes versus the evil sock monster, going at the snacks Inko had set out like starved animals. They were high school students after all, Lord knew they were always hungry. Tensei was the only one with a hint of manners, pacing himself on a dango. Shoyuta tried to maintain a semblance of dignity, but that went away as soon as he noticed the plate of mochi off to the side, which he'd snatched and closed off everyone else in the crook of his arm. Inko laughed, still taking more food out of who knows where and replacing the rapidly emptying plates. If everything goes well, I will be teaching the students how to make all this next year. Oh right, the home econ class, Tensei said. Shoyuta and Hizashi mentioned it a while ago. Namuri grabbed a glass of juice that might have been Shuta's and downed it in one go to clear her throat. Are we gonna get some of those before graduation? I like to think I can take care of myself, but just in case. Inko nodded, refilling her glass and sliding a new one to Shoyuta to get him to stop glaring daggers at Namuri. You'd be the test class, see if it goes well to implement it officially next year. I can't cram that much information in the 3 months you have left, but you should leave knowing the basics of cooking, cleaning and home repairs at least. Wait, you know home repairs? Like plumbing and stuff? Toshinori asked surprised. He tried to hammer a nail to a wall once to hang a picture at his place, and he'd ended up with no picture, no nail, and no wall. Inko scoffed, throwing a dish towel at him. Of course I do. I can't exactly raise my son on my own if I can't handle a home by myself, I can run finances and know a bit of electrical work and carpentry as well. Hizashi and Shoyuta, being regulars in the house, already knew this bit of the story, as well as Namuri since she had access to Tsukachi's files on the case. Tensei, however, leaned forward to be heard with how soft his voice had gone to not be heard by the kids. Midoriya-san, you're a single mother? He asked her, brows furrowing in concern. Inko waved him off casually. It's nothing to worry yourself with, Tensei. I had a lot of time to learn how to do things by myself before Izuku was born. My ex-husband supports us financially though, so it lightens the workload, even though I work from home as well. She tapped her finger on her chin. Or rather, I used to. I had to submit my resignation after we were sent into witness protection. You seem awfully calm about it, Shoyuta said. Inko shrugged, smiling at him tiredly and letting a bit of her exhaustion show in her eyes. The change in her expression during that single second she let her facade slip was jarring. If I don't cover up my worries, Izuku might try to carry them for me in the future. He doesn't deserve more on his platter. Neither do you, Toshinori said softly, placing a hand on her back comfortingly. Inko smiled up at him, her hand coming up to the part of his arm she could reach as silent thanks. The egg-shaped timer by the oven started ringing at that moment. Inko hurried to take the chicken out while Toshinori went to fetch the kids. Boys, time for dinner, he called out, feeling a bit bad at interrupting their game but forgetting it at seeing how excited they got at the mention of food. He made to take Izuku up from the floor. Come on Izuku, I'll take you there. Actually, Tenya interrupted him, tapping his fingers together nervously. He looked at Izuku sitting down in front of him, staring back at him curiously. Could I help? Izuku seemed like he didn't understand what Tenya was talking about, looking to All Might for an explanation. But when he turned at the hero and saw him frozen in position, ready to help Izuku up, he understood. In a move no one had seen him do, nor believed he was capable of, Izuku turned away, completely ignoring All Might and reaching his hands out to his new friend. Tenya looked delighted at being given the chance, carefully standing up first and holding Izuku's hands firmly. I'll pull you up, okay? 1, 2. At the count of 3 he pulled, leaning back while Izuku pushed himself off the floor. Tenya, being a bit taller, helped them maintain their balance once Izuku was on his feet, their hands never letting go of each other as Tenya took careful steps back, head turning every few seconds to make sure his path was clear while he guided Izuku to the table. Inko watched all this unfold with both hands covering her mouth, tears welling at the corner of her eyes as she saw how gentle Tenya was with her son, how the boy wasn't that much stronger than her baby, so Izuku might as well be taking his first solo steps on his own thanks to his friend. Tensei huffed out a laugh, pride gleaming in his eyes as he witnessed the live confirmation of just what kind of person his little brother was. Once they reached the table, Izuku stumbled a bit as he swapped to holding onto the chair's leg, grinning up at his mother at having made it there. Tenya looked really happy too, hovering behind Izuku as if eager to help in anything else the boy might need. Tensei walked up to them, ruffling Tenya's hair with a huge grin before helping him up to his seat, then turning and lifting Izuku up on his chair to make sure he would be strapped in properly while Tenya did his own himself, used to it already since he insisted on sitting at the big table back home since he could speak. Dinner went surprisingly as normal as it could go with the variety of people sitting at the table while attacking everything on sight, with Toshinori being the biggest offender as he ate like he hadn't had a real home-cooked meal in decades. Tenya kept going off at the importance of eating a proper and balanced meal every day while Izuku nodded at everything he said, until Tensei pointed out the green peppers Tenya had been pushing to the edge of his plate, making his brother flush red and stare at the veggies with poorly concealed disgust as he forced himself to eat them to not make Izuku think he didn't follow his own preaching. "I might have to bring you here more often if that's how we can get you to eat those," Tensei teased, laughing as his brother crossed his arms and pouted. Tensei chuckled and dropped more chicken on Tenya's plate to make him smile again. "Did you tell Izuku about your quirk?" Izuku gasped, setting his fork down before he dropped it by accident. "You have a quirk already?" Tenya nodded, reaching down and rolling up his pant leg to show off some tiny pairs of pipes protruding from the back of his calves. "They're engines, like my brother's," he poked at the pipes self-consciously. "They're too small though. They're so cool," Izuku exclaimed, smushing his own cheeks in excitement. "They make you fast too?" "Just a little," Tenya said. "I keep tripping when I try." "That's what training is for, kid," Shoyuta added from across the table. Tenya looked at him, surprised. "You were lucky enough to be born with it, so you have even more time to practice. You are young though, don't push it." "Ah, Shoyuta, that was so sweet," Nemuri cooed. "Dump Hizashi and date me instead." Shoyuta snorted. "After all the trouble I went through to make him like me? No thanks." Tensei derailed the conversation back to the kids before Nemuri and Hizashi started another one of their fake wars for Shuta's hand. "Why don't you show Izuku how your engines work? You know we grown-ups like to stay at the table talking about boring stuff." Tenya nodded, excusing himself as he slid down to the floor. Inko helped Izuku down and waited for Tenya to offer to help him once more. When Tenya went to hold Izuku's hands again, Izuku shook his head to everyone's surprise. I want to," he mumbled, looking down at his feet meaningfully. Tenya let his arms drop to his sides, giving him space while Izuku collected himself. He remained within reaching distance just in case, but didn't touch him. The ones sitting on the other side of the table stood up, their chairs screeching against the floor as they stared at the kids with impatient anticipation. Izuku stepped in place for a while, trying out his footing as he held onto the chair with both hands. He stomped his little feet with more and more force each time, getting his legs used to the work. He let one of his hands go, then the other to stand up still on his own. Then he lifted a foot and took a step forward. And another. And another. By the third step he tripped with his other foot and Tenya caught him before he fell, but only righted him up before letting go again. Izuku smiled at him and then kept going, making his way across the room. The silence was so thick it made the scene felt like it lasted forever, each of Izuku's steps an event of its own. But in reality the distance was no longer than 10 of his little steps, and before they realized he was already by the living room, reaching for the couch to hold onto. His face was red from the effort and he was panting, letting himself fall to sit on the floor. Inko was openly crying, sobbing as she rushed from her seat to kneel next to her son, hugging the life out of him as words failed her but still trying to convey just how happy she was, how proud of those few steps Izuku had managed all on his own. "Please tell me you got that too," Nemuri said to Hizashi, whose phone was still up and recording everything that had just happened. "Of course I did," he choked out, not showing any signs of wanting to stop recording anytime soon, despite his own tears fogging up his glasses. Izuku didn't really understand why his mom was crying, and he didn't want her to be sad, so he used the best medicine he knew for sadness and hugged her back as tight as he could. Inko laughed through her tears, kissing his face and repeating over and over how proud she was and how happy he'd made her. "This is the best Christmas present I've ever gotten, baby," she said, chuckling when Izuku wiped her tears away with the sleeves of his sweater now that he knew she wasn't sad. Nemuri jumped up, phone in her hand. Oh, speaking of presents, it's been 4 minutes since midnight already. She walked towards the tree to fumble through the wrapped boxes. Time for gifts. They all insisted Izuku opened his first, and soon enough he was surrounded by the new pair of red sneakers from Inko, the winter scarf from Shoyuta, the matching handmade hat from Hizashi, the picture book from both Idas, the action figure from Nemuri, and the giant white bunny-shaped pillow from Toshinori that was so big he could actually lie down on it. Toshinori also handed him a box of hot chocolate Naomasa had sent him since he couldn't make it due to work. Inko's presents varied from home decorations to make the new flat seem warmer and cozier, to a bottle of perfume, to a set of hair brooches, to the very expensive-looking and extremely comfortable sweater Toshinori had gotten her. It matched Izuku's bunny, he offered as explanation as the woman slipped into the snow-white garment, marveling at how soft and warm it was. "I love it. Thank you so much, Toshinori," she smiled excitedly, already knowing this would be her new favorite piece of clothing. "You can thank him again, you know," Nemuri cackled, pointing up at the ceiling above where they were standing. "Oh my, I don't remember hanging that there," Inko said, staring at the decidedly not there before sprig of mistletoe hastily stuck to the ceiling with masking tape. "But since it's tradition." Toshinori was so shocked by the development of the little bundle of leaves and berries that he went down easily when Inko pulled at his sweater, and could do little more than sputter when she planted a quick kiss on his cheek before letting go. "Nah, I think I'll might just got the best present tonight," Hizashi snickered. Then he grabbed Shuta's arm and pulled him forward. "Now's our turn." And with Shoyuta turning the tables around and dipping Hizashi under the mistletoe, surrounded by the laughter of everyone around them and the warm fire crackling from the fireplace, Izuku sunk into his brand new pillow and dozed off with a smile on his face. After Izuku managed to walk again, it was as if time had been in slow motion, only for it to start at normal speed once more. The introduction of Tenya in Izuku's life revealed to be fundamental to the mental development of the boy. Having been surrounded only by adults his whole life made Izuku dependent on the bigger, stronger figures to get around on the world. Tenya was, literally and symbolically, his first steps into the real world where he could learn how to be a kid. The first day Izuku would be left alone with Shoyuta and Hizashi while Inko had her first class was a day Tensei brought his brother along to make Izuku company. Izuku had been apprehensive about his mother being out without him, but the promise of his babysitters spending the hours with him quelled his worries a little. It was the other boy's presence at the front door that completed the picture and convinced him to stay put. Since Izuku was so fascinated by Tenya's quirk, he would show how it worked, running the length of the room in short bursts at moderate speeds. Izuku would hobble after him, trying to reach him as fast as possible so Tenya could go again and he could see the quirk in action once more. It also tired Tenya to use his engines, so it was just after a few minutes that both boys were sprawled on the floor, exhausted from the exercise while Shoyuta fanned them with one of his books and Hizashi brought them orange juice. Tensei insisted it was the best fuel for his family's engine, for some reason, and indeed Tenya chugged it like he'd turn into a raisin otherwise. Hizashi was having the time of his life as the de facto boss babysitter. Since Inko was no longer in the picture, it meant they had to take care of everything she did regarding Izuku's care, which included cooking, cleaning and the dreaded diaper change. Dreaded for Shoyuta of course, Hizashi could do it with one hand and both eyes closed. "You have to learn to do it too. What if one day I break both my hands? What are you gonna do then?" Hizashi insisted. "Just imagine it's a cat or something. They wear nappies too sometimes if they're too old. Recovery girl would fix your hands in 5 seconds, Shoyuta retorted. He learned anyway. When the day finally came that Izuku could go back to eating solids, it was a day where Inko wasn't teaching and she'd invited the gang over for lunch. Izuku was almost out of his mind waiting for his food, banging his little fists on his chair as he witnessed the process of making katsudon. Shoyuta opted to place his own hands under Izuku's so he would be in the receiving end of the slamming lest Izuku hurt his hands with how excited he was. Inko had to feed him each bite after Izuku practically dunked his face in the bowl when it was placed in front of him. Another thing they had to learn to take care of was Izuku's arms. He no longer needed the bandages since his wounds had scarred over, but he still felt uncomfortable wearing short-sleeved shirts that exposed them to the world. Shoyuta started bringing over an ointment that he himself used for his battle wounds that, while not getting rid of the scars, helped even the skin and made them much less visible. It was delicate work, and it seemed to put Izuku in a sort of trance when Shoyuta would apply it in soft circles up and down his arms, over and over again before wrapping it in gauze to help it absorb faster. "I know you don't like them," he said softly one day, finishing up the first arm before going for the other. "But you have to look at them in a new light now. They're proof you're safe, that you're healing. You have to look at them and remember they show the world how strong you are. They will be with you forever, so you might as well start seeing them as your allies instead of your enemies." He would finish by placing a kiss on his forehead as consolation once both arms were properly wrapped. Izuku would sniffle, rubbing at his eyes as he glared at the ugly marks on his skin. He never let these kind of feelings show in front of his mother, but there was something about his caretakers, about Shoyuta specifically, that made him feel safe with being vulnerable. Maybe it was because Shoyuta had an air of wisdom to him, maybe it was the no-nonsense way he saw the world, or maybe it was how Izuku identified himself with the teens since their talk about being quirkless. Leaving behind his dependence to Inko also meant Izuku was more and more open to people other than her and All Might, and they found out soon enough he was a glutton for physical contact. Now that his legs could carry him around, he would tackle Hisashi and Shoyuta as they walked into the house, latching onto their legs like a koala and not letting go until he was swapped to their arms. This turned into Hisashi's new favorite development since it meant Shoyuta would go about his stuff with Izuku secured to his chest, whether it was reading a book or catching up on homework or watching TV. Izuku would be right there with his head tucked under Shuta's chin. The warmth and weight of the kid soon became so natural for Shoyuta that he would sometimes just lie down on the couch or the floor, Izuku's bunny pillow resting under his head as Izuku lied sprawled on his chest. They would fall asleep like that, Shuta's arms an immovable security net around him as Izuku drooled on his shirt. Hisashi might have had an entire photo album dedicated to those particular scenes alone. Namuri and Tensei would show up during their free time, bringing Izuku and Inko sweets and gifts they'd made from what they'd learned on Inko's classes. "I still can't get them as good as yours," Namuri cried, even if Inko gushed about how talented she was and Izuku tried to fit as many of her sweets into his mouth in one go. As time flew, it became closer and closer to the day they would be graduating from school, and it was a constant nagging thought in the back of their heads how they would break the news to Izuku that they would no longer be taking care of him once they started working as heroes proper. The whole point of their little babysitting extracurricular had been to get Izuku and Inko used to being separated, and they'd successfully managed it. Now even if they were still together most days, they would no longer fret what the other was doing all the time. Izuku was still too small to be brought with Inko to her classroom, so that was not an option once classes started again in April. Nizu was always a viable option, since the principal was often found in his office and could keep an eye on Izuku during those times, and there was also the possibility of Toshinori taking a few hours out of his week from hero work and investigating the all-for-one case to take care of him. All in all, it wasn't that they were out of options, it was how Izuku would take it. Soon they couldn't hide it any longer, and so the four teens had gathered at Inko's house during a Saturday to be honest with the boy before it was too late. They decided to just give it to him straight, not wanting to try and make it a great, fun day for him only to bring him down with the news later. Inko brought them to where Izuku was belly down on the floor, notebooks and pencils strewn around him as he drew everything he'd seen that day during their walk through the school. He noticed them coming and scrambled to his feet, running up to them to be picked up by Hisashi. "Hey little listener," he said softly, and Izuku looked at him curiously from the unusual lack of enthusiasm and loud words Hisashi based his entire life around. "Come to play?" Izuku asked them, not having expected them to come today. They would show up some weekends of their own volition, but since Inko was there it was not something that happened weekly enough for him to be waiting for. "Not today, Bunny," Namuri answered. "We're here to do all that boring adult talk." "Oh?" Izuku looked down. "Tenya?" he asked, looking hopefully at Tensei. Tensei smiled at him sadly, shaking his head. "Sorry Izuku, I couldn't bring him today." "Not for this." Izuku frowned, his eyes jumping from one person to another until they settled on his mother. The mood in the room was too heavy and serious, and it was making him nervous. He reached for Inko, wanting to be in her arms to calm the weird feeling in his gut. Inko carefully took him from Hizashi's arms and went to sit down, waiting for the others to follow and sit around them. Since as always one of them was left with no place on the couch, Shoyuta opted to sit on the floor in front of Izuku. "Baby, I called them over," Inko told Izuku, making him look up at her even with Shoyuta holding his hands and rubbing his thumb over them soothingly. "The truth is there's something you need to know, and we wanted to tell you now, alright?" Izuku looked both confused and scared. He still didn't understand what was going on, so his mind defaulted to the worst option. "Is it me? I did something wrong." His voice went thin and cracked at the last word, his lip wobbling as he tensed. "No honey, nothing like that. You're the best boy anyone could ask for," Inko reassured him, kissing the crown of his head. "It's not you, I promise. Actually, it's us," Tensei finished the line of thought. Hisashi continued. "Izuku, you know we're studying to become heroes, right?" He nodded. "And you know we're third years already," Nomuri added. Izuku looked at her, nodding slower this time. "Izuku," Shoyuta called the boy, dragging his attention to himself. "We'll only be students here for the next 3 months. After that we'll leave." Izuku tilted his head, not understanding. "But you'll come play?" There's the chance we might come every once in a while when we have free time," Hisashi conceded. "But Zuzu, we won't be taking care of you anymore after that. We can't come back to look after you once we graduate." He dropped the other shoe, waiting for Izuku's reaction. Izuku looked lost, like he was processing the information but just couldn't understand it. Until it finally sunk in. "No," he whispered, eyes broadcasting the exact moment his little heart was breaking. "No." Inko felt something warm and wet fall on her hand, and she felt like an electric shock had gone through her body in that instant. "No!" Izuku cried, fat tears collecting on his eyes and running down his cheeks as he yelled, his face and eyes turning red. "No, no, no," and no matter how sad, how scared, how overwhelmed and hurt Izuku had been, he had never once cried since the rescue. This seemed to have been the tipping point. "Oh, Izuku," Inko felt her own tears ready to burst, almost unable to overcome the lump on her throat as Izuku continued crying loudly, the child slapping away Shoyuta and Hisashi's hands when they tried to hold him or touch him to calm him down. Suddenly a rustle came from the door, the metallic sound of keys trying to slot into the lock alerting them of a new presence outside the house. Izuku was taken by surprise by the noise and it managed to cut his cries short, but the tears couldn't stop and he kept sobbing as finally the lock turned and the door swung open, somehow without slamming into the wall. Tashinori stood there, quickly making his way inside and looking as if he was ready to fight a horde of villains by himself. Instead he found the group of teenagers and the mother-son duo staring at him, the surprise on their faces not enough to mask the general sorrowful atmosphere in the room. "I heard screaming, is everything all right?" he asked, putting away the copy of the house keys Nizu had given him a while ago. He never actually thought he'd end up using them. "Well, as fine as we can be," Inko said, looking down at Izuku. The boy only snuggled further into his mother, tears leaving an ever-growing wet spot on her blouse as he looked at All Might with poorly concealed anguish. "You too?" he asked the hero, voice wavy and fearful. "You're leaving too?" Tashinori looked for an answer to the heartbreaking question, until Nomuri sighed and stood up to walk towards him. "We just told Izuku we'd be leaving after graduation," she murmured just low enough for him to hear so Izuku wouldn't get more upset. "He didn't take it well, as we feared." Tashinori nodded slowly, putting the pieces together as to just how upset this would make Izuku. He made his way to the spot Nomuri had freed and sat down next to Inko, sighing at how Izuku flinched once he made eye contact. He opened his arms invitingly, trying to smile through the sadness to quell Izuku's worries. The boy stared at him over his mother's elbow, assessing the situation in a way only he could do it. He finally let himself relax just the tiniest bit, but enough for Inko to feel it. She let her arms drop from around him and Izuku slowly and carefully crawled his way over to Tashinori. Sitting on his lap and looking up at the hero with red-rimmed eyes, sniffling still as tears fell passively down his cheeks, Izuku asked again. Are you leaving too? Of course not, Toshinori hurried to answer, pulling out a handkerchief that thankfully wasn't All Might themed to dry Izuku's tears. I live right next door, remember? And even if I can't see you every day, I'll always be here when you need me to, okay? He reassured the boy, his voice calm and slow. Izuku seemed reluctant to believe it, humming in acceptance anyway. Toshinori huffed a laugh and pet the boy's hair softly. And besides, your friends leaving isn't really bad, they're going to become great heroes. Toshinori exclaimed, tickling Izuku's stomach. Aren't you excited to see them save people once they get out there? Izuku giggled, trying to push the hands away. Yes, but they won't come anymore. Now, that's not true, little listener. Hisashi came through, appearing from thin air to lean on the back of the couch to be face to face with Izuku. We will be swamped with work for sure, but I promise I'll spend my every free day coming to spend it with you, even if it's not very often. Shoyuta stood next to him, nodding along. Besides, you're crazy if you think I'm missing your birthdays. I'll be right there to push your face into your cake. Shoyuta. It's tradition, Zashi. I was gonna say I wanted to do that, Hisashi laughed, draping his arm around Shuta's shoulders. Izuku was still sad, but he fared better knowing that at least they weren't leaving him alone permanently after all. Still, the short time he'd spent with them had been some of the best days of his life and he would miss them. Namiri decided that now was a good moment to try and uplift Izuku, and pulled everyone into a game of pretend where Izuku was the hero and the others the villains he had to protect Inko, the civilian, from. They dropped dramatically one by one, claiming him to be the strongest hero they'd ever fought so vehemently that it sent Izuku into a giggling fit by the end of it. They stayed until sunset, when they had to bid their goodbyes for the day and go back home to their parents. They would be back in the week for the usual babysitting hours as it was barely the start of the year and they still had some time left over. One week in particular the hero course went off in a training camp and Izuku wouldn't see them until they came back, and that left him a bit down for the time being, but Toshinori didn't fail to approach Inko before it turned too bad. There's a fireworks festival being held by the lake this weekend, he informed her, pulling out a pamphlet from his pocket and handing it over to the curious woman. It's not far away, and the fireworks can be seen from here if you find the correct spot to watch them from. And I'm guessing you know exactly which spot it is? She smiled at him, turning the paper around to check the photographs it showed. Maybe from some unruly high school years of yours? Toshinori flushed, tapping his fingers together sheepishly. Well, technically we weren't supposed to be in school grounds after hours, so I might have sneaked in a few times. Inko laughed loudly at the sight of the man trying to shrink on himself at the confession, acting as if he'd committed the greatest crime of his life just to see some fireworks. Izuku giggled from where he sat at the table with his dessert since he took a bit longer than them with lunch. Asking Nizu was no problem for him, even if the knowing glint in his eye at the mention of Toshinori knowing exactly where to go chilled him to the bone. The principal agreed that having All Might was protection enough for something as harmless as watching the sky, so he gave him the green light readily. The night in question found them crusading the deserted gardens of UA, both adults walking side to side as Izuku ran around them, tripping a few times but getting back up immediately as he jumped on mounds of snow piled all around them, completely bundled up as he made snow angels. The sky was clear and the stars twinkled around the moon. All in all it was the perfect night. Toshinori called Izuku over, picking him up and handing him to Inko. You might want to hold on for this. Hold on for what? Inko's question was cut short when Toshinori bent down to pick her up in a princess carry as she held Izuku, and shot up into the sky. The sudden speed swallowed her surprised yelp, but did nothing to stop Izuku's yell of delight at the ticklish feeling of his stomach fluttering from the height he found himself in out of nowhere. He landed with practiced ease on the roof of the building, setting Inko down carefully next to a spot that had been already cleared from snow and prepared with pillows and blankets to sit down, along with a picnic basket. Inko barely managed to hold herself upright on shaky legs, her hold on Izuku like iron. That could have come with a little more warning. Toshinori smiled sheepishly and guided them to the little nest he'd set up with a hand on her back. The roof was closed off by high fences, so it was no problem to let Izuku run around and see the view of the surrounding city over the treetops. Since we can't really see the festival properly, I brought us here with a few minutes to spare before the fireworks. They should be going up soon, Toshinori said, sitting down after Inko. She started riffling the basket curiously, fishing out a pouch of jelly for Izuku. I can't remember the last time I even went to a festival. Must have been back then when I was dating Hisashi. Since his quirk is fire breath, he would just make the fireworks himself sometimes. Ah yes, Izuku's estranged father. According to what Inko had told him in quiet conversation during Izuku's naps, the boy didn't even know of his existence. He'd never asked where or who his father was, and that thus far had been a blessing to Inko, who didn't think she could keep herself together if she had to explain to Izuku how Hisashi basically bailed because he didn't want him. Now, Toshinori wasn't who to judge people's actions outside of villainy. He knew it was objectively a better choice to have the man out of the picture, better for Izuku to not be exposed to someone who would show him no affection, and at least he still supported Inko economically. Hisashi had been ultimately updated about the situation, and he'd actually shown concern about how Izuku and Inko had been faring, but had been assured they would be safe under the protection of Pro Heroes 24/7, and had backed off once more. Not like there was anything he could do without making the situation worse. He couldn't just show up without raising all kinds of questions on Izuku. Questions the kid could do without the answers to. A sudden bang in the distance rippled the quiet of the night and had Izuku running towards his mother, falling on her lap as he looked around, trying to find the origin of the noise. "Look baby, up there," she righted Izuku to sit in the correct direction. "It's starting." At first Izuku didn't understand what was going on, squinting up at the sky. He thought maybe his mother was confused and was talking about the stars, but then a single bright light started threading up high. Then it exploded. "Whoa!" Izuku shouted, hanging tight onto his mother's arms as he looked at the bright lights suddenly covering the sky, brighter than any star and noisier than Hisashi's quirk. More followed the first, one after another, all different sizes and colors. Some even took the shape of animals or flowers as they burst, making Izuku fall back in awe as he could think of nothing else to do but just stare at the fireworks. Toshinori was glad he was enjoying himself, even if at the start he'd been afraid the loud noise would scare Izuku, but seemed having been exposed to Hisashi's quirk had made him more able to stand sound of that caliber. A sudden weight on his arm interrupted his line of thought, and he turned to see Inko was leaning against him, just as focused on the lights as Izuku was, but her face showed a peaceful, grateful expression as a small smile graced her lips. She glanced at Toshinori's face and her smile grew wider, eyes crinkling at the corners as multicolored lights shone down on her. There was a thumping in his chest Toshinori could not attribute to the banging of the fireworks. When it was all over and he'd walked them to their door, Toshinori pulled out his phone and called the only person he could trust with these kind of things. In another part of the city, Tsukachi Naomasa was woken up from the first real sleep he had in a week by the ringtone he'd designated Toshinori with a clown honk. He blindly reached for it and unlocked the call, bringing it up to his ear. "Lo!" he managed to say, his eyes refusing to open. "I think I'm dying?" was the only thing Toshinori said in greeting. Wah. Now, Naomasa knew Toshinori would never call him if he was actually dying. He'd just straight up show on his door and turn to ash all over his brand new shoes because that's definitely how he would top being the biggest thorn on Naomasa's side. This must have been one of his over-exaggerations over something he'd never experienced before. "I think I developed an allergy to Inko." "Oh, first name basis? Interesting. My chest started feeling funny out of nowhere just a while ago when I was out with her and Izuku." Naomasa managed to open his eyes enough to glare at the picture of his best friend grinning at him from his phone caller ID. "Oh my God," was all he said before hanging up and throwing the phone away, trying to go back to sleep. It was the next morning, at an hour Naomasa was actually supposed to be awake, that he called Toshinori to give him the talk. Because despite having been all over the world, met uncountable people, been in close contact with the most charming and beautiful celebrities on the planet, it was the first time in his life Yagi Toshinori had ever gotten a crush on anyone and had no idea what was even happening. It was also terribly embarrassing for Naomasa, who was barely in his 20s and also had never had any kind of relationship. If only Nana was still here, she was an expert on romanticism and feelings. Ultimately, Toshinori opted to ask the only people he knew to be in a relationship. "You gotta be kidding me," Shoyuta deadpanned. "I don't know who else to talk to about this. Heroes aren't exactly known for having, relationships." Hizashi finished stirring his coffee and pointed the spoon at him. "And you're serious about this?" Toshinori looked at the table of the little cafe he'd invited them over to talk. He tried to ignore the people crowding the window outside trying to look at him. "Well, I just realized it. I don't have any experience, so I wanted to see if you could tell me what to do next." Hizashi snorted. "Well, don't look at me, our thing was all Shoyuta." Shoyuta hummed, tapping his glass. The noise of the people outside was starting to make him mad. At least All Might had reserved the entire cafe to keep them out. "I wouldn't recommend doing what I did, though. Throwing yourself at Inko might not work as well as it worked me with Zashi." Hizashi flushed, and Toshinori thought he might as well avoid any advice from them that might be in that vein. "Well, do you have any ideas I could use at least?" "Yes, but first," Hizashi slammed his hands on the table, nearly toppling over their drinks. "Are you serious about her?" "I mean, I want to be, that's the whole idea." Shoyuta hummed. "And what about Izuku?" Toshinori blinked at him, confused. "What?" "They're a package deal. If you want to date Inko, you have to be serious about Izuku too," Shoyuta continued. "She already broke off a stable relationship over his well-being. She won't even look your way if you don't accept Izuku as part of the relationship." He was quiet for a moment, and then the boisterous laugh that came out of him was enough to send the crowd outside wild. "Oh, you scared me for a second there." He wiped away an imaginary tear from his eye. "Of course I'd take Izuku into consideration. It didn't even occur to me that he would be alien to this." That seemed more than enough to placate the teens, if the extremely strange smiles they sent the hero's way was anything to go by. After that, Toshinori went back on his day with a newfound purpose. The advice they'd given him was basic, but practical. Spend time with her, create situations to form bonds, show her how good you are with her son, bring her gifts or do favors for her occasionally, and then when he felt ready for it, ask her on an actual first date. Seemed easy enough. And, surprisingly, it was. He spent the week working with Naomasa on the case and doing his regular hero work, and on the days she was giving her class he would pop in and join with the excuse he'd never had anything like that during his school days and wanting to witness it firsthand. Inko would be delighted, making him her personal assistant and having him help her with showing the students how everything was done. The only ones not in complete awe at the sight of All Might in an apron were Tensei and Nemuri, who more often than not were fighting back tears from how much they wanted to laugh at his obvious attempts at getting closer to her. So maybe Shoyuta was a bit of a gossip. Sue him. He also offered to help her keep house the days she and Izuku stayed together, and he'd help her cook, watch in amazement how she built a desk from scratch with leftover wood from the support department, and help keep Izuku entertained when she needed some alone time. On the weekends they'd spend the days outside, enjoying the last days of snow before spring rolled in and melted it all away. They'd have snowman building competitions that Inko would win each and every time by simply piling snow as high as she could and then carving at it with her quirk, pulling bits of it away until she got what she wanted. One day in particular she decided to make one of Toshinori in his typical hero pose, and he conceded defeat immediately. As spring approached, so did the day school would let out and Izuku would be left without his friends, and it showed how much it was affecting him. Despite having accepted it in the end, it didn't mean he wasn't scared. The fear of being abandoned was making his nightmares pick up, and not even cuddling up to his mother at night could keep them at bay. It came to a point where Izuku simply stopped sleeping, and that left Inko with a self-imposed insomnia as well, since she spent the nights consoling her son. They were both tired and would spend the day napping to make up for it, the sunlight getting in through the window chasing Izuku's worries away momentarily. It was when Inko burned her hand while on class that Toshinori decided to step up and offer his help in a new way. Even if she was his biggest protection blanket, Izuku knew his mother was small and fragile just like him, and could not be able to protect him if the man from his nightmares came back for him. But when All Might walked into his house one night before bedtime, clad in comfortable gym clothes and telling him they were having a sleepover, it was as if he was seeing that day again, the one when All Might saved him from the man and put him away for good. Fashioning a sort of camp in the living room with every mattress, blanket and pillow in the house served to distract Izuku of the fact he was expected to fall asleep despite the possibility of his nightmares coming back. With All Might and his mother comfortably settled around him, all of them cuddled up and tiring him out with stories and games, Izuku didn't even realize the moment he fell into a dreamless sleep for the first time in days. Toshinori didn't even have time to cover the boy properly with the blanket before Inko sighed relieved, passing out from exhaustion the next second at the sight of her son peacefully asleep. He tucked her in as well, softly brushing away a strand of her long hair that had fallen on her face. He smiled at the sight of the two before letting himself relax as well. One sleepover turned into 2, then 5, then 2 weeks, and before they knew it, it was as if Toshinori had practically moved in, always around, always there to bid Izuku good night. Since his presence had become so constant in the house, Izuku had finally been able to go back to sleep in his own room, knowing All Might would take care of anyone who would try to harm them. Toshinori had intended to just stay on the couch for the time being, but Inko immediately pushed him into one of the empty rooms and told him to bring his stuff over any time. That was his room now. Wow, Hisashi said once they were being updated on the situation. You skipped the entire program and went straight to living with them. Talk about speedrunning it. Finally the dreaded day came that the students were graduating, and Nizu had allowed Izuku and Inko to be seated first row to see the ceremony. As sad as he still was to see them leave, Izuku was equal parts excited to see them walk up in their hero costumes one by one. Nemuri's original design thankfully modified now that she knew Izuku would be watching her work on TV all the time, and had to protect his innocent little mind. Everyone had a good laugh when Nizu called over All Might to help him deliver the diplomas, a move the hero had clearly not been informed of if his surprised face and lack of any preparation was of any indication. He'd nearly tripped walking up to the stage, and the 4 who knew him more personally thanked him by bopping their diplomas on his nose. After the formal part was done, Inko told Izuku they'd be waiting a while so that they could go to their families first, and then they'd track them down to greet them properly. The wait only lasted a few minutes, however, because the 4 turned the plan around and went straight to her and Izuku, Tensei being dragged by Tenya so he could see his friend already. Oh, we were going to look for you after you'd finished talking to your parents, Inko greeted them, letting Izuku run off to play chase with Tenya around them. Shoyuta shrugged. We see them all the time, they can wait until we saw you guys first. Inku. Nemuri cried, throwing herself at the woman to hug her tightly, almost lifting her off the ground. I'm gonna miss you so, Muak. I don't want to leave my best girl behind. Inko returned the hug as best as she could since she was being held with such strength. Now, you can come back anytime you want to see us, you know that. Her statement was apparently supported by Izuku, considering how the boy decided it was enough playtime and he'd launched himself at Shuta's back, making use of the new hero's loose clothes to climb up to sit on his shoulders, hugging his head and snuggling into his hair. The cherry blossoms were just starting to bloom, but there were just enough petals flying by that a few had caught on Shuta's hair to tickle Izuku's nose. Inko pulled a little notebook from her bag and handed it to Nemuri since she was closest. Izuku drew this when you had that joint practice with the other class, in your costumes. Nemuri flipped through the pages, dying inside a little at the many drawings there were of them in battle poses, with pink mist, yellow or blue lines surrounding them to show their quirks as they wore the same suits they had on at the moment. There were many for each of the 4, but Shoyuta had an obscene amount about him. Can we take those? Hisashi asked Izuku, getting a nod from the boy who was still stuck to Shoyuta like a little pause. When Toshinori finally managed to dodge the crowd long enough to find them, Hisashi gave him his phone so he could take a group photo of them. Toshinori laughed and agreed, but it was painfully obvious how he wanted to be in the shot too, so Shoyuta rolled his eyes and snatched the phone away, using his capture weapon to hold it from afar as an impromptu selfie stick. Tensei lifted Tenya to sit on his shoulders like Izuku was doing so they could be together, and with Inko and Toshinori standing in front and behind Shoyuta and Izuku respectively, the image of their little group was finally made a permanent record. When the time came for them to leave, Izuku was hiding his face in Shura's hair, hanging on tight and not wanting to let go even if Inko tried to pry him off. Tremors shook the boy's frame and Shoyuta could feel him cry, trying to hide his face so they wouldn't worry, but the finality of the situation making it impossible for him to keep inside. Shoyuta managed to get him down by wrapping his scarf around him and using his hands to make Izuku let go of his hold on him. When the kid was in front of him, his eyes were red and his lip wobbled while tears streamed steadily down his cheeks. "You don't have to hold it in, you know," he said softly, hugging him close and patting his back comfortingly. "You know we'll be back whenever we can, but if you're sad now you can let it out. It's good for you." Izuku sniffled, letting a shaky sob as he rubbed at his eyes with both hands. Hisashi joined the hug first, followed by Nomuri and Tensei until Izuku was completely enveloped on all sides by them, and he let himself loose, letting all the tears and frustration he'd been building up go out in a wail not unlike the one from when he'd been told they would be leaving. Hours later Inko would find him asleep on the table, new drawings of his friends surrounding him. As the months went by everyone was focusing on Izuku's mental recovery. Having taken the big step back to independence was a signal to his therapist that he was ready for a bit more, but never directly from Izuku lest they wanted him to relapse. Inko would take careful note of his night terrors and tell her about them in as much detail as Izuku could describe, and from that they had managed to list a few things that was better for him to avoid. They already knew from personal experience that Izuku was scared of the dark, of white and sterile rooms that resembled labs, and of needles. The theory they initially had about him being afraid of people in lab coats was confirmed as well, when he kept mentioning men in white, and also anything resembling a cage or including bars, from an incident when one of the practical classes included trapping the defeated in little fake jails and Izuku threw a fit the moment he saw it on the field. He also had an aversion to pink-colored liquids like juice or paint, for some reason. Since classes had started back again and Inko found herself busy, they put in motion the plan of leaving Izuku with either Nizu or Tashinori during those hours. When with Nizu, Izuku would mostly run around his office or bring his toys and pencils to draw, with occasional input from Nizu on how to paint inside the lines. With Tashinori he liked to be outside, chasing frogs and crickets under the watchful eye of the hero. As it was a new year and there were new students milling about, Tashinori more often than not found himself surrounded by the first years asking him a million questions a minute and asking him for pictures with them, and he never had any problem with that. Except the one time someone asked him since when did he have a son, and he'd bailed with Izuku still on his arms, leaving a trail of dust on his wake. During the first few months of the school year, Shoyuta and the others would call Izuku whenever possible to catch up with him, with Tensei being the only one able to actually show up often enough since he had an entire agency working with him and could take a couple days off a month. He'd bring Tenya with him every time and deliver little gifts the others had sent with him. It wasn't until summer when Shoyuta and Hisashi finally made their appearance once more, looking tired and with a noticeable slouch to their backs. But as soon as Izuku caught sight of them across the yard during his morning walk with his mother he screamed, launching into a run and jumping into Shura's arms as he crouched down to catch the little ball of energy. The rest of the day Izuku refused to be put down, jumping from Shoyuta to Hisashi and back and not letting them go as they caught up with what they'd been doing, especially Shoyuta since, as an underground hero, he didn't work as a sidekick nor with any agency, and didn't appear in TV as much as the others. They commented on how big Izuku was getting, despite the boy pouting and pointing out to the marks on the wall, where it showed how his height wasn't changing at all with the passing months. Hisashi assured him he was going to get a growth spurt soon in the future, and that he was probably going to be even taller than All Might if he ate all his veggies and went to bed in time. For Izuku's third birthday the four of them showed up, having saved the date to be completely off limits from work, and they also took the chance to celebrate Inko's birthday since it had been just a couple of weeks before. Seeing the amount of drawings Izuku was making on the daily, his presence consisted mostly of piles of new notebooks and coloring pencils, that most likely wouldn't last long with how much joy had filled Izuku's face at the sight of them. On the other hand, it was fast approaching the date when Izuku had been kidnapped the year before, and Inko was growing restless as she subconsciously connected the date with danger and pain and sorrow. She was reluctant to let Izuku out of her sight and would call Tashinori and Nizu constantly when they were taking care of him to get updates. Tashinori decided it was a good time as any to step up. Even though summer had begun, their houses were right underneath a canopy of trees that chilled the area and brought down the temperature inside very quickly. The fireplace was a godsend in those chilly nights, coupled with Inko's favorite sweater and the never-ending flow of hot drinks. Despite having his own room in the house, completely furnished and open to him any and every day, Tashinori didn't officially live there, but he might as well since he spent more nights there than at his own place. He had started sleeping over more often as well, since now the one who needed reassurance was Inko instead of Izuku. On the night of the anniversary of Izuku's kidnapping, Tashinori had settled Inko down in front of the fireplace, sitting on a huge beanie bag he'd brought from his room. Izuku was fast asleep on her lap and both of them were covered with Izuku's favorite blanket, an object of comfort for both of them. Inko stared apprehensively into the fire, letting the dancing flames steal her focus and let her mind wander. She felt if she stayed up long enough to see midnight come and go, to see the day end and a new one start, tea might be cleansing in a way. "Here you go," Tashinori said, carefully handing her a mug of steaming tea. He sat down on the floor next to her, leaning into the bag as he cradled his own cup. The fire crackled, breaking the silence. The mug burned Inko's hands, but she felt it to be comforting, as if in a way it could equate the pain her son had gone through exactly a year ago. Izuku's weight settled her soul, reminding her he was him with her and they would have to go over her to lay their hands on him again, for whatever reason it was they were after him in the first place. "Inko," Tashinori's voice broke through her thoughts, bringing her back to the present. "I know that is not the best day for you, but there was something I wanted to ask." She smiled softly, setting the cup to the side to place a hand on his arm. "Thank you for worrying, but it's fine. You can tell me anything." He bit his lip, looking down at Izuku's sleeping face. There was a string of drool falling from his mouth as his cheek was pressed against Inko's stomach. Tashinori smiled at the sight, feeling that warmth that was so familiar to him at this point, the one he felt every time he was in private with the duo. "Well, this is something I've put a lot of thought on for a long time now," he started, clearing his throat halfway through. "I mean, it's never happened to me before, so I'm not sure how to go about it, and I've asked for help to people more experienced, but also I wanted it to be authentic. But I'm really bad at this, so it might come out wrong and Toshi," she cut him off. She laughed and patted his wrist. "You're mumbling." Her tired eyes settled him down, crinkled with a smile even through her exhaustion. "It's all right." Tashinori stared at her, mind going blank and completely forgetting all the advice he'd been given, all the things he'd investigated, all the cheap dramas he'd watched in his spare time. He opened his mouth and blurted it out. "Would you go out with me?" Inko's eyes were wide, mouth hanging open. If she'd been standing, she would have dropped Izuku in surprise. Her face started steadily flushing all the way from the tip of her ears to get lost way past her neck. What? Tashinori jumped back on track, hands gesturing wildly as if trying to catch his words out of thin air to form a coherent sentence. "We've grown so close these past months and I've never felt this way with anyone before," and he could feel himself blushing in turn. "And I know that today is an important day and I kinda wanted to try and give this date a different reason to be remembered, a better one that if you'd even want to, that is." She was covering her mouth in shock at his words, and Tashinori started panicking when her eyes turned shinier with unshed tears. Did he mess it up? Stupid, he'd assumed he could turn this into a good day to keep in memory, but it was incredibly selfish of him to think she would just accept so easily. He'd stopped to think about her and her feelings thousands of times, but he would never really know until he asked. Now he'd gone and ruined whatever chance he had with her, and she'd never want to see him again, and oh God, he'd never see Izuku again. He'd messed up. Inko broke the silence, pushing back a strand of hair behind her ear. No tears were falling and she didn't look upset. Had Tashinori not messed up that badly after all? "I can't." There it was. Rejection. Tashinori sighed and was ready to stand up and take his leave after apologizing. Until she grabbed his hand. "I can't believe you'd ask me that," she said softly, looking at him with stars on her eyes. The light from the fireplace set her face on yellow and orange tones, making it shine. How could I ever to be worthy of someone like you? Now it was Toshinori's turn to be confused. Hadn't he been on the other side of that exact same thought just a second ago? You'd be the only person in the world wondering that, I'm sure, he said, feeling his heart settle down but also speed up all at once. He leaned closer to the beanbag again. You're like the whole package. Me? A single mother running from a villain, secluded from the outside world. She huffed a little, sarcastic laugh. I can't see what's the appeal. A dedicated mother who would do and give everything for her son, smart, diligent, strong, he pointed out one by one. Not scared of putting people in place when needed be, skilled at pretty much anything you set out to do, a heart as big as the sun, he trailed off, cheeks turning pink as he stared off to the side. Really easy on the eyes. She covered her entire face with her hands, a high-pitched sound coming out of her. Stop. The silence that flowed was somehow a comfortable one, despite how awkward the conversation might have been a moment ago. Inko let her hands fall as she repositioned herself to sit up straighter, Izuku mumbling in his sleep as his pillow moved. She picked up her mug again, sipping at it absent-mindedly as she stared into the fire. I wouldn't oppose the idea, she said, almost a whisper in the silence of the room. Trying, I mean. Toshinori looked at her like she had hung the moon. I'd like that. And try they did. Casually, at first, simple walks around campus at night or on weekends, when the campus was bare of students. Nothing different from their previous ones except the unmistakable energy charging the air around them, much more casual touching, a soft hand latched on the crook of a strong elbow, a powerful hand carefully settled on a delicate shoulder. Way too many side glances and nervous smiles. Izuku would just march on, unaware of his mother and his favorite hero being emotional wrecks behind him. When a couple of weeks had passed with plenty of handmade gifts and homemade meals and movie nights, they broke the news to Izuku. What's dating? He asked, confused about the new word but eager as always to learn. And if it was something his mom and All Might did, it had to be something good, right? Well, you know how Shoyuda and Hizashi like each other very, very much? Inko started to explain, deciding an example he knew firsthand would be better than trying with a definition. Izuku nodded frantically, smiling at the mention of them. How they're always together, and hold hands and dot and kiss? Izuku nodded, then stopped. Then gasped as loud as his little lungs could allow. You kiss All Might? Inko's face turned tomato red. Izuku. Toshinori tried to step in. And no, not yet? He looked at Inko, face as red as hers. She hid her face in her hands. Seemed the talk was between the boys now. It's really too soon for anything of the sort. But it was too late. Izuku was jumping in place, stars in his eyes as it finally dawned on him what it all meant. They had to make him understand to keep it a secret for the meantime, since All Might was a very important person and Inko and Izuku were still hiding, so it would be dangerous if anyone knew that wasn't trustful. They did tell the others, though. And whatever it was that they told Toshinori after they dragged him off behind locked doors, looking at his pale face and bangs hanging limp around his face out of sheer terror, Inko didn't want to know. And time went on. When Izuku turned 4, Aizawa started taking 1 day off per week to start training him like he'd promised. Said, training consisted mostly of jogging and stretching, and they had enough in their plate with trying to make Izuku touch his toes. The Midoriya's presence in UA had become public knowledge due to some loose-lipped new heroes who couldn't help gushing about having met them before graduating. Nizu reassured that it didn't change their situation since, like he'd said at the beginning, All for One already knew where they were, and every other villain was considerably weaker than him, especially with All Might on watch near 24 due to this. A lot of the new students would look around during the entrance ceremony, trying to find them. Of course, by this point Inko and Izuku felt so at home in UA they usually were somewhere else, but occasionally they'd show up to see the first years. Izuku loved to try to guess their quirks, and had no qualms pointing at each one and loudly voicing his opinions in true present mic fashion. The most surprising thing was how accurate his guesses were most of the time. When Izuku turned 5, Nizu pulled him into his office one day and told him it was time to start teaching him. Izuku, who had shown a thirst for knowledge far greater than any book could quench, was delighted at the amount of books and notebooks Nizu had set on the table for him. "We'll have to teach you to read and write first, of course," he'd started, wheeling in a whiteboard and jumping on a moving platform to reach it. "Then the true fun will begin." Despite his increasingly busy schedule, Izuku still had to make time for his visits to the therapist, who was slowly but surely making progress on releasing the worries and fears he kept hidden out of an unconscious sense of self-preservation. One of the ways she did this was play therapy, offering him an assortment of toys and letting him have a go at them. She noticed Izuku never touched the ones that were completely black, or the ones with yellow or orange button eyes. He didn't even look at them, even going as far as kicking them away from the other ones. She didn't think he realized he was doing that. Izuku had also started showing signs of the so-awaited growth spurt. First, he was finally making new, taller marks on the wall as he started growing a few inches. Then he started getting growing pains, and at first it scared him to feel this throbbing ache in his bones, something he hadn't felt before but close enough to the muscle strains he felt during his time captured. Inko explained that it was normal, that it just meant he was going to be taller with time and that they would go away soon. That seemed to help him cope better, but they left him grumpy and he'd hide in his room until they passed. It was adorable, really. When Izuku turned 6, he asked if he could have a bookshelf in his room. Seeing the steadily increasing amount of notebooks he was filling, Toshinori launched himself to the task. Quite literally, actually. Apparently you could get from UA to the nearest store in one leap, who knew? There were at least 3 notebooks dedicated to Present Mike, Midnight and Ingenium each, and way more about Eraserhead. No one could explain where Izuku got so much information about him to fill them so thoroughly, considering Shoyudo was never on TV unlike the others. He added a new type of sole to his shoes for easier gliding, Tenya said one day as he and Izuku had a sleepover. Izuku nodded and jotted the new information down on Ingenium's page. But it's also made of a material that has an extra strong grip so he doesn't slip. Amazing, Izuku breathed out. That a material like that could be produced where it fulfills 2 different and conflicting purposes at the same time, maybe a quirk that allows the fusion of 2 different materials while maintaining the functionality of both? But again it wouldn't explain how it would keep them from conflicting unless it has to do with the way the shape is laid out? Maybe if both materials are set in opposite directions. Tenya hid a laugh behind his hand, already used to this new habit Izuku had about mumbling endlessly about anything that crossed his mind, even as he wrote everything down furiously in his still messy calligraphy. Tenya was growing like a bamboo shot, already a head taller than Izuku and starting to show the constant training he did with his quirk. He could cross the entire training field of UA in seconds, and Izuku insisted on racing him every time, despite the fact Izuku was not even near the halfway point by the time Tenya had already made his way back. "You boys all right there?" Toshinori asked as he walked past, a towel around his neck as he made his way to the fridge for a water bottle after his own workout. Izuku said, still not done writing down everything he wanted to add. He snapped his head up suddenly. "Can I have a pudding cup?" "Not before lunch," Toshinori shook his head. "Your mother said you have to wait after she comes back from class." Izuku pouted, laying on the table dejectedly. It had come as a shock for Tenya when Tensei came home that one night and told the rest of his family, all trustworthy people, and with Inko and Toshinori's permission, of course, that they were dating. It was a bit surprising to be remembered that All Might was still a person, and so had a private life that the media didn't show. Now, a couple of years down the road, it had become so normal for them to fall into the average family role that it was hard to think there was ever a time they weren't all together like this. It only took until Toshinori was done showering for Inko to arrive, humming as she kicked her shoes off in a practiced move and skipped into the house. "Hello Tenya, haven't seen you in a while." "Good evening, Midoriya-san." Tenya stood up to greet her properly, slipping into his square attitude as he always did with people he considered important. "Thank you for having me over for tonight. I promise I won't be a bother." "Oh, please don't say that," she waved off. "You're never a bother." She made her way to Izuku, kissing the crown of his head as he was still deep in his writing, and went deeper into the house to her room to change. She came across Toshinori in the hall, and they bumped when they tried to walk around each other. Inko laughed, holding his chin to bring him down and kiss him softly in greeting. They could hear Izuku's giggling from the living room as he always did when they were affectionate in front of him, and it only made them grin as well. Tashinori went a step further and lifted her up, turning around to gently deposit her on the other side of the hall. "There we go," he said, chuckling at the yelp his girlfriend, and oh boy did he like that word made when he lifted her, as if he didn't do it every single time this happened. Inko slapped his arm playfully, huffing a laugh of her own as she turned to go finish cleaning up. When Izuku turned 7, well, that was a very eventful year. Following his previous idea of turning the dreaded kidnapping date into a good memory by asking Inko out the same day, Tashinori decided it was a good idea as any to pop the question the same day. He'd recruited everyone he knew that could offer any insight on how to go about it, and it ended with Shoyuta, Hizashi, Nemuri, Tensei, and Naomasa stuck in a private room in a random restaurant Tashinori frequented, if only for how tight-lipped they were about his regular presence there. "How much exactly did you pay off our agencies to have us all together at the same time?" Nemuri asked, going to town on the meat roasting on the grill in front of them. "That's not important," Tashinori said, with the nonchalance of someone who'd been the #1 hero so long he didn't know what to do with all that money. "What's important is I have no idea what to do and I'm panicking." "You look pretty calm," Shoyuta added, slapping Nemuri's hand away as it inched towards the meat on his plate now that she'd ravaged hers. "I'm crumbling to pieces on the inside," Tashinori grinned, his words betraying his usual heroic presence, but Naomasa could see the panic on his eyes. "All right, let's go through this step by step," Naomasa started, pulling out a notebook from his coat pocket. "Do you have anything planned already?" "Only the date I want to do it," he tapped his fingers together. "I know if she said yes, it'd have to be in UA, so everything would have to be done there. Also, it'd have to be small, since only a very select group of people could know, including all of you." Naomasa nodded, writing down ideas as Tashinori spoke. "You're not as lost as I thought. You're right in that it'd have to be small. But hey, it's Inko we're talking about. You could do it in her classroom with just you two and Izuku, and she'd be happy as long as all 3 of you are together." "She's so cute. I wish I was dating her," Nemuri whined, kicking her legs under the table. "Get a girlfriend on your spare time. We're helping the biggest human disaster in the world get a wife right now," Hizashi said. He stood up and slammed his hands on the table, pointing a finger directly at Tashinori's face. "We're going to do this and we're going to do it right, you hear me?" "Weiss, of course," Tashinori said, leaning back away from the accusing finger. "You're awfully enthusiastic about this." Hizashi sat back down. "Well, of course, Inko and Izuku are like my favorite people in the world after Shoyuta. I want them to be happy." He hooked his arm with his boyfriend as he spoke, Shoyuta unbothered by it as he drank from his beer. "Besides, that way you can owe me a favor for when I need help with our own wedding." Shoyuta spit everything he was drinking. Hizashi huffed, patting Shuta's back. "Oh please, don't act like you don't know I'm not letting you go." They brainstormed for what felt like hours afterwards. That meeting turned into another, and another, and another. By the time they had everything planned out, it was a couple of months until July, and Tashinori was being eaten alive by his own nerves. The plan was simple. The 4 heroes would coordinate to be all in UA the night in question, keeping Izuku busy while Tashinori and Inko went on a date. He'd take her stargazing to the same spot he'd taken them when watching the fireworks that night. He realized how he felt about her, and then he'd deliver a little speech about how, despite the circumstances of their meeting, she and Izuku by extension were the best thing that had ever happened to him. How he wanted them to be part of his life permanently, and if she'd accept him into their lives as well. Then he'd pull out the little blue box from his pocket and ask the question. "I swear if you mess it up I'll come for your unborn children," Shoyuta threatened a week before the date. "And by that I mean I'll chop off your—" "He knows what you mean," Tensei cut in, pulling him back. Surprisingly enough, everything went according to plan. When they came back, Izuku was asleep and Inko was shaking so bad Tashinori had to carry her, which was ridiculously easy with how small she was and how easily she fit in his arms. She was covering her face, the glint of the new ring on her finger glaringly obvious as if illuminated by 1,000 lights. They went wild, or as wild as they could with Izuku in his room without waking him up. They ripped Inko from his hold and took turns hugging her so tight it was hard to tell if there was a moment her feet were touching the ground. Though no one was more excited about the news than Izuku when he was told the next day. At first it seemed his brain had disconnected from his body, his face stuck in an expression of open-mouthed awe and wide eyes. They were afraid he'd stopped breathing. Then he lost it. Married? You're gonna get married? He shouted, jumping up and down the room around them. All Might is gonna marry my mom? Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. He went off in a litany of excited noises and questions he didn't expect the answer to. Then he halted dead in his tracks, realization filling his face. You're gonna be my dad? Toshinori had to cover the wobbly smile that split his face at the hopeful voice of the boy. I'd like to if you'd let me. And in true Midoriya fashion, Izuku started bawling. You're gonna be my dad. All Might is gonna be my dad. He cried out, hugging Toshinori's legs as the tears flowed without sign of stopping. Izuku had been told about Hisashi when Inko thought he was old enough to know, and he'd taken it surprisingly well, not showing any signs of caring about a man that had no presence in his life. He'd never asked anything more about him, never wondering about details of his life or relationship with his mother. It seemed that, as far as Izuku was concerned, that man didn't exist, nor did he matter. Looking at him now, clinging to Toshinori as the man hugged him back, both absolute disasters sitting on the floor, it was clear Izuku never really accepted the abandonment of his biological father. He just refused to deal with it. The only people who assisted to the wedding were the aforementioned 5 impromptu planners, Tenya, Nizu, who would also be officiating, Recovery Girl, and Cementos, who not only was the oldest standing teacher at UA and a huge fan of All Might, but also the person who'd given them all new homes and even took it upon himself to build the site the wedding took place. It was the bare minimum they could do for everything he'd done for them. And of course, the first person Toshinori had called to give the news, Night Eye. About time, was his first response, which baffled Toshinori, to say the least. Then a soft laugh from his sidekick, and a new, softer voice full of pride and affection. I'm glad. You deserve to be this happy. Toshinori didn't know what he did to deserve him. If you asked the people present, it was difficult to tell who had been the center of attention more, Inko with her glowing presence and beautiful white dress, Toshinori trying and failing to hold back his own tears, or Izuku with his serious face trying to not mess up his job of ring bearer in the cutest little suit they'd ever seen. The funniest part of the day, however, was definitely Shoyuta pushing Nomuri to the floor to catch the bouquet, then winking at an increasingly red Hisashi as he held it tight so she wouldn't steal it. The closest contender was Naitai's best man speech at the party. He'd done the typical clinking to call everyone's attention, standing up to his full considerable height as he cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of neatly folded papers from his pocket, which he proceeded to rip to pieces. 5 years, he started. 5 years I have been writing this speech. Over and over, reading it and practicing it to exhaustion. I know every word by heart and I could keep reciting it long after I lose my voice. But I know no one likes long, boring speeches, so I'll be brief. He turned to Toshinori. For years I have been your sidekick, working side by side every case, every villain you've caught. He brought his hand up and rubbed the bridge of his nose, pulling his glasses up as he did. And after all this time, you still couldn't tell I knew this was going to happen? Hisashi's loud, "Ha!" threw everyone into a fit, trying to keep their composure as Toshinori started sinking into his chair. Night Eye continued. Since the moment I met Inko, since the moment I first used my quirk on her and saw this exact day come, I have been waiting. I have to say, at first I thought it would take you longer to make a move. Lord knows you're as clueless as a puppy when it comes to relationships. And yet here you are. He swirled his glass, focused on the wine inside. Married to a wonderful woman, the new father to a wonderful boy. You've gotten quite lucky, I must say, he smiled, raising the glass in the typical toasting position. Keep up the good work, friend. I wish you the best in life. Cheers. And with his last word echoed by everyone, the party went on. It was by far the most joyful day most of them have ever seen, with Toshinori cementing his place as the new member of the family by joining the waterworks with Inko and Izuku after the ceremony was done. It went all without a hitch, everything perfect and in its place. Not a single cloud in the sky. Their happiness from that day lasted and lasted, for weeks on end afterwards. It was almost enough to last them to the day All for One broke out of jail. After Naomasa gave them the news, panting from how fast he made it there as soon as he was told himself, Inko grabbed Izuku and locked herself in the house, holding herself in Izuku's room. He can't get to him. He won't touch him. Not even over my dead body, she claimed between gritted teeth when Naomasa talked to her after Izuku had fallen asleep. The man that had broken into their house the night they were moved into UA had been found dead in his cell, not a single sign of anyone ever being in his cell nor having touched him, as if his heart had just stopped beating of his own volition. Everyone knew it was just a warning, a way to convey a message to the world. All for One was back out there, and he was tying loose ends. Toshinori jumped into action immediately, stretching himself thin as he tried with all his might to get the clue on the BSUD, to follow him up to his dirty little lair and finish the job he should have ended years ago. He also had to be present for his family, be there to comfort Inko and reassure Izuku that as long as he lived, that man would never touch them. Seeing his father so focused and his mother so afraid, Izuku swallowed his own fear and, in his next training session, asked Shoyuta to be serious with him, to train him for real now. I'm gonna be a hero, he claimed, brow furrowed as he tried to mask his worry. Quirk or no quirk, I gotta be strong for everyone. Shoyuta hummed, crossing his arms as he stared down at the boy. You want to be strong? Izuku nodded. You want to protect people? Another nod. You want to be strong to protect your mother? A moment of silence. Yes. Shoyuta stepped up to him, crouching to be on his level. Alright, I'll train you harder, the way I trained when I was your age. But there's something we have to take care of first. He grabbed Izuku's hand, pulling at the sleeves of his shirt. You still don't want to look at your scars. Izuku looked away. Shoyuta sighed. Look, I understand. I've never been in your shoes, so I can't tell how you feel about them. I understand you never want to see them again, that you'd take them out of your skin one by one if you could. But you can't. But I can cover them. I can keep them out of my sight. I don't want them to be a reminder, Izuku countered. I don't want them to be a weakness. Then turn them into a strength, Shoyuta said. Turn them into something that you can look at and be proud of. Izuku looked down at his arms, feeling without seeing the rough texture of his skin, the raised spots that were his only leftover of that horrible time in his life. I don't know how to. I can give you an idea, if you'll let me, Shoyuta smiled. When we were helping your dad plan how to propose to your mother, he told us he wanted to do it the same day he asked her out. The same day you were taken. Izuku looked away, frowned deeper. His idea, Shoyuta continued, was to replace a bad memory with a good one. 2 good ones, in fact. And it worked, as far as I'm concerned. Now when the date approaches, they'll be much more concerned with their double anniversary than anything bad that happened. But that doesn't make it disappear, because it still happened. Izuku, he shook him a bit, bringing his attention back to him. You can't erase your scars, you can't deny what happened. But you can turn it into something else, something good. How can I turn these? Izuku ripped his hands out of Shuta's hold, pulling his sleeves back. Into something good? They were still visible despite how long he'd applied the treatment Shoyuta had taught him, and popping out like hundreds of mosquito bites that just wouldn't go away. Shoyuta stood up as Izuku pulled his sleeves back down. I know a person that can help you, if you'd let her. I could bring her over and have her explain her quirk to you personally, since I know you'd like to interrogate her about it. Really? Really? A week later, with permission from Nizu and Izuku's parents, along with a deep background check, Shoyuta arrived at UA followed by a young woman with the most punk look anyone had ever seen, pink hair in short ponytails as every inch of visible skin below the chin was covered in intricate tattoos. My quirk allows me to create images on skin with a trace of my fingers, she explained once she was sat down with Izuku. Basically, I can make tattoos without the use of needles. The process is just as long though, since I have to be careful. To this day I haven't found a way to erase the ink. She showed him the first one she ever made as proof, a little flower with uneven lines and clashing colors all over the place. With his parents' permission and the help of the woman, Izuku soon agreed to the idea and chose what he wanted to cover his scars with. A green parrot, he said, wearing a short-sleeved shirt for the first time in years as he extended his right arm on the station she'd prepared for the job in the house. For my mom. And a forest with 8 trees on the other arm. She smiled, rubbing a cotton ball soaked in alcohol up and down his arm carefully. For your parents? That's great. She didn't seem that interested in the idea of All Might being his dad, and Shoyuta assured them he trusted her to not divulge the secret. Naomasa had even interrogated her beforehand and had declared her honest. It took a few weeks to get done, but by the time it was finished Izuku could no longer see the scars, and the vibrant pictures made him smile every time he saw them. They match your hair, Nizu complimented them on one of their lessons. Izuku was sporting a brand new wardrobe, showing off his new tattoos to everyone. They're very nice. He smiled wide. Thank you. Tenya had agreed when he saw them, smiling through Izuku's concern that his friend wouldn't like them. You don't think they make me look bad, don't you? Like a yakuza? Tenya shook his head, grinning as he traced the pictures with his finger. They're beautiful, Izuku. Anyone who thinks otherwise, send them my way. I'll give them a stern talking to about properly keeping their mouths shut. Tenya. When Izuku turned 9, his father ended up in the hospital. The fight had not been broadcast in TV, so they didn't know until Naomasa called, telling them that Toshinori had finally found a legit lead to All for One and had gone to confront him personally. He didn't know the details, but apparently the fight was so brutal both hero and villain were found almost dead, Toshinori missing a good chunk of organs and All for One's face destroyed beyond repair. Toshinori was currently undergoing surgery to save what was left of his lungs and to fix him up since his stomach was completely gone. All for One had disappeared in thin air, no clue of his destination left behind. Inko was sick with worry, pacing around Nizu's office as they awaited further news from the hospital. Izuku sat on the couch, looking at his feet as he remained silent. Nizu was at his desk, paws clasped in front of his face. He was staring intensely at Izuku while Recovery Girl tried to reassure Inko the doctors seeing to All Might's health were the best he could get. Izuku, the principal called out suddenly, getting the attention of everyone in the room. Stop that. Izuku didn't understand. Stop what? I'm not. Stop blaming yourself. Izuku sat up as if electrocuted, freezing in place. Izuku, Inko said, approaching her son slowly. Baby, are you all right? He started, but the words wouldn't come out. His left arm was frozen in place halfway up, the trees drawn in shaking. It's not your fault, Nizu said, walking towards him. He held Izuku's hand, dragging his paw up and down the tattoo representing Toshinori. This didn't happen because of you. All Might was going to end up in a fight like this sooner or later. If you'd asked him, I'm sure he'd say he's glad it was sooner. This man, his tone turned firmer, is a menace to society as a whole, and he had to be fought. Don't think for a second this is about you, Izuku Midoriya. You've been through a lot, and I don't wish your hardships on anyone, but you're not the only person in the world. It was harsh, but it seemed to be exactly what Izuku needed to hear. His barrier broke and the tears flew unbound. Nizu brought him into his arms as well as he could hug a child that was now taller than him, and Inko soon joined Izuku's side, running her hand through his hair and mumbling words of comfort for him. Recovery Girl was called to the hospital a few hours later, and when she came back she brought the news that the surgery had been successful and that he'd have to stay in the hospital for some time while he healed. I offered him to stay in the infirmary. I know they would lend us the equipment he needs. But he insisted on staying. He didn't want you to see him like that, she explained. And it was a good decision after all. The sight of him bound by beeping machines and hooked to life support equipment would have brought back very bad memories for Inko and Izuku, and he didn't want them to worry or add to their nightmares. He would call them every day, his voice soft and hoarse, riddled with coughs, but the fact he was well enough to speak was enough to keep them from just bursting out of the school grounds and into the hospital with worry. By the time he was finally deemed well enough to go back home, he had lost a lot of muscle mass and his cheeks were sunken in, his eyes tired and had to walk with a cane. He still kept his distinctive figure, so the public wouldn't know just how bad his condition was. Hello, love, he said when Inko rushed out of the door as he was being helped down from the car by Naomasa. She ran up to him, hands frozen as she tried to decide what to do now that she had him in front of her. She finally hugged him, slowly and carefully wrapping her arms around him and settling against his chest. She could hear his heart beating, and it suddenly became the most beautiful sound in the world. Izuku wasn't as considerate, launching himself at his legs and almost making him topple over if it wasn't for Naomesa's foresight as he held Toshinori up. That night Toshinori waited until Izuku had gone to sleep, which was really hard, since the boy refused to leave his father's side to sit down with Inko, the fireplace warming his aching bones as he let himself be honest with her. "I wanted to kill him," he admitted, hands clasping his wife's firmly. "I wanted to get rid of him at least, to end this stupid fight that has lasted so long. But I wasn't strong enough. Now he's who knows where again, and I'm weaker now." Inko let him speak, let him voice her own thoughts through his words. She also wished he'd have killed that man, bring an end to this madness that had them trapped between four walls. But there was nothing they could do now, but wait for the man to remain hidden forever, or appear once more to be finally disposed of. When Shoyuta and the others came visit the next day, there was none of that playful animosity they had with Toshinori, but more of a solemn respect that was, honestly, getting on his nerves. "I'm not going to be offended if you make fun of me, you know," he said when Hisashi averted his eyes when handing him his get-well-soon present. "All this is just really cold. Come on, tell me something funny." They looked at each other, trying to decide what to do, until Shoyuta sighed and stepped forward, flopping down to sit next to him. "So, I heard hospital food is even worse these days. Did you get some, or did they hire a personal chef for your royal butt?" That made Toshinori bark a laugh, stopping to cough halfway through, a string of blood dripping down his chin. Shoyuta looked alarmed and ready to apologize when Toshinori waved him off. "Don't worry about it, the doctors told me it's normal with my condition," he said. "Just please, don't treat me like an old man yet." The air was much lighter after that, and Toshinori even encouraged Izuku to sit with him, that he would be more than all right with a hug from his son. With time, love, and a fuckton of medicine, Toshinori was finally well enough to go back to hero work. If only he could walk out the door with his wife and son holding onto his arms and legs and holding him back. "No. Stay home, Dad," Izuku shouted, lying on the floor as he tried to prevent him from taking another step. "Come on, you could use some more rest, no need to go back out there so soon." Inko agreed, trying with all her might to hold him back. Even with his rapidly thinning body, Toshinori was still tall and strong enough to simply shake them off and go on, but he found their attempts so adorable he couldn't bring himself to do it. "I have to go back to work. I can't let the villains know All Might has been out of commission for a while. Shoyuta can pick up the slack. And Hisashi. And Nemuri and Tensei." Izuku replied. "Don't go." Finally he agreed to stay one day more, but insisted he absolutely would go back to work tomorrow. Even if he had to quietly get out of bed and leave before the sun was even up. Inko was so mad when he came back that night. As his body deteriorated from the lack of his stomach, he soon found out he could force his body to go back to his muscled form if he willingly activated his quirk, but found out the hard way about the time limit when he started steaming in the middle of a press conference. He'd managed to make it out of there fast enough, but now had to be much more careful. "I must look ridiculous," he said one day as he dressed up, his clothes hanging like a tent over his skinny body. Inko chuckled, wrapping her arms around him. "You look adorable. And I can finally hug you all the way around." Toshinori hugged back and lifted her up, unable to stand how cute she was. "Mom, let's go," Izuku shouted from the entrance. "We're gonna be late." "Well, off to work, both of us," Toshinori said as he set her down, buffing up to his hero form and making his clothes actually fit. Since Izuku was now old enough, he joined Inko in her classes. It was ridiculously adorable how they wore matching aprons and how Izuku was her personal assistant, even so far as going around helping students himself since he had seen his mother work all his life. It became even more unbearably cute as Izuku grew taller, since Inko was already really short and he had caught up to her. Now they looked like twins moving in unison in the classroom. Home econ had become one of the most successful classes in UA, Not only with perfect attendance from all classes but also perfect grades, since no one wanted to disappoint Inko or Izuku with anything less than 100% of their effort. Many times the students left what they'd made in cooking class as gifts for them, since everyone was completely enamored with their big eyes and sweet smiles. And so it became no surprise that she started plumping up with the years, and if anything she became more and more adorable, to the point some people literally could not go through the class if they looked at her, lest they started to cry at how weak they were for her. At the same time, all that extra food only helped with Izuku's steadily growing frame. He was resigned that he'd never be taller than his mother, most likely a side effect of being so extremely malnourished under the hands of the scientists, but with Shuda's increasingly harder training he was turning into the mini-mite he always dreamed of becoming. He could lift his mother and carry her around with ease, and had beaten Tenya in every arm wrestling competition they'd had. Shoyuda was even considering teaching him how to use his capture weapon to have some more arsenal on his side. All in all, the road of Izuku's life had had a bunch of bumps and wild rides, but everything had turned well enough for him. He was surrounded by love and friends, and people who appreciated him and helped him be a better person. Which was why, at age 14, his first brush with a hateful attitude was such an impact on him. The year had started the best way possible. Shoyuda and Hizashi had showed up one morning before class, and Izuku asked them what were they doing here so early, since they always called first before visiting. Oh, you know, Shoyuda had shrugged. Gotta be on time for the first day of work. That's how Izuku learned 3 of his favorite people had been hired as teachers in UA. Shoyuda had arrived to his first class that day with Izuku latched onto his leg, dragging him along. The students had enough sense to not comment on it, as he didn't let go through all his classes that day. He repeated the treatment with Hizashi the next day, and Nemuri the next. It was such a nice surprise to him, that they would be here every day for him to bother at will, that the bad day in question hit him like a slap of cold water in the face. At the age kids usually start middle school, Nizu had told Izuku there was a class that had requested permission for a guided visit to UA, since pretty much all of the students wanted to become heroes and attend the best school in the country, and the teachers wanted them to know the reality of what they would face. Izuku had been excited beyond belief. That was his first chance to see kids his age outside of Tenya. When the bus came in after the proper security measures for temporary entrance of the class, Izuku was half hiding behind a tree, watching with interest how the most colorful arrangement of kids and quirks walked off the bus. A teacher was yelling at the rowdier students to settle down and go back in line, and a tall blonde boy slapped them in the back of the head, making them shut up. The teacher had told them to stay put while he went to fetch some files from the principal's office, and walked away after that, leaving the students without further supervision. As expected, the chaos picked up as soon as he was out of sight. The girls grouped up and started chatting, taking pictures of everything on site with their phones. Izuku wondered if he could ask for one to his dad. The boys started shouting again, getting hyped up about going to UA and starting play fights with each other, showing off their quirks while Izuku took mental notes of everything he saw. The blonde boy that had shut them up, however, was staring straight at him. "Hey you!" he shouted at Izuku, making him jump in surprise and out of his hiding spot. "The F are you looking at?" The foul language didn't faze Izuku, since Shoyuda tended to curse when he was losing their training fights, but the volume of his voice made him hesitate for a second before starting to walk towards them. Everyone had stopped talking and were staring at him. Hello." The boy stared down at him, brow seemingly permanently furrowed even as recognition filled his eyes. "You're that kid, aren't you?" "Huh," was Izuku's brilliant response. "The kid living here everyone's always talking about. Midoriya Deku, isn't it?" Izuku stopped in front of them, a bit of distance separating them. "And my name's Izuku." "Huh? You telling me I can't read or something?" The boy exploded out of nowhere. Literally too, since his hands sparked loudly along with his angry outburst. No, I'm not saying that." Izuku took a step back. "I'm just saying, the kanji is read differently." "I know what I read," he huffed. "Don't tell me I'm Ro. Are those FNG tattoos?" he shouted, catching sight of Izuku's arms. "What the hell are you even thinking? What kind of dump do you live in they'll allow you that?" Another boy put his hand on the blonde's shoulder, trying to hold him back. "Calm down, Bakugo. The boy Bakugo, he had a name now, shrugged the hand off, stepping forward towards Izuku. Listen here, Deku, I don't care how much heroes like you or talk about you, I don't care what the F happened that you became the talk in everyone's dimmin' mouth. You stay out of my F&G way. Understood? Izuku didn't even have time to answer when the teacher came back, telling them to go back in line or else they all had detention. Izuku took the chance and used the distraction to run away. He looked it up when he got home. He knew his name could be read another way, most could when written in kanji, but he'd never stopped to actually think about it. Useless, he read. A puppet that could do nothing on its own. Izuku touched his arms self-consciously, the raised skin of his arms stinging. The double joints of his toes suddenly waiting on him in a way he hadn't felt in a decade. Useless. He shook his head. No, that couldn't be it. He couldn't let some random boy calling him names bring his whole mood down. All the efforts Shoyuta put in his training. All the lessons Nizu had taught him. All the things he'd gone through with his mother. All the races he'd had with Tenya. He wouldn't let it get to him. A knock on the door surprised him, making him almost drop the laptop from his lap. That wouldn't do, his mother used it too much to damage it. Aizu-chan. A peppy voice called from outside, and Izuku recognized immediately who it was. Let's go have lunch together. I'm going Nijire. He called out, turning off the laptop and writing down a note to stick to the fridge for his mom to know where he'd gone. He really needed a phone. Nijire was standing on the ball of her feet, swinging in place as she waited. Mirio was standing by the side, trying to convince Tamaki to let him braid his hair. They'd been really enthusiastic when meeting Izuku. Tamaki not so much, but it was more his personality than a lack of interest. He was really nice to be around and insisted on having lunch with him almost every day. Seemed Izuku made more and more friends every year, but they were always older and busy with class and training and patrolling. So it was refreshing when, at age 15, Izuku met a new friend his age. Izuku didn't like following a specific route when going on his runs, so he often found himself going through areas he didn't cross often. Having lived all his life at UA, he knew every nook and cranny of the place, but there were some places he just didn't frequent as often. He usually was either at home, in Nizu's office, the teacher's lounge, the cafeteria, and his mother's classroom. His place of training changed depending on Shuta's mood, and he tended to follow the hero courses around the different training grounds to see the practical classes. This area was a little garden behind the support workshop building, not very popular among students since the support students tended to use part of it as storage for extra material that didn't fit in the building. Izuku added it to his running route only because climbing up and down that pile of junk and moving it from one place to another piece by piece was great strength training. Which was why he halted mid-stride as he found someone in the garden, not wearing any of the school's uniforms and looking around as if he'd just realized he'd wandered off the crowded areas. The boy was taller than him but then again who wasn't and had very distinctive hair, bicolored and split down the middle. He was too far away to see his face properly, but there was a very visible red patch of skin surrounding his left eye. He was looking around the garden, trying to peer above the tree line to see if he could guess where he was. To no avail. Izuku liked to think of himself as a friendly guy, ready to hang out with the students when they called him over for lunch or talk to him during the classes he visited, or when popping around them to help during his mother's classes. But he also remembered vividly the last time he approached an outsider, despite how it had been over a year since he was yelled at and chased away by that Bakugo kid. Even if he never saw him again, his words tended to ring in his ears in his lowest moments. This boy looked harmless enough though, and Izuku still wanted to be a hero. It wouldn't do to just keep running and ignore someone who clearly needed help. "Hey, are you okay?" he called out as he approached. The boy turned to him at the sound of his voice, equally surprised to see someone else here. "Yes," the boy said curtly, looking immediately suspicious of Izuku. His whole demeanor screamed, closed off, his heterochromatic eyes suspicious and posture tense. Izuku couldn't help but feel a bit good about himself at this guy considering him so seriously. He knew he didn't look particularly menacing and people tended to underestimate him. "Ah, that's good. I'm just asking since, well, you looked kinda lost there," Izuku explained, stopping at a respectful distance. The boy's shoulders dropped slightly, relaxing at not having his personal space immediately invaded. He looked around once more, a hand rubbing at his neck. I kind of am, to be honest. Izuku wondered how he'd even gotten there. If he wasn't a student, he shouldn't have made it past the security measures, but also he knew there wasn't any more visits scheduled. His first and last one had Nizu telling him beforehand of each, and he preferred to see them from the teacher's lounge instead of engaging directly to not have a repeat of the last one. I could help you if you want? I know this place pretty well, he offered. They weren't close to the entrance by any means, so it'd be a bit of a walk until they reached the administrative buildings. UA was way bigger than it looked from the outside. Since people were so focused on the main building, they missed the sheer amount of forested areas surrounding it. The boy looked at Izuku curiously, assessing him with a quick but thorough glance. He must have decided he wasn't in immediate danger since he nodded a second later. I was near the hero class building before I wandered off. Izuku hummed. It's this way. Come on. He led the way through the forest, following an invisible path he knew well enough would land them right by the entrance door to where they needed to go. Izuku couldn't help how this boy piqued his interest. If his strange coloring split down the middle had to do with his quirk, if that scar had come from a particularly rough training session, why was he alone in here without a school uniform in the middle of the week? What's your name? The boy asked suddenly after a long while of silent walking, making Izuku realize he'd forgotten to introduce himself to the other. You're not wearing a uniform and it's the middle of the day. Are you not a student? He'd somehow been wondering the same as Izuku did about him. How funny. Midoriya Izuku, he said, already knowing what would follow. People always knew who he was on first sight, or they realized it was him when he said his name. It usually came with some uncomfortable questions following, but he'd gotten quite good at avoiding them. Seemed this guy also knew who he was, because even if he was walking behind Izuku and he couldn't see his reaction, he heard how the rustling of leaves and branches stopped as he halted his walking, only to pick up after a couple of seconds. The light was starting to become stronger as they neared the exit of the canopy. The buildings on the other side started to come to view. I see. I've heard of you. So everyone says, Izuku laughed. He couldn't understand what was it about him and his mother that had everyone outside UA talking about them. I mean, he knew the fact he was the main target of a terrible villain was public knowledge and that it was interesting enough to gossip about, but the story should have grown old years ago. And what's your name? You're supposed to introduce yourself first, you know. Sorry, he said quickly, realizing he might have said something silly, admitting knowing who Izuku was so fast. I'm Todoroki. Shuto. The voice shook the ground as they stepped out of the woods into the paved walkway. A huge man that Izuku had seen many times on TV was stomping towards them, flames liking at his face and shoulders. His presence was way more overpowering than Izuku had originally thought, and he found himself taking a step back. Todoroki walked by his side towards Endeavor, the stony expression from before back with a vengeance. Don't be noisy, there are people trying to learn. Endeavor's frown deepened, and was about to say something back when his eyes caught sight of Izuku, almost blended with the forest with his green tracksuit and hair. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly, but then went back to his angry expression and turned to Todoroki. Where have you been? I brought you here to show you around specifically so you wouldn't get lost once classes started, and that's the first thing you do. You started droning about something and I zoned out, Todoroki deadpanned. I thought I was following you. I didn't realize I had wandered off until I was lost. Endeavor sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose as if riddled with a permanent headache. Come on, Nizu has been waiting for a while already. I don't like that creature when it gets mad. Don't call him that, Izuku frowned, walking towards the man. Endeavor looked surprised the boy was even capable of speaking and not just one of those school myths passed by mouth of the recent graduates. Nizu is as much of a hero as you, and works hard to train the next generation of heroes. You owe him some respect. Endeavor took a step forward, flames flaring out wildly. How dare you? Izuku! Toshinori was jogging up to them, side-eyeing Endeavor and offering a quick smile to the younger Todoroki as he went to stand by Izuku, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder and making it clear that, despite his skeletal figure, he was there to act as barrier between the number 2 hero and his son. And who are you? Endeavor asked gruffly. I'm Izuku's father, he said simply. I work here as an assistant, he smiled, hoping Enji wouldn't recognize him like this. He looked nothing like how he did back when they were classmates in high school, but this weaker form kept his old hairstyle for some reason. Endeavor didn't seem to realize who he was, as he looked him up and down in concealed distaste before huffing and turning to his son. "Let's go." He started walking towards the doors to the building, leaving him to follow. Todoroki's mouth twisted in contempt as he stared at his father's retreating back. His expression softened as he turned to Izuku, nodding at him. "Thanks for the help, Midoriya." And he was at a loss of words, not really knowing how to address Toshinori. Toshinori chuckled. "Midoriya as well." Todoroki nodded. "Right, Midori." He waved his goodbye as he followed his father, Endeavor waiting for him lest he got lost again. When they were out of sight, Izuku frowned, turning to his father as they walked back home. "Is Endeavor really that unpleasant in person? I thought it was just a front he put for the cameras." Toshinori sighed. "He's always been very focused on his job, even before we graduated. I didn't know he had children." "Oh, he has a few," Toshinori said. "It's not just something that he cares about making public." Once they were home, Toshinori hurried him inside to change. Being in the middle of PBR2I and the intense workout regimen he followed made no favors for Izuku's sweat glands, and that added to how much he cried over everything and anything. It was a wonder he had not passed out from dehydration any of these days. Endeavor sounded pretty sure about Todoroki-kun coming to you, Izuku commented once he was changed into his casual clothes, hair more fluffed up than usual thanks to the shower. Toshinori hummed, handing him his protein shake. He had one for himself as well, since his lack of stomach meant he digested liquid meals better. "I'm sure he'll write a recommendation for him." Being the number 2 hero tips the balance in his favor for these kind of things. Izuku had always had mixed feelings about recommended students. On one hand, they were thoroughly tested before being officially admitted, and they always had great quirks and potential to warrant their recommendations. On the other hand, Izuku saw, year after year, hundreds of students with powerful quirks that never made it into UA simply because their quirks were non-physical and couldn't do anything against the examination robots. He and Shoyuta had had this conversation more times than he could count, and they both agreed it was a poor planned exam considering the wide array of quirks that would be perfect for hero work had they been accepted. Nizu had heard their concerns and suggestions each and every time, and assured them he was working on it, but there were a lot of government officials involved in the admission process of UA that he had to go through first, and they tended to think of Nizu as a joke most of the time. It was a hard time for everyone, really. "Well, if he's Enji's son, then I'm sure he must be very talented," Toshinori said. "I've never met his wife, but I imagine he wouldn't bring his son to CUA if he wasn't sure he'd make it in. He seemed nice." Izuku hadn't spoken to him that much, since Todoroki seemed more of the quiet type, but he didn't give him any trouble, readily accepting his help and not making a fuss over his status as UA's local cryptid. "I hope I can see him more often." Toshinori grinned wide, smile pulling at the skin of his sunken cheeks. "Now that you mention that." After what they called their shake break, Toshinori led him to Nizu's office. Students milling around the halls waved at them as they passed by, used to Izuku's presence and not really wondering anymore what exactly it was Toshinori did at UA, other than occasionally assist his wife in her classes and just be around the principal a lot of the time. Toshinori knocked at the door before letting himself in, knowing Nizu would be waiting for them. The office seemed just a tad bit warmer than usual, and there were some scorch marks on the carpet in front of his desk. Seemed Endeavor had just left. "Izuku, perfect timing. I could use a nice face right now," Nizu greeted him, his usual smile on his face but with the most imperceptible forced quality to it. "Is everything all right?" Izuku wondered, taking a seat on his favorite spot, a cushion on the couch by the window that was more worn and softer than the others, where Izuku had spent the last decade learning everything from the ABC to advanced heroics law. Nizu nodded, pulling out a file from a pile next to him. "Perfectly all right. I just wanted to wait until Endeavor left before telling you the news." Izuku tilted his head, looking confusedly at the principal and then at his father as Toshinori sat down next to him, wide smile still in place as he patted Izuku's knee. "Don't worry, it's a good thing," Toshinori assured. "And right that you are, All Might," Nizu hopped off his chair to walk up to Izuku, handing him the file he just picked up. "Here you go." Izuku took it slowly, looking between it and Nizu suspiciously. Last time Nizu just handed him something so nonchalantly it turned out to be a 20 pages calculus exam that took Izuku 5 hours to finish. He started reading, brow furrowing more the further he read, until his eyes went wide open near the end. He snapped his head up in disbelief, looking at the mammal smiling warmly at him. "Is this for real?" Izuku whispered, hand tracing the words printed like he could read them again that way. Nizu nodded, a twinkle of pride in his eyes. "Completely. Starting next spring you'll be officially a student here at UA. But you knew that already," Toshinori added. And it was true. Izuku had known all his life he'd be part of the student body once he hit proper high school age. But this. "In 1A? He asked, voice shaky. With Shoyuta?" "That's right," Nizu confirmed. "Since he's your favorite teacher we thought it would be a good idea to put you in his class. This wouldn't change the number of students accepted through regular entrance exams," he clarified, anticipating Izuku's question. He knew the boy would be worried he would be taking the spot someone else would have rightfully earned, and would most likely reject the offer if that were the case. This would make the class the first one with 21 students. "And I'm seriously gonna be placed there just because it's Shuta's class?" Izuku asked, a bit suspicious. True, his therapist recommended he be around people and environments that kept his stress level low, since too much strain had shown to throw him into panic attacks if they were of the wrong stimulus, like the time he was alone at one of the gyms and the power went out, drowning the place in darkness. He'd passed out in terror before even reaching the doors, and that's how they found him. But this seemed a bit too good to be true. He could have been perfectly fine in the Gen Ed class as well. Nizu chuckled, taking the file with his admission papers out of his hands. "Well, I might have a little bias for you." "Ah, there it is," Izuku grinned. And as soon as the folder was out of his lap, he surged forward and hugged Nizu tight, pulling him up with him as he stood. Toshinori knew Izuku was the only person in the world who could get away with it, and had to bite his lip to contain the laugh that wanted to burst from his throat at the sight of Nizu's little Tims dangling as his feet hung from Izuku's hold. When they arrived home, Inko was there after having finished her classes for the day, along with the other 3 heroes-turned-teachers hanging out and having tea. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow when the boy ran inside, launching himself to his neck, hanging off him like a baby koala. "Seems you got the news already. I'm gonna be in your class." Izuku laughed, letting him go to jump in place in excitement. "In the hero course. And you better show you deserve that spot," Shoyuta pointed out, ruffling his hair before Izuku ran off again to greet his mother. "You've seen how many students I've expelled before. Don't make me add you to the numbers." "You still see me every day though," Izuku counter-argued. "Expelling me would be redundant." Hizashi laughed, his jacket and voice modulator hanging from the back of the chair and his hair down making him look much smaller than he did during school hours or hero patrols. "He's got a point there, Shoyuta." Shoyuta huffed, smiling nonetheless. He waved for Izuku to walk over and wrapped an arm around his shoulders to bring him closer, knocking their heads together as he messed up the boy's hair. "To think you're already starting high school, pipsqueak. Can't believe how long it's been." "But he's still as cute as a baby," Nemuri cooed, reaching over to pinch Izuku's cheeks as he whined at her to let go. "Look at this squishy face." Izuku swatted her hand away, rubbing at his cheeks to get feeling back into them. "Stup, I can't make it go away." And Lord knew he tried, but seemed that stubborn baby fat refused to leave his face no matter how different the story was for his body from the neck below. Toshinori had sat down next to Inko, looking at the scene fondly. No matter how many years it had been, watching them interact like this was the reason they'd forever be just all children in his eyes. He cleared his throat to redirect their attention to him. "Are you going to be watching the entrance exams this year as well, Izuku?" "Of course I am," he exclaimed, hands hitting the table. "I've never missed them, and I'm not gonna miss this year's for anything, especially since Tenya is trying out." "He hasn't come around in a while, now that I think about it," Hizashi mused. Tenya was a common sight around UA as well, since he constantly visited Izuku and trained with him on weekends or during holidays. Nizu had granted him permanent visitor status after a while, since every time a temporary visit came through the gates he had to deal with the corresponding paperwork, and after seeing Tenya's face for the nth time he just gave him free access. Must be busy preparing for it. You didn't tell him anything about it, did you? Shoyuta asked. Izuku shook his head. I didn't say anything, I promise. He crossed his heart for emphasis. Besides, he wouldn't have let me tell him anyway. He wouldn't have liked having an advantage over the rest. Inko laughed, intertwining her fingers with Tashinori's on top of the table. Tenya's always been such a good boy. It's going to be great finally having him here every day. Shoyuta hummed, sipping at his cup of tea. I might end up with the two of you in my class. I'm gonna need something a bit stronger than tea. The day of the entrance exams was, as it was every year, filled to the brim with the excitement and tension emanating from the prospective students. Izuku had risen bright and early to finish his workout in time to join the teachers and invited judges in the observation room, finding his usual spot between his parents and Shoyuta. Hisashi would be busy explaining the rules of the exam and observing the practical portion in the field, and Nemuri liked to sit right in front of the screens, fluttering from one to another to catch as much action as possible. Before making it to the room, however, he'd texted Tenya with a phone he'd finally gotten for his birthday the year prior, specially designed by Powerloader to only allow pre-approved contacts to communicate. Through to meet before the exam to wish him luck. Tenya looked as nervous as he felt, taking deep breaths and constantly taking off his glasses to clean them before putting them back on, only to repeat the process a minute later. You're gonna break them if you keep that up, Izuku said gently, taking them out of his hands and carefully placing them back on his nose. But I know you keep back up, so it's not so bad, I guess. Tenya sighed, putting his cleaning tissue away in his pocket. I'm sorry, it's just that I can't believe it's finally happening. I've been waiting for this day my whole life. And you'll do great, Izuku said, pumping his fist in the air. You've been preparing so much for this, there's no way you're not gonna make it. Tenya smiled, hooking an arm around Izuku to pull him in for a hug. Izuku wrapped around him like a vine around a tree trunk, which was fitting seeing how Tenya was just so much bigger than him. Thank you. I know I have everyone's support for this, but it means a lot coming from you. His hand instinctively went for his glasses again, but he stopped himself before he could reach them, letting it drop on Izuku's hair instead. I'm grateful you didn't tell me anything about the exam, but is there some sort of advice you could give me for it? Izuku hummed, tapping his chin in thought. Not much that you don't already know. Just make sure to behave how a hero would and you'll be fine. That's what it's all about after all. Tenya laughed. Simple as that. I'll try that then. He'd gone his way then, always the one to be earlier than he should, and Izuku made his way to the observation room to not miss anything. He sat down in his usual place and waited until the time came for it to begin. When the door opened again a few minutes before the practical exam started as Vlad King made his way in, Izuku caught a glimpse of some figures dressed completely in black on the outside of the room, waving goodbye at the teacher as they walked away. Shoyuta seemed to notice his curious staring of the retreating mystery people. Don't worry about them. You know who they are? Izuku asked him. If they hadn't appeared alongside Ken, he would have thought they were suspicious. Shoyuta hummed, tapping his pen against the clipboard he'd be using to judge. You'll see soon enough. Honey, look. Inko called out, making Izuku turn towards the screens. Nizu was using his control over the cameras to focus on Tenya on the outside of his assigned battle arena, doing stretching and breathing exercises as they waited for the exam to start. Seems like a promising lot this year, Nizu commented, moving the camera around to look over the other examinees of that arena. Izuku noticed one of them, blonde and with some sort of special belt over his tracksuit, seemed to be looking directly towards the camera with a charming smile. Izuku looked over the other screens. He kinda hoped he would see that familiar white and red head of hair among the crowd, but he never found it. Maybe his dad was right and Todoroki had gotten a recommendation from Endeavor. What he did find, however, was the serious and focused face of the blonde boy who had screamed at him years ago. He's trying out? He whispered absently, feeling chills going down his spine at the thought of sharing a room with someone so volatile. Shoyuta glanced at him, wondering what he was talking about, when the alarm rang for the exam to begin. Hisashi's voice echoed through the comms as he shouted at them to get going, and then the horde of kids rushed forward, Tenya running like a rocket to get ahead of the others. It wasn't long until the robots started pouring in, and as fast as they appeared they went down at the hands of the myriad of quirks shooting and flashing and hitting here and there, so fast it made Izuku's head spin. A loud noise brought his attention to the other arena, where the Bakugo guy was exploding everything on sight. And by that he meant everything. Robots were not the only ones at his mercy when the buildings surrounding him went down in pieces as well, raining down on the other participants. He was racking up points easy as he was breathing, but the collateral damage was immense as well. That one looks promising, Shoyuta commented, and Izuku was about to ask what exactly was promising about mass property destruction, when he noticed he was writing down another name. He looked in closer on that screen, and noticed a black-haired boy he hadn't seen before, following Bakugo around and pushing people out of the way of the falling debris as he received the full impact. Seemed like a hardening quirk. He was doing all that while bringing down his own robots as well, and his score seemed to be rapidly rising in both rescue and villain points. Of course, Shoyuta would focus more on the one actually helping others instead of just destroying bots with his quirk. All across the screens the battles went on, and it seemed time went by slower as they watched. Some of them cut through robots like a hot knife through butter, while some could do little less than run away and hide since their quirks were not enough to bring down not even the one-pointers. "Ah, there they come," Nizu commented casually, and Nemuri started squealing in excitement at whatever he was talking about. Izuku was confused, looking around. From the wide smiles on his parents' faces and the usual manic grin on Shuta's, they knew something he did not. He kept watching carefully, until suddenly he understood. The black-clad figures he'd seen outside the room before had made their appearance in the battlefields, a number of them in each arena as they ran through the streets, avoiding the robots with ease and going straight for the examinees. Understanding finally dawned on him, and he launched from his seat, going to stand by Nemuri in front of the screens. "No way!" Nizu hummed, nodding even though Izuku couldn't see him from his vantage point. "We wanted it to be a surprise for everyone, you included," he said. "We finally managed to get it through the official entities to let us try a new examining method for all kinds of quirk users. This year's classes 3A and 3B volunteered to act as villains for the ones who can't fight the robots," Shoyuta added as he walked up behind Izuku. "I just hope Togata's clothes are actually made like his hero suit." He pointed at the arena where Bakugo and the hardening guy were, showing the exact moment the figure he could now recognize as Mirio dove for the floor and disappeared from sight, only to re-emerge behind Bakugo to deliver a swift kick to his shins before going underground again. Izuku could hear Shuta's relieved sigh of, "Thank God," as his clothes remained put even as he permeated through concrete. He caught sight of Nijire floating around an arena that was more forest-based than the others, shooting shockwaves at random people as she tried to avoid what looked like a long tongue shooting her way from beneath the trees. The one who was definitely Tamaki was chasing after a purple-haired boy in another arena, the tentacles sprouting from his fingers trying to catch him as he cut through the air with his massive wings. The boy he was chasing made some sort of remark the mics couldn't catch as he ran away, and in a second Tamaki had stopped the chase, standing stock still as the boy finally stopped and walked back to him, catching his breath as he said something else, and then Tamaki was following him around and destroying any robots they came across. Izuku noticed that every robot Tamaki destroyed were points added to the boy's score. "Hitoshi Shinso," Shoyuta said as he read over the files, predicting what Izuku was thinking. "Brainwashing quirk. Since he's using his quirk to make Amajiki destroy the robots, technically the points are rightfully his." "Amazing," Izuku breathed out. He'd never seen anything like that in any of the entrance exams over the years. Suddenly a red light started blinking on top of one of the screens, signaling the arrival of the zero-pointer to the arena Tenya was in. The steady march of the titanic robot made the camera shake as it advanced on the examinees, and Inko gasped as she noticed that, while everyone ran away from its path, a girl had gotten caught beneath some debris right in the middle of the way. Now, they knew Power Loader would stop the robot before it made any actual severe damage, but it was still terribly stressful to see her struggle to get out before it got to her, trying in vain to make her hand reach the blocks of concrete trapping her in. A trail of dust raised her way, and suddenly Tenya was beside her, using his momentum to kick one of the blocks off her without compromising the structure so the others wouldn't crush her. He repeated the movement with the other and she was free, holding onto him with one arm as she hopped as fast as she could to get out of the robot's way. The robots started firing lasers at random, hitting some buildings near them and making more concrete rain down around them. Before Tenya could pick the girl up to make a run for it, she pushed herself up on his shoulders with a well-placed jump and slapped a boulder coming their direction. It suddenly started going up instead of down, and Tenya was stunned enough she could repeat the treatment on a smaller one coming from another direction. Tenya came back around after a second, picking her up properly before running away as fast as he could. Izuku was holding his breath through it all, feeling like everything was happening in slow motion, despite having been just a couple of seconds in total since Tenya got her out. The horn signaling the end of the exam reverberated through the room, and Hisashi's voice telling everyone to report to the temporary infirmary tent outside to get their injuries fixed, since no one was hurt bad enough it granted Recovery Girl to go directly to the battlegrounds. Nizu jumped out of his chair as the other teachers and judges started filing out of the room. Very promising lot indeed. Izuku ran out after that, making his way straight to find Tenya. He found him in the infirmary tent, helping the girl he'd carried out get onto a cot until Recovery Girl got a moment to fix her ankle. The moment his hands were free, Izuku flung himself towards him, jumping on his back like an overexcited koala. "Izuku!" Tenya shouted as he righted himself, not having expected the sudden attack. "That was amazing!" Izuku laughed, letting go and falling on his feet as Tenya turned around. "I almost couldn't see you going around so fast." Tenya rubbed the back of his neck, flushing under the praise. Thank you," he said. "It was more taxing than I thought, though. But you got so many robots, I couldn't even keep up with what was going on," Izuku said. "And then when the zero-pointer showed up and you turned around and started kicking at those Suddenly he remembered why exactly Tenya had been kicking at those rocks. He peeped around his friend's body to look at the girl sitting on the cot. She looked a bit uncomfortable in a mix of pain from her ankle and feeling she was intruding in their conversation. Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Tenya's friend." Izuku had just realized this was the first time he talked to a girl his age in his life, and got suddenly nervous at the idea. The girl startled, wincing when the movement pulled at her ankle. She smiled nonetheless, waving at Izuku slowly. "Uraraka Ochako, nice to meet you." Uraraka-kun was just telling how her quirk works, since she used it to help me during the exam, Tenya said. "It's just a gravity-controlling quirk," she explained, touching the tips of her index fingers together. "Nothing that impressive." "Are you kidding? The way you handled those robots was incredible." Izuku started geeking out as he always did about new quirks, bringing a smile to Tenya's face at how his face lit up. "Making them float and then dropping them so they got destroyed by their own weight, that's so ingenious." "Why, you saw that?" she asked, covering her cheeks with her hands as she blushed, then she stopped and stared at him. "I don't remember seeing you in the arena." Yeah, Izuku said, scratching his cheeks as he flushed this time. "I was in the observation room with the teachers. I can't tell you anything about the scores though. I don't even know what they are." He added in a bit of a panic at the end, waving his hands frantically in front of him. Uraraka blinked curiously, tilting her head in thought. "You were in the observation room?" She looked at him up and down, and then remembered his name. "Why, you're that boy!" she exclaimed, pointing at him before realizing that was very rude and stopped herself. "The boy who lives here, right?" Izuku nodded, smiling reassuringly at her. This was usually what happened when he met new students and they recognized him, so he was used to it and didn't take any offense. "I am, and I'm also going to be a student this year. Izuku has been training just as hard as any of us to be worthy of his spot at Eve," Tenya said, hands chopping the air in that robotic motion he never managed to get rid of, despite how relaxed Tensei always said Izuku's presence had made him. "Please don't underestimate him just because he didn't take the exam with the rest of us." "I wouldn't think of it," Uraraka declared vehemently. "But I guess we'll really see each other in action if we pass, right?" "You both did really well," Izuku smiled at the memory of their performances. "I have no doubt you'll make it." What the F is he doing here? The new voice made Izuku freeze on the spot. As they talked, people with more severe injuries had been walking in and out of the tent as Recovery Girl triaged them and fixed them up, and the ones from arenas that had been a bit further away had just been arriving. Izuku turned around to stare into the angry red eyes of Katsuki Bakugo, the full name of the boy having been made to his knowledge when one of the judges commented on how many points he was rapidly accumulating. "You're not following me around, are you, Deku?" he said, spitting the name out as he walked towards the trio. I was here first," Izuku muttered, shrinking in on himself as Bakugo stepped into his space. "You trying to be funny?" Bakugo said threateningly, bending at the waist to loom over Izuku. Suddenly a whack echoed in the tent and Bakugo turned around to yell at whoever had dared smack his back, and came face to face with the frowning face of Recovery Girl brandishing her very normal-looking cane around, decked in her light blue lab coat. "We don't start fights where we heal wounds, young man," she chastised him. "I can't understand how you still have so much energy after all that fighting you did back there, but you seem lively enough to wait for your turn a while longer." Bakugo frowned, but didn't respond. Just stepped aside as she made her way towards Uraraka. "Now let's see here," she said, gentler this time as she carefully grabbed Uraraka's foot and turned it this way and that until the girl let out a little whimper. Recovery Girl nodded, setting her foot back down. "Give me your hand, dearie." Uraraka did so, and the heroine planted a noisy kiss on the back of her hand. Immediately her ankle set back in place and the pain stopped, the inflammation going down as Uraraka sighed in relief, moving it around to check it out. "Thank you so much, ma'am." Chio waved her off. "No problem, young lady. It's my job." She turned around and walked up to Bakugo who was still standing there, silently observing the scene. She poked at his leg with her cane, pushing him forward. "Now's your turn, boy, go ahead that way." "Don't push me," Bakugo grumbled, but complied anyway, sending one last glare at Izuku as well as Tenya and Uraraka for good measure. Izuku felt he had to relearn how to breathe once he was out of sight. "Do you know him?" Tenya asked him, brow furrowed in concern at the reaction his friend had had. Izuku had never mentioned his minute encounter with Bakugo to anyone else. Not his parents, not his friends, not his therapist. He was afraid they'd try to contact the boy's parents to talk about the incident and he didn't want to escalate the situation any further. He was in one of the school visits to UA a couple of years back, he explained. He recognized me and got angry that I corrected how he said my name. "Deku? Is that how he called you?" Uraraka asked as she got down from the cot, her stance not giving any indication of the injury to her ankle still bothering her. "You said your name was Izuku?" Izuku nodded. It's just that the kanji can be read both ways, and since my name was in some news some years back." He trailed off, not wanting to delve more into that particular subject. I guess he must have read it in some newspaper and didn't hear it pronounced out loud. "Well, I think it sounds fine." Izuku looked at her like she'd gone mad. "Wait, let me explain." She waved her hands frantically. "It just sounds like, you can do it, to me," she said. "I don't mean it to be mean or anything, it just seems like that to me." Izuku looked down at his hands and thought, the green ink of his tattoos peeking out from beneath the sleeves of his hoodie. It was a nice way to seeing it, even if a bit roundabout. Somehow he didn't feel that pang of anxiety and emptiness in the pit of his stomach when she said the nickname with that voice and enthusiasm. "I guess it does sound nice if you look at it like that," he said, pulling at his bottom lip as he considered the idea. He smiled up at her. "I wouldn't mind you calling me that, Uraraka-san." She grinned at him, giving him a double thumbs up as Tenya huffed a laugh. "Are you kids still here?" Chio called out as she led another kid out of the tent. "You're all healed up already, get out." And with a hurried apology, the newfound trio of friends ran out of the tent.